Good morning. Welcome in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in, Great Faldorn, Zersty, Sideways, Zayman, Akira, Alpha. Good day, good day, good day, good day. Alright, let me quickly get Urkel updated and all that jazz. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome in, guys. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good day off yesterday. I did. Well, it wasn't really a good day off, but I mean, we got Nova's therapy done, we got the dentist done. I tried out a Grinch hot chocolate at McDonald's. It was a good day, actually. A good day. I got the microphone changed into a little bit of a different position. It's sort of just out of camera scene, but obviously far enough where I can, like, turn it if needs be. So, it's in a good spot, I think. We'll see. Hopefully. Hopefully it doesn't, like, fuck up. Hopefully, chat. Obviously, we've got the wonderful wave-free patch out. You get that stuff loaded up as well. Something was meant to do whilst I was streaming, but I can't remember. It's different, to say the least. What's wrong with it? Tell me everything whilst I look through browsers trying to figure out what I was meant to be doing. It was something I was meant to be doing. What was I meant to be doing, chat? Don't you hate when you have something in mind to do the moment you sit down and then you can't frickin' remember? Obviously, guys, we are multi-streaming. Make sure you are lurking on all platforms. !multi, or check the pinned message at the top of the menu. Thank you to everyone who lurks on all the other platforms as, yeah, massive gains on Tuesday. Thank you so much for that. Weapons revert back to life stats, except ammo. Wait, weapons revert back to life stats, ammo shield reduced by 20% of last patch? Really? Oh, shit. Really? Interesting. It can take out a Perseus in a few seconds? A Perseus shields. I'm looking at the stats right now. So the mass driver's back to one-shotting. Who the fuck is working at this company that does this shit? How can you go through all these changes and we give you data on these changes and you just revert it back? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Obviously, some of the previous, like, design briefs for the guns make sense. Like, for example, attritions, neutral, NDBs, and panthers. That makes perfect sense in the idea of range, least damage, medium hybrid, and then attrition, close range, mega damage. And that's the only part that makes sense. Holy shit, man. Right, well, like, why fucking bother playing then? Why bother playing? I'll just go and play Where Winds Meet. Like, this is so stupid. Again, the only thing that makes sense, chap, the only thing that makes sense in the previous tuning to the new tuning is having say M5As or the Bearing Season close range cannons, big damage, slow rate of fire. Omni Skies, hybrids, good range, good speed, good damage. Light Strikes, low damage, massive range, stuff like that, right? That is the only thing. Then attritions, NDBs, and panthers. The way that the closer you get, the bigger damage required, right? That's the only thing that makes sense to me in the other model. Or the other tuning and stuff like that. Because it really does set the difference. Do you want to have close range, big damage? You've got to get in within kill shot damage of other things. Like, it was generally just only 4 guns they had to tweak, which are the new Wolf and stuff, right? So the new Wolf stuff, the ballistics, the Shiv stuff, the C78s, which are a little bit overtuned, and lower the Idris laser down. That's all they had to do. God, I don't even want to test this now. Because now you've got back to CH repeater meta. Let's have a look at the penetrations then. Base penetration. This will be interesting. So wait, they changed back to previous stats but left in the same pens? Where the fuck is that weird gun? There it is. Yeah, so the breakneck is still ridiculously overpowered. Even if you go in the own stats. So they never did change anything. Right, interesting. So this does confirm CIG never changed any of the stats on the Shiv and the Wolf in the previous Evocati to Wave 1 stuff. But they added in the pen, right? That's good. Well, at least that confirms my theory that CIG just didn't even bother to work on it. They just added in a weird pen number. And all CIG would have to do is take it from 4.5 pen down to 1.5. Yeah, that would be fine. That would be fine. But yeah, this makes no sense. So now you've got Idris, which is Instagib, and you've got... God. So you're saying that literally one Gladius can kill a Perseus now? Let me have a read here. 400 shield, armor is reduced as well? And I guarantee you, like my title says, I guarantee you're still critically exploding, right? Why did I enter to hear penetration? Because Star Citizen in the next patch brings out armor values, Harlequin, where your weapons will now penetrate certain levels of armor. Ion can two-shot dual shield free shields. Still blows up on hull depletion. Who the fuck is managing this at the company? Who is the complete incompetent person dealing with this? Like, we were so close to actually a really good patch of 4.5. They only had to tune 5 weapons and remove the critical explosions, and you would have had a really good 4.5. Like, no joke, one of the best patches this year. Because all you had to do was nerf the L21 ballistic, the L22 laser gun, because their alpha values are too high for their pen values, right? The Shiv weapons for laser and ballistics were too long range, too much ammo, and the ballistic was too much pen for the amount of alpha you were getting with ammo. And then nerf the Idris K laser gun because it was too high. And then all you had to do was remove critical explosions, and you would have had a really, really good fucking patch. That's all they had to do. Who has been crying so hard on Spectrum that CIG decided to do a fucking UE? Wait till it's fucking what's his puss? Knievel fucking crying he can't solo his Idris. Right, you got Tirada 10 months ago, Knievel 6 months. Always the same fucking crybabies, man. Tirada or fucking Knievel. Look at him. Every fucking post he makes, like 1.k upvotes. Like, it's so cringe. Alright. Doesn't look like it's his fault this time. Man, I was really looking forward to 4.5, but I think I'll just go back to where wins meet. Like, this will not be fun at all. It goes back to fighter meta. Just needs programmers? It's nothing to do with the devs, guys. It's nothing to do with the devs. It's whoever's in charge telling the people to do these stats. You can't blame the developers. It's the fucking management at this company, like John Crew and all these other fucking idiots, that for some reason CR keeps in the fucking company. They're the ones at fault that cause all this shit. It's not the developers, like Elliot or anybody like that. It's the people in charge of them. Well, the thing is, though, is if you were playing PTU at all, Chris, instead of making memes, right, and actually doing some testing instead of making memes, you would understand that in literally Evil Catty and the start of this fucking week, fighter meta was completely out the fucking window. Unless CIG had left in 2 overtuned weapons, which were very easy to sort before living. Now, they've just 180'd all the way back to 4.4, but now your bigger ships die in a fire. Literally. That's the crazy point of it. We were literally getting out of this fucking nonsense, and they've made it even worse. Who the fuck makes these choices, man? Like, we literally went through like 11-hour stream, 10-hour stream, testing all the weapons, and we got it down to where there was like 4 or 5 that just needed small tweaks. The engineering gameplay just needed to where critical explosions were a very, very rare thing. So, because again, you don't go to soft death anymore, you just die. It's you get turned off and then die. There is no soft death anymore in the game. There's none of that state because the edgy want you to repair, but if every ship is going to full death, we've lost the ability to be downed. And that was all that needed to be changed in 4.5, and it was going to be so much fun. People who were actually using crew were going to have a great time of like micromanaging and doing all that stuff. Solo players were going to cry. Fighter meta was no longer a thing. Yeah, here we go. Here's a fucking idiot as well. You should be able to repair components that are affected by wear and tear with the multi-tool by repairing at once at the station. Engineering shouldn't become the main goal of this game. It should. Like, again, when I buy a fucking tire in real life, eventually I have to replace that tire. I hate fucking people like this. Like, not willing to even bother play the game. It's so easy to buy modules, like, and replace weapons. What do you want to do? Just be fucking invulnerable for the rest of your life? These soft spoon fucking fed babies just annoy me. Like, totally playing a different game, constantly trying to dictate that they don't want to put any fucking effort into this game whatsoever. Like, the moment you get everything, that's it. I just want to be fucking antisocial. Then dig a fucking hole. Do Life of Brian. What's it? Was it Life of Brian, the guy in the hole? Who didn't want to be social? It's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely monkers. That's actually a good point. Where is the size 5? Revenant gone. Oh my god. Has anybody ever spoken to any CIG employees? Why this has gone down? Like, I was, like, lurking in Cutlet stream last night when I was playing with, like, Noodle and stuff. With XLB and K Winter and all those folk in the channel. Could have fucking mentioned the company was about to do a fucking UE and make the game even worse. Yeah, exactly, Chewbacca, man. Like, the idea, so if anybody's ever played Dune Awakening, right? Dune Awakening has a really good gear system in the game where gear deteriorates the more you use it. If you don't use it, it doesn't deteriorate. And when you can keep repairing it back, but eventually it will get to the point where it breaks, requiring you to, get that legendary item and be like, I want to take care of it, I want to look after it. It's a very valuable asset to me. I might not use it. Oh, I really want to use it because it's very powerful and it's going to really, up my game versus other players. So you have, ornithopter wings and stuff. It's amazing because it creates a fucking economy of you get cool things to use, but just like in real life with t-shirts and boxers and tires and everything, eventually you have to replace them, trying out different things, right? Somebody likes that black dildo, but then the shiny unicorn fucking tentacle version comes out and everyone fucking loses their mind. And then eventually goes back to Old Faithful. But it's the fact that you have these choices. This fucking dunderhead literally wants to buy something and never lose it, never have to repair it, and just sit as an immortal. You know? Sorry, but there's no such thing as gods, and there's no such thing as fucking immortality. It's stupid. Just accept that sometimes losing stuff is winning. This absolute clown, and then just vote up. If you don't fly the ship, it also not wear down. Yeah, logic. Holy shit. I didn't actually read the whole design brief, but after playing with it, I can imagine it's sort of like, yeah, it states all the stuff. Yeah, fire behavior, fire suppression. The idea of it all. Yeah, really cool. Wear and tear here. The wear system. Damage caused by compulsions and stuff. It can be repaired. These can be restored and restored to damage states. Yeah, critical way. Eventually you have to replace your modules. I think it's a great idea. Really fucking good idea. Component replacement. Replacement will become necessary when components have fully destroyed 0 health. And the component wear is too high for effective operation. This also applies to fuses. Yeah, awesome, sick. You have to go out and do some shopping. You have to actually do the things that are part of the game, the living, breathing game that we all want. These fucking clowns that just don't want to play video games because they don't have enough time to play a game. Then do something else, like have a family, be bored, be shackled to a fucking wife, be miserable. Go and do a minuscule job that bores the shit out of you, and eventually you jump out of a fucking 10-story building because you can't be bothered with it all. Go and do that if you don't have time to fucking play games. Or, hear me out, do stuff in your life to change things so that it gives you more game time, to play more things, to do things that you enjoy. Go and do more hikes if you enjoy more hikes. Don't go, oh, I wish I could do more hikes. Just fucking do it. Change your life to do these things. But don't dictate a stupid mentality just because you can't be fucked to do it. Crazy. This is the problem with fucking humans. They're so snivel and weak because they can't be bothered to do something for themselves. They're always waiting for somebody else to fucking help them out. It's the Patrick Swayze fucking syndrome. Sitting in the corner, their name is Baby. They're waiting for Patrick Swayze to pick them up and go and dance. Just fucking dance yourself. You don't need no fucking cunt to help you. These are, yeah, Chewbacca, yeah. Let me give you the design doc here. There you go. Again, it's not like the total outcome of it. It's just the design brief Wikipedia's posted down. You know, what we actually want to achieve with this eventually. This is where we're sort of going with things. This is the change of the game. Accept it or fuck off, basically. But obviously, all these things can change, regardless of them posting it. It's just so what they're sort of focusing on. Explaining how armor works, explaining how repair works, you know, because the Neanderthals fucking playing this game sometimes, I don't know. Like, I swear, Star Citizen backers, and this is, like, no offense if it's to you, are some of the most fucking dumbest gamers I've ever come across. Like, holy shit. Like, just should not be playing a game like Star Citizen. I don't know why. Maybe it's like, oh, I remember fucking playing Wing Commander and I just love Chris Roberts so much that I want to play his video game. But then I don't want to play the video game because I don't have enough time. Yeah, it's what's called growing up. Either design your life around playing video games or do fucking normal shit. Be bored. Die at old age, you know? You can't have it both ways, guys. You can't be fucking gamers when you were like 20 and the moment you hit your 40s and do the same shit unless you make life choices. It was like on Tuesday when somebody was saying, "Oh, it's all right for you as a content creator to play video games." I chose to do this so that I could play video games because I don't like interacting with fucking physical humans because this is what you have to deal with on a daily basis in a fucking office. Moronic fucking people that can't even fucking tie their own shoelaces. Or need a fucking digital watch because they can't read analog. Or can't even fucking learn a 24-hour clock unless you're in the military. Don't even know what state you're in America. You don't know any other country in the fucking world because you weren't educated. You know? The drivel of humanity. DayZ DCS has prepared me for SC 1.0. Again, you just have to look at it that it's not a little Wing Commander cruise around the verse type video game. Like, CIG for over 13 years have explained what they fucking are going with, and I just don't understand where these little fucking silver spoon babies, like, they're not even fucking gold sped. Because they're poor in real life or whatever the fuck is going on, you know? It's not like a Saudi Arabian prince who fucking whale, like 50k is meaningless, you know? Don't give a shit. I've got 2 tigers and 20 wives, you know? Care Bears, yeah, exactly. Like, why? Why do you not understand that CIG has to have these things in the game so that you don't just complete everything in 2 weeks and then go and play another video game for 2 weeks, right? How many games, guys, have you guys played recently where you buy the game, you think it's fucking awesome, you complete it in a month and that's it. That's the end of your game. You then buy another game. You then buy another game. You then buy another game. And you've bought 20 games in the year and none of them have really satisfied you, right? I'm bored of that. I'm so bored of fucking buying video games to fill the void of gaming when all you need is just a game where it produces meaning like you have in real life. And Star Citizen is the only game out there that gives you that rush of, as soon as I undock, I might have to replace my gun one day. I might have to, you know, repair my ship. I might have to make choices before I land at this location instead of just headbutting the ground. You know? I love the idea that you have to make all these choices before the game dictates on what you do for the day. Do you do some missions? Do you do some mining? Do you do some salvaging? Do you go and help your friend as a medic? Do you do engineering work? Do you get some fuel? Do you go and do some shopping? Do you interact with somebody in a hub who's doing the exact same thing and you make a friend for life because at that moment in time, your paths connect? Because that's what games does for people who are trying to escape the realities of how shite fucking real life is. That's why we play video games, to detach from our mundane fucking jobs and our boring wives and our kids that you just want to fucking throttle because they're also built around the idiot fucking decision of, oh look, there's a cat on the internet. Oh look, there's a horse that can talk. Oh my god, swipe left, swipe right, boyfriend left, gay person right. Oh my god, that's your fucking life right now. So escaping away to a little bit of a false reality to do something, right, is just a little bit more exciting than that boring shit that goes on. And the only time you truly get away from all this nonsense is when you're up on top of a fucking Munro or a mountain and you can scream towards your God that isn't ever replying to you, and the moment you die, you find out there is nothing there for you, and you've wasted your whole entire life wasting your existence over nothing, pretenses and all this shit, because you couldn't be bothered to actually grab your own life by the reins and do something about it. And that's the reality of humans in my rant format. Pathetic creatures. Absolutely fucking pathetic. It's me, Dharma, with TDL. I kind of feel like Mead would be a good thing. Soft. Yeah. Again, guys, there's a cool thing I like to look at. When you lose, you're actually winning. Because when you lose, you learn to do things. When you cut yourself, you understand that what pain is. When you have a hardship breakup in a relationship, you learn to look for different traits in somebody else's friends, relationship, girlfriend, boyfriend, wife, anything like that, so that you don't have to go through the same bullshit. Losing is actually winning. And everyone is so hyper-focused on always the winning part. And it's the sad reality of humans. You don't learn unless you lose something. And losing components allows you to win in the game. Because you go, how do I avoid having these hardships and make it easier for myself? Oh, I've got 20 fucking billion in the game. You know what? Instead of buying one module, I'll buy two and put one as a little squirrel. The squirrel can teach you so much in life. It goes and puts its nuts underground for winter, but then forgets where it puts it because it couldn't be bothered to fucking write a sign. Like, these things are just so good in video games because instead of the game lasting you a month and you put it away and never play it again and maybe come back in a patch and realize it wasn't the game for you in the first place and that you've learned another thing in life, right? Is that whilst you're playing a game that has constant loss, you're also constantly playing it instead of having to waste money on other things and other games that are not going to fill your void. I always know where my nuts are, thankfully. That's good. You're a smart squirrel. You've got a piece of string that leads to it. But that's the problem with video games and people, is that they're just not willing. These fucking unathletic pigeons on the internet are just not willing to play a video game instead of just get it done and learn from the mistakes that you make in the game. Learn from the hardship. Learn, oh, my mojo is like at 10% health. Maybe I'll spend today on another ship and do something different today and do some shopping. Or I don't know, interact with another player and ask them if they can do a shopping run for me. You know, logistical. Amazon, Space Amazon in Star Citizen. Imagine if you had that. Then you, again, like I said, you go from being an antisociable person and you finally meet somebody who's also like you, who's antisociable. And then for the first time in your fucking shitty existence of a life, you meet somebody who you can relate with and you become great friends on the internet, because that happens daily with people. I know people who got married because they met each other on the internet, playing video games that they both enjoyed. Not hiding away and not, you know what I mean, rotting. It's so sad. People waste their existence chasing after that fucking perfect dream, and there's no such thing as perfect. It's now common, yeah, because unfortunately, as we get on as older gamers from the past who actually knew hardship of video games, Samson, right? We now have people who are like, let me play fucking what's that meme one called? Something Raid Shadow Legends. They're like, yeah, there we go. That's it. I put the fucking game down and I roll in my own feces in the fucking toilet because I don't have the brain power to fucking comprehend any other video game. It's like people who play a game on easy just so you get the fucking game done. Fuck that shit. Play it on the hardest difficulty and the game will last 1,000,000 times longer. Stop being a pansy ass. Oh, I just want to get the storyline finished. Fuck you. Weak. Absolutely weak. Drivel. That's why I love games like Elden Ring and shit like that. Hey Glitch, how you doing? I really hope CIG don't buckle to these fucking clowns that barely have any game time in Star Citizen whatsoever. Because again, obviously this is just a global idea of what they're wanting to achieve with 4.5, like the design doc, right? This is the design idea. And I think it's a really good design. It does need tweaks. It needs certain things. Like I said in my title, it says to remove critical stuff, because the whole idea of being able to board somebody's ship or board an NPC ship and get some stuff from it is really, really, really important. Always, when everyone explodes left, right, and center, it's a really boring game because you don't have boarding, you don't have cargo stealing, you don't have getting the ship back together and flying away again. It means that ships like the Crucible or the Vulcan have no place in the game whatsoever. Because if you're always dying, you know, that's it. Yeah, exactly. Do you guys remember, like, if anybody's ever played a game where you've had to do like a dungeon and stuff like that, it's the same experience. You go into the dungeon for the first time and you get 360'd by it, and then every time you do the dungeon run, you start to get better and better and better until it becomes flawless, right? That's the great thing about games that have loss is that it, like I said in life, loss is a win. It teaches you how to be better at things. You don't just instantly become good at riding a bike. You get on your bike, you wobble around, you maybe fall over, your dad or mother picks you back up and you get fucking going again. And 10 years later, you're cruising down the road and you don't even think about it. The same as driving a car. Once you've learned how to drive a car, you don't get in the car and go, right, gear here. You just do it automatically. Muscle memory is a beautiful thing. So it's the same thing with engineering. It'll be hard to begin with. It'll be a struggle. It won't be fun. But eventually down the line, it will be built into muscle memory where you won't even think you're doing it. You'll just get it done. Your engineers will be on top form. And that's the beautiful thing that you can get from Star Citizen. Exactly, Ondo, yeah. Again, this document is amazing. Like, it shows you what they want to achieve. Obviously, we're not at that point yet, but it's cool that it's complex enough to make it fun and worthwhile, right? So again, keep it at CIG, but I'm really wanting to know why CIG 360'd on the weapon choices. Like, that's again, you go away for one day and the game is completely changed for no reason. I want to know why CIG decided to pull a fucking Yui. You have to equip disruptors if you want to play NPC Space Chop Shop, the new meta. No. That's always been the case, but we've had for the past 2 years soft def and hard def, right? And soft def allowed you to board and do things like where you couldn't self-destruct, and the idea was CIG would have it where you soft def and then you could repair back to full life, or you went to hard def. Now they've got it where there's no soft or hard def. It is literally where you are turned off, and if the person keeps shooting at you, you explode. But the problem is the threshold of that explosion is ridiculously easy. Because for some reason CIG thought it was a good idea to make it where all the damage, when your hull goes to zero, all the damage goes to the power plant, which barely has any HP, and you go critical and you can't stop the critical. No, it doesn't seem to be a bug, it seems to be intentional. But for me, I think they should remove the critical explosion. Like, or make it something where you have to do 10 times the amount of damage to induce the critical explosion. Right? Because again, it's very easy to turn somebody off, regardless of their hull HP, right? I was showcasing this on Tuesday fighting NPCs. I was literally up against 5 NPCs, and I could tell you when the NPC had its engines turned off, so I changed target and started going for other ships. That's what I want to see in Star Citizen, not somebody constantly shooting somebody until they explode. There's no storyline if everyone is bloody exploding. There's no boarding, there's no getting your crew back together and repairing the ship and getting out of combat. It's just death, 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 death. And that's a very boring game. All they had to do was make it where the critical stage required somebody to shoot a ship for 10 times the hull HP. If they were that bored, you would eventually do it, but it gave you time to get the power plant back up and running somehow. But CIG now have it where everyone is dying because they've nerfed shields, they've reverted all the weapons, so now it is back to where you'll just have light fighters killing big ships, and we were so close to flipping the scale. And now you've got people crying on Spectrum that they don't want to go and buy a mod a second time because their first mod breaks. Just stop playing Star Citizen at that point if that's where you want to be. Just go and wait for Squadron 42 to come out and hold Chris Roberts' hand and get your fucking Wing Commander, reunion nonsense like. I like the idea that somebody could have been like a logistic runner, buying modules or collecting all the modules that were like everyone was using it and take it to a location that, I don't know, maybe could sell on the back of their Banner Merchantman or their Kraken Privateer in the future. No? No? I mean, we've got ships that are literally meant to be malls in space where you could go and have somebody doing the job that you dislike. And you would pay them because you're doing the job that you like. But these people on the internet don't want you to have fun if they're not having fun. No, they're not in it, Harley Quinn, no. They could be brought in, though. I remember there was a post with the lore team saying they could bring them in if they so wish, but I think it's something to do with copyright with EA for the Kilrathi. There's something about that. It's like copywritten or something. Hey, Astronaut, how you doing? Old Man Johnny, welcome in as well, dude. From the document, key behavior power plant failure triggers a self-destruct sequence with a timer based on the power plant. This can be repaired with multi-tool once critical. Power plants going critical at 9% health without warning is a known issue. Right, okay. Well, if they fix that, then that's fine. Again, it needs to be where it's a battle of why are you constantly exploding a ship, right? So if it's just a bug and it can be fixed, but then that's fine. We can then, the discussion moves to why have you reverted all the weapons back when we've spent literally 2 weeks giving you information and testing out the new changes. Like, this is what I don't understand with CIG. Why have you scrapped like 2 to 3 weeks of information and all you've done is revert the guns back, lowered everyone's shields, and added penetration? So now everyone is just going to be in the Gladius with CH repeaters, killing everyone again. Because you won't have any shields and your power plants will go critical, and there's no way one person or 2 people are overwhelming 2 fighters constantly shooting at you, and your power plant will eventually explode. It's very strange. Very strange. At this point, they're just extending the dev time to get more money. Dude, even if 4.5 came out, they would still be, they'd still, you know what I mean? They'd still, what's the word I'm looking for? They still get paid, right, regardless. I'm just going to do it in that simple term. They still get paid even if this thing is out. CIG is collecting data, changing the numbers drastically. Yeah, but the problem is with that 90 is why revert back to 4.4 weapon changes and just add penetration? That's the confusing thing. Is why not just adjust the new numbers that we had, which were actually looking really good. Again, there was only 4 to 5 weapons that were sort of like, they should really be sorted out before live. Or everyone's going to be flying Talons with C-78s. Or fucking Shiv ballistic guns, right? I'm so confused. How do I repair the wear and tear? You don't. You don't. You're meant to replace the module eventually. That's the idea of it. And I think it's a fantastic idea. Because if you've ever played any game like Dune Awakening, you get these cool modules these cool weapons, but the choice is, do I use them or save them for a rainy day? And when you use them, you get huge benefit from it, but you eventually have to replace that item with a brand new one. And that's what Star Citizen was going on. But I don't think people realize that the wear and tear is ridiculously slow. It's not like every day you're going to be replacing modules. It's like every week you're going to be replacing modules, unless you're bad. I hope the maintenance fix it. Yeah, I heard about this yesterday, where they turned off the what's it called? The free flight and the drops, and it's just broken, right? So I have to hoard FR86s? Yeah. What's wrong with that? You don't want to play the game, Emperor? You want the game to play you? Is that what you want? Maybe there was a hidden bug that was reported that was game breaking, so they reverted temporarily. Again, this is where, you know, FR86 can't be found in game. What are you talking about, dude? I literally have a collection of them in my hangar in 4.4. I didn't buy them. I found them. So what are you talking about, dude? I've got full fit light fighter, full military A-spec, full medium ship like the F8. In the Nick stuff, dude, before it broke. And a full Perseus, size 3, all military fit, A fit. And I found them all, I didn't buy them from anyone. And I did it by myself practically. I think it was only one day. What, it was like Tumblr, a puppeteer, you know, a few people helping me. The rest is just all by myself. Excuses, hangers. But the thing, also the Nick stuff was giving all of them as well, Unga. Have you not got any, dude? I've had multiples from it. I think you just do you know that there's like multiple locations in those things though, dude? Right? So warehouse B always has 2 modules, right? The God, I always want to say Perseus. Polaris has between 5 to 6 modules if you're lucky, and then you have warehouse A. Or is it C, the one that you unlock, right? Is full of loot. I have terrible luck. I've found one. I need to put in more game time. But that's the beautiful thing about it, right? So hear me out, guys. I've found them. I don't need them. But you know what is cool about the game is that whilst you're doing that, you're making money, and then you give me the money, so I give you the item. And there's economy because of it. And then whilst I'm finding modules that people like and I'm loving that gameplay, you guys can do other things and then ask me to find the modules for you. Just doing it as an example. I'm not going to be doing it every fucking day, right? But it's the idea that you have that in the game where if your luck is not lucky, you can make money, you can make bank and buy them from other players. And eventually down the line, if CIG ever gets an auction house or some market system in the game where you don't even need to interact with me, you don't need to come on stream and say, "DarkLaw, you have a fucking FR86. You just go to the market and be like, right, it's over here in fucking Hurston. And you go and buy it from a player that sold it to an NPC or something like that. That's the cool thing. G to hub? Oh, it'd be so cool, man. It'd be really cool. I can't wait for legit. Same with me. But also, right, so this is what I would like to see from, going a little bit off topic here, but this is what I would love to see because of people that have like the idea of banner merchant and like Kraken Privateer or whatever other ship that CIG bring. I mean, you could do it technically in any ship, right? I would like to see player-to-player trading system where you can basically open up a window and you drag the item in, right? So before somebody can pick it up from your ship, for example, right? they can't touch it until they've done like a trade to trade where they are become the owner, right? Something like that. But the same in hangers where you can drag and drop, a bit like other games. The second thing is, I would like it where if you put items on a market, you have to pay taxes. But Banu merchant owners don't have taxes, so they can make it just slightly cheaper, but actually they make more money because they're not playing the tax system, right? Call it a proof system. Yeah, exactly. I would love this because it means that you can go to the auction house and not have to interact with players, sell your items, and buy your items without having to interact with players, but you have to pay a little bit of extra money. Or you go out of your comfort zone and trade to trade with player to player trading, and you get no taxes and people can dictate the prices that they want to do. It would be amazing in Star Citizen. You have your introverts not having to deal with other players, and you have your extroverts or other people in between that are doing things, you know? Why not interact with players in MMO games? Because again, a lot of people apparently these days are introverts, right? You see it all the time. You see content creators who claim they're introverts, but magically can fucking talk to loads of thousands of people on their stream. It's like, I don't think you know what an introvert is. I think you're just using the term because you want to fucking get some sympathy or some shit like that. That's the way I see it. Because why the fuck are you playing it, you know? I'm an introvert and I want to play friends. I don't think you're an introvert then, dude. But some people do that, astronaut. Some people will claim, like if you generally have mental illness, I'm so sorry for you. But there's a lot of people that will fake claim these things just to get advantages in the world. It's the same thing as, I always bring this up, is when gluten-free became this weird craze in the UK where everyone was like, oh, I'm gluten-free now because I have allergies. It's like, yeah, but you've eaten bread for your whole life and I've never seen you had a breakout. Oh, but I'm gluten-free now. Oh, wow, magically, over the fucking space of 25 years, eating bread, continuously baking rolls at school, you now magically have breakouts. And then you say, have this bacon roll, it's gluten-free, and then they eat it, and you're like, oh, by the way, that's not a gluten-free roll, it was a normal roll, I don't see you breaking out, oh, you're trying to poison me. It's like, don't talk fucking shite. If you actually genuinely have problems like that, then that sucks. I can't stand people who go on these little fucking craze things just to get extra attention. It fucking sucks because it takes away from the people that truly have issues. Like everyone these, yeah, exactly. Every streamer these days has ADHD. And it fucking ruins the fact that people who actually do suffer from this, who actually do get tested and do have life issues, are fucking shadowed by cunts who don't even have any issues. Introvert just means you have small, close circle. Yeah, it doesn't mean that you have bad social skills. Exactly. But people will use introvert as they don't want to interact with you because they do have bad social skills. And that's what I fucking hate about that shit. Like, they'll use it as a way to try and make the developers change something in a video game just because they don't want to actually try and socialize with somebody. Not that they can't. SA has a big problem with interaction and CIG has a real fucking challenge. Yeah, exactly, because again, I don't think it's that people don't want to interact with people. I think they're just using that as an excuse. I think it's because CIG doesn't give you any tools like in any video game. I mean, look at the basic simple of World of Warcraft, EverQuest 2, Dune Awakening, EVE Online. the basic foundations of any MMO or multiplayer online is that you have the ability to trade between the players by opening up a window. Yet there's nothing like that in Star Citizen. There's no way to, for example, block people in games so you never see their name or their text. There's no way to report things and stuff like that, no? VoIP would massively help, but again, you still need a trade system because again, like, the simplest thing is not everyone wants to hook up a microphone and talk with, like, there's some days for me, Scrag, where like I've had a bad day, right? I've had a bad day at streaming, or maybe I'm upset about things like with Nova. You know what I mean? I've had a bad day and I just want to play the video game and I just want to listen to loud music and not have to type to anyone. And it would just be cool to be like, wanting to buy this module, trade window opens up, I trade it with you, and awesome, right? So VoIP will always be a cool thing to use in video games. But just that quick, going to an auction house, quick trade window, you know what I mean? There are days where I understand people will have bad days, right? But this is what CIG need to improve on. Not make it where the idea of not trading with each other is the positive thing. It should be where trading with each other is the positive thing, and you've got the tools to do it effectively without having to go, can I trust this person on the UEX website? Are they going to be valid? Oh my god, you know what I mean? Am I going to lose an item I'm eventually going to lose regardless because we're going to get wiped 2 or 3 times before 1.0? But you definitely need, like, CIG has to hyper focus on this as the game gets more popular, that we can't just hide away from these things and go, no, like the thing here, right? Module deterioration, where you have to replace it, right? Component replacement. It shouldn't be where we let the people who don't want to interact with players for whatever reason get a dictate in that this is removed from the game. Because this is a necessity thing where, for example, crafting, right? I brought this up this week. I really want CIG to make it, when you craft an item in this game, it says made by TheDarkLaw, made by Seiko, made by Unga, made by Scrag, Arexis, right? I really want this in the game because when you take it from a player or a player shows it to you, you go, oh, now I know where you got it from or who originally built it. I'm going to go to them and interact with them and maybe see if I can get a cheaper deal on certain things. Maybe buy them in bulk because I want to have these really good tier 5 modules that I can't be fucked to craft because that's not my gameplay loop, but I'm making billions from fucking doing other things. So you then get this interaction chain going off where, yes, you can get the modules if you take them from other players, but you can go to the direct source who's enjoying that crafting, who enjoys that fame of being the best tier 3, tier 5 crafter for this certain thing. You're going to their outposts, you're visiting these people, you're doing things, and you don't necessarily have to VoIP, but if you had a trade window and the ability to type with it, what's the harm in that? But these people on Spectrum right now are literally wanting it where when you buy a module, it never breaks. And when you lose your ship, you never lose your modules. And when you die, you never lose your armor. They just want to roll over the keyboard and hope for the fucking best. And sometimes hoping for the best is a bad way to live your life. Take the loss and learn. And become a better person. Don't just always assume somebody else is going to help you. I don't want this game to be dictated by CIG. I want us, the players, to dictate it with the foundations that CIG give us. Missions, cargo running, trading, mining, all these things. I don't want it to where on a daily basis you do the same boring shit because that's the only way to get by in this game. Like the Jawa and Star Wars, have people go around. Exactly, dude, it'd be so good. If you don't have loss, what's the point in a Banu merchantman? And there's thousands of people that are dying for their ship to be made. I don't personally own one. It's never been a ship that I wanted. But I love the idea where I would go and be like, yo, fucking Tirada. I see that you're a tier 5 crafter and you're selling these items to these players. Can I buy them from you? Oh, yes, I've got a random name. Just pulled out the head, right? I'm selling them off the back of my Banu merchantman in deep space where I don't have to pay taxes. Oh my god, I'm on my way. Let's create a trade window, a contract window, so if I scam you, you can fucking file in something and have the bounty hunters chase after me to get the module back. Oh my god, gameplay loops with player to player and no fucking CIG involved in it. I'm not having to do a mission to fight an NPC. I'm literally going to trade with a player to get an item that I can afford to buy and they can be bothered to build. But if you buy it once and you never lose it, you never have to have these interactions ever again. That means CIG will always have to change the meta every fucking patch with different items becoming better, so you're forced to go and play the game. No, just set up a meta once and make it where when you lose your ship, it explodes, you have to go and buy the modules all over again. And when you reinsure, you just get your stock back. Forcing you to take and love your ship instead of just fucking smashing it into an asteroid and going, no, just reclaim it. It's no loss to me. Fuck that shit. I want it where I lose a ship, I go, oh my god, if I had just done this differently, I could have prevented this. I'm such an idiot. Now I've learned from my mistake. Next time I'll hopefully not do it again. And I've gained skills from loss. But if you take that away, this game will become boring. And the last thing we need is a video game that's boring because life is already boring enough. That's why, like, Arc Raiders is really cool. You choose to wipe your character at the end of the season, or you do wipe and you gain something from it. Because then you can go to the even crazier thing, right? Here's where the Alice in Wonderland goes. You can't be bothered to go and get an item, but you need the item. You have somebody in your organization or group that likes to do trading with other players. They then have a job to go and get you the item. You give them the money. They then go and do their gameplay loop that then interacts with another player who likes to do the crafting side and the trading side. And you have an ecosystem of players. You have the middleman then. The logistic runners, the space Amazon drivers. And they may not like PvP or PvE. They just love to do this trading system. You give people different gameplay loops. What one person doesn't like in life doesn't mean that everyone has to follow suit. What I love in life or rant about doesn't mean that it affects you in one way unless you feel the same thing about it. And that's what good and bad is all about. But if you start to dictate that because you don't want to do something means that everyone else has to follow in your fun, and not everyone likes my fun. Yeah, I played from 2003 to 2012. The problem is that Eve doesn't have one thing. Eve doesn't have the ability to fly around like a dog fighter and walk around and actually have player-to-player interaction. It's very open up a window here, open up a window there, and you're clicking left and right. I've always said this, as an Eve player from 2003, I beta test the game, I literally ended when Star Citizen was announced, and I sold my Javelin, I sold lots of stuff. I sold my Javelin in for real life money, and I bought Javelin in Star Citizen for a meme. I transferred from one big ship to another ship. And if Eve had ever come out and said, we're doing Eve 2.0 and it's going to be like Star Citizen, I would have never left. Legendary. Never left because I loved Eve Online. The only reason I left Eve was one, they were watering down the gameplay and making it too easy, too casual, pay to fucking progress in points. And I had spent... You know what I mean? When I hear somebody could spend money and instantly max out everything in 5 on the Titan character, if they so wished, and I'm like, I spent 2 years doing that. 90-day fucking skill checking, right? You know? That's when I fell out of love with EVE Online, because it just started to cater for the pussies. The people that don't want to do anything in a video game, but have a lot more money than you in real life, and they just want to buy everything. Because they can't be bothered to actually do it again in a different world. And if Eve had said we're sticking with our guns and we're making it where you can fly as the what was it that came out of the super carriers, the like the motherships? It wasn't the drone, the fighter drone and the fighter bomber. If you could have been those pilots flying through like they did in that VR game Valkyrie, oh my god, I would have never played Star Citizen, right? I would have never played Star Citizen. I would have been playing EVE Online. If they had made it where all their third-party games, like the FPS game, was built into into EVE Online. Valkyrie was built into EVE Online. Their new looter shooter was built into EVE Online. Not just a separate game, but in the whole system, right? I don't think I would have stopped playing EVE. I really don't. Because it would have given me everything that I'm wanting Star Citizen to be. And you just have to look at what made EVE successful. Look what made Elite Dangerous successful. Look what made Wing Commander successful. But don't, Chris Roberts, stay in this mundane, like, I only know how to build video games from the 80s. Because it doesn't work. What time does maintenance start? No idea. No idea. I'll be on PTU anyway. Although I don't know what I'm going to test because, again, like, all these changes just don't make any sense right now. And I really wish CIG were going to, like, explain something about it. It's me, I'm the Space Amazon driver, except I prefer mining to hauling. Yeah, exactly. Space communism, yeah. So I'm just trying to catch up with this conversation that's going on right now. I want to test something fun in Arena Commander. What's fun in Arena Commander? If it's 4.4, then I'm not interested. I'll only be doing 4.5. I'm trying to catch up with this chaos thing. If this conversation against like KOS or whatever you got, I'm not reading through all the guys. If it gets heated, take it to DMs, please. Have a nice civil conversation if you can, please. And if you disagree to agree and vice versa, then drop it. Again, not everyone has to agree on everyone's opinions here, but you don't need to fight each other over it. Not that you are. I'm just stating it before it gets to that point. Most people I've played around in SE have KOS me just because. Are you talking about kill on sight? Or are you talking about where somebody puts a KOS on you? Is that what the conversation is? Not everyone in the game KO sight making a blanket statement about all players. It's just not facts. I need to read this whole conversation. I was hoping for a cage fight. What was that scene in Spider-Man? Ripsaw. Was it Ripsaw? I got you for 5 minutes. Or was it 3 minutes? Something like that. That's the cage fight. That's the only cage fight I enjoy. When you can't escape. I think it was Ripsaw. Or Bonesaw. Something like that. I've not watched that movie in a while. But yeah, definitely a lot. So, like, for example, there's no point actually trying to do vocal pirating or because look at it this way, right? A lot of people will complain about pirating where they're like, oh, there's no reason to pirate me. I don't have anything. But the thing is, though, is if CIG actually developed a system like working via VoIP and a trade window that you could do from ship to ship, for example, you could even have it where you could VoIP somebody, say, right, you don't need to talk to me back, but here is a ransom, you know, a highwayman kind of system where you get to keep all your cargo, but give me 500k just now and we'll let you live. And then you have to weigh up, I've got 10 million on board, 500k is nothing, right? We need these systems so that not every pirate is just killing everyone for no reason. And generally, here's the thing, from somebody who actually plays the game to kill everyone on site for certain reasons, that wants to be like an assassin type character, there's no point me doing anything else right now because VoIP doesn't work, there's no trading system to do anything else, and generally I use this time to learn how to kill people as fast as possible. And if it so happens that you're in the crossfire, it's just looking at it as, it's not me being personal to you. This is why when people are like, oh, it's just an Aurora, I'm not shipist. It doesn't matter what ship you're in. I'm wanting to learn how to kill you as fast as possible or disable your ship as fast as possible. And you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's all it is. And when I die to players, I learn from that as well. So I always kill on sight with people. But the thing is, though, is when I'm at a space station or undocking from Grim Hex, I'm not killing people. If you're caught in an interdiction bubble or I'm warping to repair and you attack me and I kill you, that's just, again, another choice. There are certain places where I just won't kill players, and that's normally at stations. Because again, it's like, what am I achieving there, right? I'm not really learning anything. Bonesaw McGraw is actually the fucking name. Bonesaw McGraw. Mining loop is a lot of fun, although I'm a bit anxious to see if it will be able to solo my moles still with engineering. But the thing is, though, is you don't have to worry about fires and stuff like that if you're not getting shot. Engineering really is only a system if you're getting killed, right? And there's a lot of places you can go and mine in. I know people who mine in this game and never have been killed by a player because they're not in the typical places that everyone goes. They spend the extra 5 minutes going to safer locations. And the only time you come across them is like if I'm low flying in random space. I want more mixed bag of interactions, but being able to talk to someone like Arc Raiders would make some of our time in SE a bit better. Yeah, but the problem is, though, is CIG want to have it where VoIP is disabled by default. And I don't think that should be the case. I don't think you should be able to disable VoIP. I think you should only be able to block somebody, right? That is what I want to see. I want to see VoIP as it's on and you have the ability to block somebody so you never hear their voice ever again. Because it could just be a simple thing of, hey buddy, I'm behind you. I'm not going to shoot you, I'm just doing my quest, right? And that person then turns around and decides to kill you, like an Arc Raiders or a Tarkov, and that's a choice that is made at that time. But most people will be like, cool, you let me know in there. If I type, hey buddy, I'm behind you, everyone in the verse goes, for a split second, right? It's so stupid. Yeah, it should definitely be mandatory on unless you block somebody. So you like see a pop-up, it says TheDarkLaw is making vocal conversation beside you. Then you can go into a tab and like block TheDarkLaw, right? But at that point, you want to be able to have like those interactions where TheDarkLaw goes, I'm not here to kill you, I just want to quickly grab that thing out of your backpack. Don't mind me, I'm just going to knock you out, right? Just taking the stuff out of your backpack. Have a nice day. Not gonna kill you. Here's some med pens when you revive, right? Just those simple interactions would just be fantastic. But when you don't have working VoIP ever in the game, hands off friendly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, we are getting handcuffs. We are. CIG showed us getting handcuffs. Was it 2 years ago? We saw it. I think it was 2 years ago. Or maybe it was the year beforehand. Where you get the little handcuffs and do things. And Windex to force feed. Well, I don't think it'll get to that stage. Let me load up this whilst we're chilling. I think the only thing I'm going to test just now is I'm going to go and do the same test we did on Tuesday, which is go to Nyx and test killing the NPCs with certain ships. Oh, wait, actually, before I do this, I need to redo my account because apparently oh my god, chat. At the start of the stream, I said I had something to do and I've just remembered what it was. It was literally remove the ships from my account because we apparently have got the skins. Let me go and check. Hey, Tough, good morning, dude. How you doing, sir? That was what I needed to do. Because I don't want to have a Polaris and shit on my account, but I want the skins, yeah. Finally remembered after an hour and a bit. Let's just double check the hangar. Yes, there's the skins. The Gladiator, good. Okay, so we can start getting rid of things then. Let me do this quickly, chat, and then I'll recopy my account. Also, I've got a shipment of CBD oil arriving, hopefully, this week. It's not for me, it's for Mother. Mother's become a CBD alcoholic. However, I've got some stuff for Nova as well, which is cool. I'm going to put Nova on some CBD oil for pain relief. Alright, so I can get rid of this. Alright, that's that gone. Let me quickly get the URL for a buyback as well. Ego Online went, no, actually, before I got agitated by idiots on Spectrum, I was, I had already forgotten, to be honest. And where the hell do we go for this again? Back to dashboard. I really wish the IG made it a little bit easier to navigate around. Here we go. PTU, universe, recopy, account. Lovely jubbly. There we go. Alright, so again, we are literally going to test out the same shit that we were doing on Tuesday, just with CIG reverting these changes, which I would imagine you guys have tested more than me, but ships just, I would imagine, are exploding way further as well. Such a shame as well, because the 4-5 was looking so good, guys. I really know. TDL seems high. Now we know why. I'm always high. No, CBD oil doesn't make you high. What are you talking about? Nice little bag of cocaine would. Get some space dust. Oh, also, I need to remember to do this. Games. PTU. User. Client. 0. Controls. Mapping. Get rid of this and rename this. And then take this and then put it everywhere because just in case. Because heaven forbid having just one folder for controls in this video game. Cool. That jump down. THC gets you high? Nah, but it's a downer, dude. Like, whenever somebody says, like, getting high, like, it's A-class. I always look at, like, weed and marijuana as, like, a D-class, you know, like, a downer drug. It's not getting you high at all. It's fucking slowing you down. Seiji just keeps doing balance with their ass, and I am absolutely mortified in CIG's choices with reverting the weapons and then adding penetration and then lowering all the shields. Like, I genuinely don't understand this at all. And I hope it makes sense before live, because right now, this makes no sense to me whatsoever. Is it live maintenance, or is it PTU maintenance? Does anybody know if it's everything? Live. Alright, well, who cares about live? Anybody that can't get into PTU, I would imagine. Oh, well. To be honest, it needed to be, because, like, everyone was saying that live was broken ever since the,
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
what was it? Yeah, you know what I'm actually gonna do, chat? I'm gonna use a stock Gladius as the test ground to begin with. The Pirate Gladius. And then we're gonna do the Chev. And then we still can't use the L22, it seems. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we'll just do these two to begin with. Yeah, Free Flight broke everything, so yeah, again, maintenance is a good thing. What's that? Oh, has it changed now? Oh yeah. I got this new armor to look at. Is that the helmet that comes with it? Is it an open helmet? Or is this actually closed? I think it's just an open helmet, right? That does not look like it's got a system. Alright, we need a different helmet then. Go outside and try it? Nah, I'll just pick something else. Oh, it does have a visor. Alright. Screw it. We'll just we'll gamble then. I need this, I need this, and I need a canister, right? 250. There we go. I don't need anything else, right? That'll do for testing. Go. Right.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval.
Let's test out chat. So again, we're gonna use the next mission as a standard workaround. This one here, because it has fighters and it has some medium ships. We're gonna use a stock Gladius to see how fast everything dies. And if we die, obviously it'll give me an indication. Because with them changing all the stats, I have to do everything I've been working on Monday and Tuesday all over again. And I might have to go to Arena Commander. But my problem is I wonder if Arena Commander's been updated, so... Ah, dear. Things we have to do, chat. So again, this is not for PvP because, like I said on Tuesday, I'm not doing anything regarding PvP because CIG are going to be constantly changing stats. So since they've completely diverted all the stuff anyway, you know that a CH repeater fighter is probably going to be the most deadliest thing in the game again. Your multi-crew is probably going to mean shit all, you know? Yeah, I just generally think Arena Commander is really broken. That's why it's so difficult to test this stuff, because nobody can be bothered to fix Arena Commander. Oh yeah, look at that face. But we'll see. So this complete stock. This will be 2 lasers, 1 ballistic. Let's see how fast we can go through NPCs. I'm not going to do any PvP because, knowing my luck, CIG will put all the original stats back in tomorrow. Didn't the AC team get fired? I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me, right? Obviously, we're going to just do a quick sort of 2 power system. Actually, I'm going to do that just so we got a little fucking lineup. Then obviously, because we got our wonderful macro, we can instantly get all the MFDs that we need.
Launch complete.
Little fucking 6-7 flares. So we got 4,000 rounds, 71 shots, because obviously I don't have enough power. We're not using it. But again, what people don't realize is that extra power for 4 extra shots is not going to make a difference to you in any form of combat whatsoever. So actually, in the new system with engineering, you want to divert power to certain areas. You want to make sure that you stay cool. So again, don't be somebody that disables their coolers in engineering. Don't be somebody that only runs with 1 cooler in their fighter. You're going to have a very bad day. Very, very bad day. Not only will you cook inside your ships, fire can output, cooling won't work, modules will turn off because of the heat. And if any of that doesn't happen, an IR missile will never let go of you. You might as well call IRs Jimmy Savile at that point if you decide to turn your coolers off in this game. Because you know he's hunting you down. Hanger weights and Levski? Yeah, it's just bugs, man. It's just bugs. The whole hangar queue thing is a load of shit because there's like 10 extra large hangars here and there's not 10 people. It just always uses the same hangar, sadly. It's still not been fixed. It's been like this for like a year now, I think. Maybe even 6 months. Almost doubles when disabling 1 cooler, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, again, you will fucking not work with 1 cooler in the ship. It will eventually cook things out, and you don't want to. Especially because, again, like you can see here. You know how this person's crying about module wear and tear, chat? Look at that. My wear and tear just hovering here is still 100%. Right? This dude is crying about wear and tear, but look, only the Gatling gun is starting to go down in wear and tear. But if I'm correct, I still think CIG have it where if you reclaim your ship, because you get your ship back with modules, you just reclaim, you get everything. How can you play if the game is under maintenance? Because I work at CIG. I'm just joking. It's because I'm special! I'm a special boy! And I'm testing in a different video game. I'm special. Yeah, I'm on the test server 4.5 instead of live 4.4. Because I can be bothered to do testing for people so they don't have to do it. And this is why I get paid the big bucks, right? Do you need to repair everything with multi-tool, or do you need to go out of the hangar as well to repair some things? You can repair things in the hangar, dude. Unless you, CIG have still got it where you can't do multi-tools inside the hangars. Who knows? Again, that'll be neat somebody to test that. I just want to test the basics just now, guys, which is, can a stock Gladius even kill an NPC fighter under the pressure of dealing with other ones? Again, if we were in full military spec, it's going to be a huge difference compared to stock. But we have to use stock to sort of get a baseline idea. Plus, it'll take me far too long to grind up the modules to do full testing. All the confetti? Yeah. Again, it was needed. If everyone, like, for example, I've not, for the past, 2 weeks, I've not been able to do the scavenge runs that I've been massively enjoying in Nyx because the comp boards weren't spawning for whatever reason. So if the maintenance fixes that, fucking sick. Plus, you gotta have a maintenance after live. With all those ships lying about, you need a clean up in the game. This is where I still maintain CIG should do a maintenance window every week and clean the game until they've got a self-cleaning system. Like a bidet. Contact. Alright, so it's a caterpillar. That's definitely gonna fucking kill us. We need to find something else. We need to find something else out here. Did they add bounty hunter missions back to the PTU last night? No idea. I was literally playing Where Winds Meet last night. I got in from doing the dentist and Nova's hydrotherapy and other stuff like that. And I just played Where Winds Meet. I didn't even do any testing because, well, we're testing today, right? Contact. That's what I'm after. Alright, a Scorpius. That is a juicy target. That will do. We need to go around so we don't have the caterpillar playing with us. Shields offline. Alright, we won this chat. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Scorpius. Shields online. Alright, let's drag them towards us. Play a little bit over here, actually. Alright, what else do we got here? We got Vanguard. That's not a problem, Vanguard. That's going to be the issue. We want to see this, then. So obviously we're back to live stats. So the shield's literally instantly gone, nearly. Shields under fire. Thank you very much for the raid, dude. Give me a sec, guys. Welcome in, everyone. Alright, is that off? Oh shit, we're getting distorted. Alright, let's move away here. Because that's a lot of distortion, I think. Give or take. Welcome in, dude. Thank you very much for that raid. We're testing out 4.5 because obviously I think the game's gone into maintenance, right? Okay, so the Vanguards are still chasing, but the Scorpius got disabled. That wasn't actually too fast. Let's see how fast we can get these down. That shield going down is insane. What's the point of shields if they're that fast to die? Let's go for direct shoots on the power plant. Somebody else just died. I think they're done. Turret's not looking at me. Yeah, it's dead. It's fucking... So will this go critical then? So look how fast like you can kill because the shields don't do anything. I'm just using stock, chat. Let's do another burst. Now, obviously, players are going to be more difficult because they move, but look. Love it. Right. This is going to be the challenge of a lifetime. I think we will lose to this, personally. But we'll find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Since CIG have put the ranges back, let's see what I can do at kiting then.
Shield down.
Except for that thing is hitting us really well. So we're now able to hit it at 1.5. If I had military spec, my shields would already be up to full strength again, but because we've got stock, we actually got sniped there, that's cool. Let's pull away a bit. So its rear shield is still down. We're able to hit it at 1.9. Its front, yeah, its rear shield's gone. Wait, is it already disabled? No. No, it's not. It's baiting me in. Alright, okay. Smart. Smart play. I thought I'd already won. So just to put this in perspective, we couldn't do this on Tuesday. Couldn't do this on Tuesday. Because we would have to get super close. It didn't. It could hit us from this range. Now we can hit it, it can't hit us. Or sort of like tickling damage, right? So multi-crew actually had like a function. But look, I can just say at 1.4 and just beam it down now. Not even give a shit. Again, if I had military fit, my shields would never be down. And if they were down, I only would have to be out of combat for like 4 seconds to get my shields back. But I'm hitting this at 1.9. So is this what CIG wants, right? Obviously I'm running out of ballistics, but... Also, it's shooting us with invisible rounds, which is interesting. Let's go and see if we get killed. I'm testing... Yeah, so... We're now... I've lost power there. Okay, let's see if we go. I want to see if we go now. So we got 4 repairs. I'm going to let it try and take us down. So Again, this would be a stupid way to play it. There we go. So let's do a repair all. Reboot. So when you repair all... Yes, we're gonna get absolutely fucking crippled here. Let's see if we can actually get out of this. Although we're drifting at some crazy ass speed. Yeah, we're getting out of this, chat.
Missiles dry.
We're getting out of this.
Systems offline. Aegis combat assist activated. Systems green.
Power plant still not going in? Yeah, so further repair. There we go.
Engines online.
Power plant still not booting up yet. So it's coming in.
Offline.
It's still coming in.
Engines offline. Engines on. Engines offline.
Yeah. So again, this thing is thirsting us, right? So even if this wasn't an NPC and a player, you can see that now there's no point in doing anything. There's no story afterwards. There's no repair. Because this thing is just constantly giving us, right? Yeah, cannot repair further. So everything's gone again. We do have one Mantis Gatling, that's still running. Except for, I think, because power plants are, yeah.
Weapon systems online.
Now, let's see what happens. Because technically speaking, this is the point I was making out earlier on in the week, where you should eventually come to a halt so that you can get out and repair the ship. But we're moving still at some speed. Like, CIG has to make it where, because I've got repair stuff, right? I should be allowed to repair my power plant, repair my 2 leftover engines, and be able to warp. Because I still have, chat, my 2 coolers, my jump drive, my power plant, and my quantum drive in check, right? I should be able to repair them to get myself booted back up. But see how this NPC is now just constantly fucking thirsting me. And there's nothing I can do about it because of that. I think you should just blow up. No, it's not fun watching things blow up, dude. It completely negates anything to do with the game then. Then there's no point boarding, there's no point FPSing or anything like that in the game. There's no point getting out your ship to repair. You just literally are dying all over the time, you know? There's no point having a repair ship like a Vulcan or a Crucible if you just want everything to die. Yeah, but it's the same thing for a light fighter, dude. You should be able to, like I said, be able to get out of the ship and repair to get back to base. It shouldn't be always dying, dude. Like, the NPC, regardless, I should be coming to a halt eventually. You can let it have this blasting off again kind of gameplay, right? But you still get pretty fireworks, dude. You still get pretty fireworks. Literally shooting off my wings would be pretty enough for you. But the way that CIG are dictating is now I eject and then just backspace. That's not good gameplay. I shouldn't be just ejecting and killing myself to get back to port. And the weird thing is this thing is constantly shooting me and I'm not dying because of it. But the problem is when you lose the ship, you don't get any systems that tell you regardless of where you're at. Because you don't get a proper engineering system in this one. Like there, right? It still shows you my wings are red and stuff, but I don't have any fucking wings. Hey Pete, how you doing? I just don't understand why it's not killed us yet. Is it purely because of that? I can
Weapon
make that
systems
easier for them.
Weapon systems online.
Like, why is it taking so long for this thing to, like, go for the kill? This is why I don't understand with CIG's behavior. Either make it where they kill me, or at least move away to allow me to repair. Even though I am, like, moving at crazy speed. Let's actually have a look, chat. See, the funny thing is I can't even climb out of the ship because of how fast it's moving. And I have no way of slowing it down because the engines are completely turned off. They have to make it where eventually you come to a halt. Because the only thing it's forcing me right now is to eject. That's it. So that's a loss of a ship. Where's the idea of you're always being able to repair? Like somebody comes along and puts your wings back together, right? If I can't, like I'm holding the climb out button. Oh, finally I'm actually getting out. There we go. So let's see if it's slow enough now, or how fast is it going? Yeah, so there we go. We're totally going to be able to EVA to catch that, right? Because CIG have it where you EVA at super slow speed. So there's no way I can catch this ship to go and repair it. Because it just won't come to a halt. Or EVA is too slow. So they either make it where it comes to a halt, or they make it where EVA can catch up with that sort of momentum speed. And then I'd be fine with that, right? If you had 20 ms more speed than that momentum speed, you could at least get around your ship to repair things and maybe turn it on. Obviously, with this NPC constantly shooting you, that's never going to happen. But I'm looking at it just purely from an engineering point, not from the stupid AI point. There's no way for me to catch this ship. And I just don't understand why they're not killing it. Or is that part of the mechanics now, where you can't die? You can't kill a fighter? Funny thing is, I'm now catching it because it's changed direction because of the shots. That's the only reason I'm able to do this right now. Is because the shooting has changed its direction. Is a bug where half red hull can't be destroyed? Right, okay. I just want to see if I can get, like, the engines back on. I wish this NPC would fuck off. Just so I can actually test this. I'm very interested to see if this fucking wreck could even get you back. But this son of a bitch NPC. Because NPCs stop killing you when you get out of your ship. Alright, here we go. Can you please piss off, NPC? Come on, try. Oh no, now it's getting moved again. Every time it gets shot, it's changing direction. Ugh. There we go. Alright. Gotta get those components out, chat. No salvage material remaining. Wait. I got fucking. Oh my god, I'm getting shot by the things. Is it now finally loading? There we go. Oh my god. Fucking piece of shit NPC. Ugh! Right, we're not gonna be able to test it with this stuff then. I'm gonna have to do a self-test then. A self-test. Catching strays, yeah. That's the most nimble caterpillar I've ever seen in game. NPCs don't fly like players, sadly. You know, you can always tell, because, like, you know how, like, if you're in a mantis, a player mantis, if you shoot off one of its engines, it just spins around. The NPC mantis, if you do that, can chase after you whilst it's Beyblading around. So when you're flying in a straight line, you see this mantis spinning around behind you. Because NPCs don't have the same categories. And I genuinely believe the NPCs should be the same as players. Like the same HP. Because you know that killing an NPC is a lot faster than killing a player ship. I think it should be the same thing. Regardless of NPC or player. If you're killing an NPC, it should be as fast as killing a player. And then it should be down to the skill of the player to avoid.
And he's asking uncomfortable questions.
So if you disable an NPC, it shouldn't be able to just like spin around. It should be able to like come to a halt like it does with players. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on in here? Little bit of police brutality in the elevator.
Dr. Fenwick, please return to the morgue.
Is this still broken, chat? CIG. Why? Why is this broken? I think we'll use Arena Commander. I think Arena Commander will be the fastest way to test this. Instead of dealing with this nonsense. Yeah, it's been in since Evo Catty. I generally don't understand how it's not fixed after like 3 or 4 weeks, but whatever. Or maybe 2 weeks. I can't remember. How long is Evo? How long is 4.5 been out? We'll do this. Need to buy some modules then. Right, let's test this. Right, let me buy the military fit. So we're gonna get the best of the best modules on it, which we can't test in the PU version because obviously it would take me far too long to farm up the reputation, to farm the items. So we'll just cheese it a little bit. But the problem is these NPCs don't have the same HP as the ones in the PU. So we gotta kind of take this data with a pinch of salt, just to begin with. Okay, glacier on that. Okay, we're gonna do tarantulas. Let's have a look. Tarantula Mark IIIs. Is this still disintegrating? And if it does disintegrate, we might have to go and do some shopping in the PU to get it. Okay, lovely javelin. Right, 1 round. Let's see. If this sort of works, I'm gonna go and get a fit together. We might have to recopy the account and go to... Actually, no. No, I should be able to get the size free from the... what's it called?
Swarm. Aegis combat assist activated.
F8.
Systems green.
Nice. Okay, so we're still full there. We got 1 spare power over. So again, this was the sort of test fit we're using.
Warning.
Beginning of the week.
Multiple hostiles
Contact.
inbound.
Okay. How fast will this do it? Because obviously these guns are now reverted back to their
Shields running.
original state, right?
You bastards.
Okay.
Shields down. Kill.
However, my shield's down a lot faster than that because of the weak, so...
Those bastards are gonna pay for that.
Let's do staggered.
Correct. Got me.
0 hostile contacts remaining.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Alright. Need to try and put a fit together. Shields are... Yeah, like, what's the point of having a shield now? I don't get it. Like... What's the point of shields if they're, like, gone instantly? Like, I would actually say you're just wanting to try and do as much damage as possible, regardless of what fit you're using. Because as soon as, like, yeah, shields mean nothing right now. Is that not going to be fun? But then you're down to armor gameplay, right? So shields were always meant to be where ballistics were protecting you against, shields were always protecting you against ballistics. And it was that lasers would get you down. So the idea would be to try and get like a mixed loadout fleet.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle
And
retrieval system.
mixed loadout
Your
fleet
insurance
would allow
card
you
has
to,
been
you know,
sent.
specialize. Do you want to kill shields faster, or do you want to be the secondary that kills the hull faster, the components and stuff like that? But now, shields mean nothing, so you just go full ballistics and just literally disintegrate somebody's hull and HP super fast. So we're going to test it with like, oh no, that's the wrong one. Just want to press that one. CIG, what the fuck? There we go. So we're going to take the weapons off this, right? We're going to quickly get that shit back. What modules can we actually put on to prove this? What has military grade? Or semi-decent military grade? Maybe it's like the best, right? Yeah.
Please visit us again.
The MX with Revenants. Again, if CIG stays with the stats, no big ship is going to be worth flying in the game. That's the sad reality of it, because you're going to have fighters hyper-kiting at 2 kilometer range and you can't kill them with your size force. It literally goes to 4-4 stats, but you die faster and your crew can't do shit. Gonna be Razors and M50s. Yep. Sadly. Even with their nerf, it won't mean a damn thing, because if shields are not doing anything, you're just killing stuff super quick.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
And it will just be ballistics. Actually, did they revert back the C-78s? I guess they did then, right? Yeah, they did. But I never understood this stat, chat. They have 900 meters a second, but they've got 6.5 kilometer range. Like, who the fuck is Captain Blackbeard firing it in a certain angle, landing the cannonball shot at 6k away? You know what I mean? You see the target there and you're like firing it fucking here, curving it around. With bullet drop, yeah, exactly. I never understood these stats. But again, they still have good pen. So if you put it on a ship that can get close, but then what's the point getting close when you can just put the GATs on... again, it's literally going to be the Talon with the breakneck Gatlings. 52 alpha, 1100 RPM, 1400 speed, 3000 range, 10,000 bullets, and 4.5 pen. Now, you're not going to pen through like a Perseus and stuff like that, but the Perseus is just going to be completely mauled where it's not doing anything in the process. No fighter will exist if that's your gameplay loop, CIG. There won't be any point of having, like, people in arrows. You'll just have Talons or Wolves.
System.
Who
Your
wants it
insurance
to
card
just be
has been
Talon
sent.
and
Your
Wolves?
vehicle has been
Also,
moved
that
to our
wasn't...
storage facility.
Yeah, this is very buggy right now. Okay, let's take off the tarantulas. And because it's PTU chat, we're going to be doing a little bit of duping of modules. Sorry, but we're going to be using exploits in a test server to, no, that's not what I need. I need that. To do certain things. Don't do this in live. Naughty, naughty, naughty. But for pure testing and reporting, required. Because I don't want to have to go and farm. Actually, no, wait, chat. Hold out. DarkLaw's cooking. I have 2 F8s. I don't actually have to exploit. I can just do it legit. The boring way. But the fair way.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
F8
system.
working in the new PTU. I don't think anything's working, to be honest, Spooner, with CIG's reverting everything back to 4-4 stats, but you have 40% less shield. And yeah. All I can say is 4.5 was looking really good, and if you actually know anything about stats and where the direction of the game was going, it was really good. Now, you can sit at 2k with a fighter and kill a Connie, and it can't do a fucking thing about it. So, we've literally gone to worse 4-4 gaming because of CIG. With one patch. So they've reverted all the weapons back to 4.4. And they have... Why am I only seeing that? Oh, there we go. 4.4, but they've reduced shields by 40%. And they've made it where... still with the same penetrations at 4.5. So... It's a GG game at this point. If CIG release it in this state... And obviously this is very negative looking on it. I won't be playing 4.5. Because it will literally be light fighters and talons killing every ship. And reduced armor. Yeah, exactly. So, it's become a very boring game overnight. Massively. I need this one here. You can always count on CIG to fuck it up? Yep.
Please visit us.
Pretty much.
Goodbye.
Was looking like the best patch of the year, and now it's the worst patch of the year. G fucking G. Also, that didn't even go through. Man, the ASOP is so scuffed, chat.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I would like some ships to be absolute chonkers. So would I. But they're not in this state. Again, like I said, you literally have the damage, range, speed, ammo, and penetration of a 4.4 ballistic rotary gun with the penetration of 4.5 with every ship with reduced shields and armor now in this patch, and you can strap those 2 guns to a talon that you can't see unless it's 1k off you, and it can hit you at 2k. Good job, CIG. So, make sure everyone owns a Shiv and a Talon, because that's all you need for the next patch, if CIG don't change this at all. Which I'm sure they probably will, but knowing CIG, they'll probably just let this go for Christmas and then go, oh, holidays, right? Even the Valk back in the day was a scary thing? Yeah. Well, not now. Not now. There is no point doing multi-crew unless you're flying around in an Idris and a Polaris. Everything else is obsolete as far as I'm concerned. Because your Talons and your Wolves and your fucking stuff like that, Perseus, like I wouldn't even want to fly a Connie. You're going to be dead in seconds. Caterpillar dead in seconds. Cutlass dead in seconds. You could have 20 crew on a fucking Cutlass and you still won't be able to do a thing about it. PDCs can't track? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's more of a server issue than anything else. Let's look at it just from that point. Right, so we've got demilitary. I mean, this comes with enough for us. Again, shields mean nothing. It's all about weapons. So let's do it again with tarantulas. Let's see how fast this goes down with tarantula build.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle
Any ship
retrieval
will be
system.
well, it all depends on thickness of armor. But here's the big kicker. they've put back the Idris gun. So the Idris gun had been nerfed, where it could only shoot from like free fire. Wait, I'll put the patch notes out here, right? So it got nerfed where Idris. Where is it here? Where's weapons? Weapons. Personal weapons. What am I looking for? Hardpoint weapons. Here. This is on this patch here. We can see it was nerfed where like you couldn't even hold the charge, and CIG have put it back apparently. So you've now like the Idris is still the most dangerous ship in the game. It can one-shot anything from 10 kilometers away. Doesn't matter what engineer you got on board. I can't be bothered to find the stats, but you can see here it's literally gone back to 200 fucking like 200k alpha, 5k speed, 10 kilometer range, and 1500 ammo with the penetration of 107. So there's no ship in the game that can resist that penetration apart from a certain capital, which we can't fly, aka the Javelin. Base guns for stations are doing 200k alpha, right? So the Idris M gun is doing more damage than station guns. Just an FYI. Just doesn't have the same pen. Because the pen on the station guns go through every single ship in the game. But the Idris M can now pen Idris M's at 10 kilometers away. With 200... Oh god, it's so stupid. So stupid.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
In Hornet, yeah. It's so stupid right now. And the funny thing is, right? For anyone that was actually paying attention to the stats for 4.5, they made it where fighters had to get within like 1,000 range of a big ship, which was amazing because the big ship could hit it. You could disable fighters without killing them, which was great in fights because then they would just roll away and they would eventually have to repair and do stuff. You had it where there was only 4 to 5 guns that CIG had to balance because everything else was actually really well balanced, and the only ones were the Shiv weaponry, the Wolf weaponry, and the Idris K laser, right? Now, and all the ranges got changed, so you had to be a lot closer, and it made everything a little bit more cinematic. Now you have, with their 180 U-turn, but left the penetrations in, you have fighters, light fighters, which you can't target unless there are 1,000 of you, killing your big ship from 2k away. And they've got 20,000 fucking rounds to do that. It's so stupid. I'll eventually get round to showcasing the Shiv weaponry, but right now let's just focus on light fighter and then whatever, man. I don't know where they're going. No, Mass Driver meta will not be returning, regardless of whatever CIG choice they made, because the problem with Mass Drivers is you have to charge them and then be on pip 100% to actually connect. And if you overcharge, the shot fires away. So they were only good for like people of real high quality skill. And to be honest, somebody of that level of skill is not going to charge a weapon when they can hit you with another weapon and kill you. Take like Among Us, right? One of the best PvPers in the game, one of the best aims in the game. Dude literally wouldn't, like, why would he ever use a mass driver and charge for like 3 or 4 seconds to do damage when he can hit you with 4 rounds doing more damage? Instantly, you know? So mass drivers are useless. They're only good on the Idris. Chris Roberts needs. I think it's people like John Crew and stuff that need the slap, to be honest. The C-78 was overtuned in the stats because what it was doing is it was good damage, good speed, good range, good ammo, and it was doing good armor penetration. The problem is it still has the explosive round, so it was killing every single component inside a ship. But the downside is you had very slow rate of fire, so if you were versing somebody that was aware of it, you could kill them before they could kill you. And it just needed a little bit of its penetration nerfed a little bit, because you could take out the components on like a Perseus pretty fast. Again, CIG only had 5 guns that they had to change for 4.5 to make it a really good game, and then fix the bug of the critical explosions. Which apparently they have. Thus, no need for my title anymore. But now they reverted all the guns back to 4.5 stats. It means that we now have 4.5 killing and ranges with the penetration of 4.4, but wait, they've already nerfed your shield amount on every ship, and they've nerfed your armor amount on every ship. So you have the ability to kill people with range and damage like 4.4, with the penetration of 4.5, and your ships have been nerfed with shield and armor from literally Tuesday's stats. So now you die so much faster than 4.4. It just blows my mind, it really does. It blows my mind. I was, no joke chat, I left my stream super happy. I was like, alright, cool, we've got plenty of time to fix these like 4 or 5 bad weapons.
See you again one day.
And the bugs before live. It's gonna be great, multi-crew is gonna be amazing fun, you know. Fights were actually going to be engaging, and now it's just worse than 4.4, and I'm massively deflated that I won't even play the game at Christmas. And it just sucks, man. I was so excited for 4.4. And obviously, CIG, not to be a complete Debbie Downer, CIG does have like 2 weeks to sort this out, right? But for them to literally do a U-turn midway of testing everything is just so strange, man. Like, why would you take all the data of the past 2 weeks and throw it out the fucking window? And I hope there's like a reason for it, right? Maybe there was like a super exploit that I wasn't aware of, and that would make sense, but again, I'm just so worried that you're just gonna die in a fire in a big ship and multi-crew is worthless. So sad, man.
Quantum travel complete.
When the game starts to get in a good place, Rotten Tomatoes. That's how I feel on it. Right, so look on this, coolers. I don't think a light fighter should be able to kill a Perseus. I think a light fighter should be able to disable its turrets, disable the PDCs, disable the torp launchers, disable the kill the engines, and that's it. Then you have to then a boarding crew goes in to take hold of the Perseus, and you could repair it back. That's what I would like to see from big ships versus small ships, right? Where you're in a different form of gameplay. But the fact is that you can have one fighter just kill a big ship is just so, it's just, again, I really wish CIG looked into like how World of Tanks do their tier list, where a tier 1 to 3 ain't gonna do shit against a tier 10, but a tier 5 and 6 can. Yeah? It makes the game very exciting, where you've got fast tier 4, 5s flying around, and they are a threat to your tier 8, 10s, but it's going to take them a long while, but the tier 1 and 3s can't do shit against tier 8 and 10. Yeah, harass. Exactly. Light fighters should harass. Okay? Harassment is good. Being able to kill, bad, in my opinion. It's like my saying with the Somalia pirate. The Somali's pirate is in his little fucking rumber dinghy, and he's heading towards the big ship, right? And he's firing an M60 strapped to the front of it, and the fucking, you know, cruising vessel turns around with its cannons and goes, and that Somali pirate just goes and is disappeared off existence. But CIG's logic is the Somali pirate with the M60 can kill a fucking battleship. What? What in the Chris Roberts hocus pocus is that about? Is Chris Roberts so bad at the video game that he has to be able to kill it every single ship with every fucking ship?
Shields under fire.
Alright, let's see what this does then. So shields nearly down on ballistics alone. Now my shield's nearly down. Because at this point, shields mean nothing in the game right now. Because they've been nerfed by 40%. I don't actually know where the fucking power supply is on this thing. I'm just going for full, like, kill kind of status. But it's looking pretty red. Looking pretty red. This is one fighter, by the way. Oh, is that disabled? That's it, it's done. Shield's down. That's it, it's dead, chat. GG. That's one fighter. And I've got 174 rounds left. GG at that point. It will eventually explode. That's one fighter. So where is the armor shown? You can't see it, sadly. There's nothing when you target something that shows you the armor. And in the engineering panel, it's inaccurate because the HP value is also fucked up, right? I'm just gonna keep pressurizing it to see it. Now, there we go. Right. GG, right? All me. Now, let's try and do the same mission again with a shiv to show you the fucking stupidity of it. So we'll go and get a shiv, we'll do the same mission, hope we get a 400i.
Initiated.
Because I don't have a talent that I could show you on. Yeah, exactly, Abyss. Can you imagine the engineering gameplay? Oh look, a fire, I need to repair that, dead. Because that's what's just happened. Yeah, they do, Amaro, yeah, they do. And then they go away for 2 weeks, and then they don't do any work until the end of January, because as soon as they come back, they have their summit parties. And discuss what they're gonna do for this year. Yeah, but that's only on the engineering panel, Jedi. I can't tell how much armor I'm chewing through as a pilot or a target. There's nothing on targeting. It only shows you in the engineer panel, so I don't even know what my armor status is on the fighter. I don't know my HP on the fighter because it's only on the engineering UI. CIG have not added it yet to fighters, which again, I'm not bothered about that. That's a very tiny little thing, right? Oh god. Do they have fire extinguishers on Spectrum? Don't know. But there's already people saying that they don't want their modules to need to be replaced ever. And they're crying about it that you'll have to eventually buy new modules. You know, Expat, you played Dune Awakening, right? How good was it in Dune Awakening? And maybe you'll disagree with it, that's completely fine. But in Dune Awakening, where you use a sword, eventually you're going to have to craft a new sword to replace the good sword that you were using because you really like that sword, right? Now imagine that gameplay where your sword never broke, never needed to be repaired. That's what people are wanting on Spectrum. Where when you buy a module, it never fucking dies. There's no reason to ever buy another module that you enjoy. They don't want it. They want it when you reclaim your ship, you always get everything back with no effort whatsoever. And I'm massively against that because I like the idea that if you have a special tier 5 weapon and you're going to put it on your ship you're like, this is very valuable to me, but I'm gonna get some really, really good stats out of it that might beat people with it. So as, yes, I will need to eventually replace it, I've got my little advantage there, right? But they don't want that. They want it where whenever you get a tier 5, you never have to repair it ever again. What's the point playing the game if you're gonna be completely, like, I'll say completely again, finish the game within 2 weeks of playing? It's so mad. The mentality of people playing this game is just insane. They don't want to play this game. They literally just want to buy pixels on a website. That's their gameplay loop. And then when somebody gets a skin that somebody, like, for example, they've sold all these best in show skins again, you've got people complaining that other people are getting the skins that they got because they thought they were privileged because they were sitting in Chris Roberts' cock 2 years before the next person. That's not how Santa works, ladies and gentlemen. Santa likes to have all the children on the lap. Have you ever noticed that? When you have a line at the fucking Santa, Santa doesn't go, no, I only want that kid's fucking ass on my lap, right? No, he wants all the ass. Chris Roberts is just the same. He wants all the ass on his lap. Somebody freaking out that their Idris is no longer worth it because they bought it back in 2015 and somebody got to buy it again in 2025. Like, holy shit. That took a dark turn. Do you want me to talk about how fucking E.T. is a sexual predator? I'll ruin that movie for you guys right now. You ever notice that E.T. likes to touch kids with his pointy, glowy finger, but you don't see him have a cock down below? So guess what the cock is? Just saying. You never see him touch fucking adults. Watch that movie at Christmas time, guys. You'll spot it. Why'd you think the FBI were after E.T.? It's because he's a fucking sexual predator.
Look, I'm sorry
He
that
do
you
go home,
waited
yeah.
too long to land, so
You
I
didn't give me
had
a
to give it
fucking
away.
hanger.
Hopefully we've all learned a lesson.
Oh no, you did.
here.
Sorry, my bad. No, it's my hanger, Oh god, the lag. Oh. No, it's mine. That's fine. I'll take the charges.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
There you go.
Engines offline.
Childhood ruined? Yep, there you go. Just watch that movie back. It's always on at Christmas time in the UK. Watch it back and tell me I'm wrong. He goes up to Elliot. Elliot. Well, look, the finger doesn't go to the ear or anything. It's heading towards the mouth. Doesn't do it to the adults. The FBI is after E.T. Alright? Elliot. And he's walking around naked and you don't see any fucking sexual organs. So the only thing that gets hard and glows, to my knowledge, is his finger. Just saying, chat. I'll ruin the goddamn movies for you.
Vehicle retrieval system.
E.T. was a sexual predator all along. The extra testicle, yeah. What ship can I use, chat? I always love telling that one. After I saw E.T. in that way, I can never watch that movie without bursting into laughter. And people in the room will be like, "What's so funny?" It's like, you don't want to know. I'll ruin that I'll ruin what you're watching right now. This beautiful movie that everyone appreciates. You know, there's a reason why the little girl who grew up to be what's her name had a coke habit, because she had to act alongside E.T. I can't remember her name as well. What is it? She was in that like Charlie's Angels movie as well. Drew Barrymore, that's it. Yeah. Crazy to think that young girl was Drew Barrymore. Yep. Yeah. Right, we don't have a Talon. I don't have a Cartual. I could go and buy a Talon, I suppose. Does anybody know where you get Talons from? Because what we could actually do, chat, is recopy the account, buy a Talon at that location, fit it out with the Shiv stuff, and then quickly come into Nyx. That might be the fastest way of showcasing it. Area 18. Right, that's the play. So again, you've seen what I've done with a simple Hornet. I'm going to recopy my account, go to Area 18, buy a Talon, fit it with the Shiv guns, full stealth components by the way, nothing else, and then we're going to jump into Nyx and do the exact same mission with those guns, just to show you how broken these things are. That's the plan right now. So give me like a few minutes of your time just to quickly reclaim and get it all set up. It shouldn't take us long, maybe 5-10 minutes if everything works. So give me 20-30 minutes because it's Star Season. Alright, that's the copy. Alright. I need to log in now apparently. No, we're using the weapons off the Shiv that are broken in 4.5. Because what we're going to do is put the broken weapons on a platform like the Talon with full stealth components where you can't see it unless it was like 1 or 2k off you. But because CIG have reverted the weapons back from 4.5 to 4.4, but with the penetrations of 4.5 and nerf your shields by 40% and reduced your armor as well, you now have a platform that can sit at 2k range, kill you, and you can't even see it. Because whoever's at CIG really understands this game. And that's the predicament we're in because of this. They've gone from literally trying to make sense of it on Tuesday. I go away and do stuff RL on Wednesday, and on Thursday it's completely broken. So the only way I can is to showcase what to avoid if CIG decides to go live with this. Obviously, there's plenty of time for CIG to change this, so it's not like a super negative on it. I'm just making sure you're aware of how fucked up this is. Just like this character's fucked up. In a good way. Right, so you said Area 18. Area 18, we buy the Talon. The problem is I'm gonna have to go back through... Do you spawn in your car, in your hangar? Okay. We'll have to quickly go and buy the Talon, then go back to menu, appear back in our hangar to save time, and do it that way. That's this because again, I'm trying to do it. They're using Excel to calculate damage numbers. I don't know. I'm using Vulcan just now because it's the standard Man on Mars compared to DirectX. So whenever you load up Star Citizen 4.5 for the first time, it's going to force you onto Vulcan with all the new systems, but you can change back to DirectX if you so wish. Let me just do Shiv
to
here.
the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
So deliver that. And it's going to deliver the Avenger Titan for some reason. Alright, let's go and buy a Talon. We're going to leave it as stock Talon, but just change out the size 4 guns to these broken Shiv guns. And let's see how fast I can kill the 400i or the thingy bob with this shit. I'm not worried about, like, these ships going after Perseus and stuff like that. I'm more worried about the common ship, like Cutlasses, Connies, Caterpillars, Shivs, Vanguards, you know what I mean? Not everyone is going to be wanting to fly around with crew in a Perseus every day long. I mean, you'll probably find a lot of people that are, but we're trying to showcase the common ship that everyone uses. The common category, I should say. Because right now, you go into the verse and everyone's sort of like in, what are they called? Idrises and all that shit. So doing the C-78s. No, the C-78s are not worth it anymore because of how CIG have done it. They were
Thank you, and please visit again.
You're welcome. They were only good in 4.4 with the C-78s because they had range. Now you've got to get within close range to use them again. So it's
Thank you,
4.4
and please visit again.
stats on weapons with 4.5 penetrations, but CIG have nerfed shields by 40% and reduced the armor of 4.5 by whatever percent. I don't know, maybe Cutlet knows the percentage that they've done it with, right? So you've got long-range weapons that can kill you like 4.5, and as a multi-crew ship, you can't hit the fighter doing so because you can't target it, right? Oh, it's really good, but they've literally 180'd the stats laser. So again, we now have four weapon ranges and stats again, with 4.5 penetration, with everyone's shield reduced
Please
by
proceed to assigned
40%,
landing
and
bay.
the 4.5 armor that we had in on Wednesday and Tuesday has been changed and nerfed. So you have a Talon that can fit a fucking Shiv rotary gun with 20k rounds that can hit you at 2k range, and you can't target it,
You are clear to launch.
and it can kill you. That's the issue we have. And you have 40%,
Thank you.
like your
And
shields
please
don't mean
visit again.
anything now. You have 40% less shields. So the meta is literally you're going to be in a Talon with these weapons, or you're going to be in a Wolf with ballistics. And then if you want to kill capital ships, you bring capital ships. But a Connie is worthless, a Corsair is worthless, a Paladin is worthless, a Vanguard is worthless, an F8 is worthless, Hornet is worthless.
You are clear to launch.
Everything is worthless apart from Wolf and Talon. If you keep with these stats, CIG. And then you just bring crude Perseus, crude Idris, and that's the end of the game. Because as a solo player, you can kill people in A2s. Or C2s, sorry, I should say.
Now arriving.
Well, the thing is, though, is the Razor and the M50 still have been massively nerfed in 4.5, regardless of the changes. They don't have any HP, they don't have any shields now because it's reduced by 40%, and you're still getting hit hard. So they will be fast, but the thing is, though, is you just need to breathe
You are
on
clear
those
to
ships and
launch.
they'll die.
I'm
So I
sorry.
don't think
Due to
racing
inactivity,
ships are
we
going
have
to
been
be
forced to
scary.
assign your landing zone to another customer.
Nothing about ballistics
Landing
or OP
complete.
again.
Have a pleasant stay. You are clear to launch.
Oh god, what's going on? It's that you've gone from having to be close range as a light fighter to back to I can kill a big ship at 2 kilometers away and there's nothing you can do about it. That's the issue we've gone to. CIG have U-turned, but instead of U-turning and just putting it back to 4.4, they've U-turned it where they decided to, like, 10% before the U-turn, they stopped and went down a fucking road, and Chris Roberts is fucking waving there like it from that series. That's what we're at right now. And why does this not work? Also, there's a guy in a tiger outfit beside me, chat. This motherfucker actually bought a tiger outfit. There we go, 3.2. Oh, also, you can buy wolves in-game. Where can you buy a wolf? Oh, you can buy a wolf here? That doesn't come with a VK, does it? 2 million? Yeah, look at this boy. Alright. Let's just double check I've got it. Man, that armor is the craziest fucking thing. Like, you know the funny thing is? Let me watch this, chat. This is gonna be interesting. Look, the dude has a red thong. Look, there's a red thong on. Tiger print red thong. If you can just see. He literally has a thumb. Best armor in the game. Alright, do we have Talon? No. Wait, did it not go through? Oof. Did we spend the money? No, it didn't go through. Okay. See, this is why we check, chat. Oh, wait. I hit there, did I? Why is it in Japanese? It's always on the right for Western, and it's in Asia, it's on the left. That should be good now. Okay, cool. Alright, we go to menu because I can't be bothered going through the trams. Let's quickly get it fit. Head to Nick's. Quickly do the mission. Lol sauce. And then, yeah. I hope everyone got their armors from the drops and stuff. I hope CIG does that maybe like every 3 months. You know, every second major patch having drops would actually be really cool. My biggest concern, Seiko, is that they yeet it to live and then we don't get a hot fix until like near the end of January. That corrects the issues. In my opinion, I don't think CIG should release engineering with these stats. They kind of said for every event, not patch. Oh, so for like Invictus, you're talking about. And stuff like that. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good, yeah, because then that's like every second patch anyway, right? If you think about it. I just hope there's something different, not just always armors, but maybe, yeah. Also, the Talon, you can carry 2 bombs as well. So, there's that. Alright, all I need is this. Then we'll head to Nick's.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been...
Yeah, the Talon can carry 2 size 1 bombs. It can, what's the word? It can carry these guns and stuff like that. So again, like, for me, and this is my personal opinion, this is not affected by anybody else's opinion, this is me. I left on Tuesday so excited for 4.5, and I'm just very worried that now, with this change in stats, it's gone all tits up. Because I could have just literally told you 5 weapons that needed to be adjusted, and then the critical bug being fixed. Obviously, I've got it in my title where it to be removed. It's a bit clickbaity. But I like the ships going critical. I just wanted it where if somebody was repairing it, it wouldn't go critical. Like, you wouldn't always explode, right? Or it was like a percentage chance or something like that. But now, with all the changes to range and stuff, it just means that, again, light fighters are just going to be the dominant thing in the game. And I was so excited for multi-crew. Like, the idea of putting 5 people from fighters into one ship was more better for other situations, you know? I should have never got excited. That's it. I should have, you know, I've literally been doing 10+ hour streams every time I've been live now. Some days I've done 11, 16, and then 22. Then 11 the next day, right? And I've been having so much fun with Star Citizen. And now I don't think I will. Because I just see it going back to this stupid fighter meta crap. It's so boring. Also, whichever developer worked on the L20 or the Wolf, entry and exit, can we please get that person assigned to Talon? Entry and exit, please. This thing is so slow. I think this is one of the main reasons I would never use a Talon. It takes too long to get in, right? Look how much power as well, chat. Like, holy shit. We have 2.5 4K EM, 3K signature, and 900 in IR. And we have 21K rounds of size 4 ballistic that do the same damage as a fucking cannon with decent pen in a platform that you can't see. Like, what? Why? 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 I think if CIG, like, interest of CIG, I think they should try and design the Talon to be able to fit at least 3 size 3s or 4 size 2s, right? Because that's what the Shiv came out with, news, Amik. That's the problem. CIG are overlooking a stat that nobody's telling them about at the office or whatever. You can put the Shiv guns. No, you can't buy a Shiv in game yet. No, it just recently came out. But you can buy an L21 in 4.5. CIG have already said that. That's also a problem. It has less rounds, but it's a light fighter that does the same thing.
Landing gear up.
Again, I'll show you how fast this thing kills things. But you've got to remember when you're versing players, NPCs can see you in stealth. Sadly. NPCs can see you in chat. Sadly. It's one of these things where eventually CIG will update radar, how it works, yada yada. It's one of these things you just have to deal with just now. It's not that big of a complaint. The problem is that players can't see stealth. They can't see you in chaff. So all I have to do is chaff and sit beside you and rotary gun you to death with this ship. And because of certain changes, there's nothing you can do about it. We're going to next. Gateway. A little bit of a long distance. Oh my god, that's a long distance. Alright guys, Smoke, have you got him? This is gonna take me a wee here. So the Wolf get the L21 or the... well, they're different, right? So the cool thing about CIG when it comes to the Wolf, to give them props, right? They took the L21 and they were like, let's not make it where everyone just moves to the L22. Let's make it where an L21 has its perks and the L22 has its perks. Let's make it where both ships can fit ballistic. Let's make it where both ships can have a laser and a ballistic if they so wish. The difference between the L21 is it's like a L22 with a speed blade. So it's faster in the forward and it has a little bit more HP. The L22 turns better, but it has less HP. The L22 technically will be better in atmosphere with CIG's new flight model because it has double the control surfaces than the L21. But CIG can make it where magic, the L21 has the same amount of control surfaces with that fin as you would have the L22. It wouldn't make sense in real physics, but CIG can use fake physics to get around that stuff. So you buy the L21 if you want to be faster in the straight, and you want to have more HP, and you can still have lasers, and you can retract the fin with a button now, or you buy the L22 and you turn better, but you've got less HP doing so. So you've got a choice which you prefer. Really good platforms, and the brilliant thing is, you can now buy the L22 on the shop, and you can buy the L21 in the next patch. In-game, I should mean. In-game currency. So you can have best of both worlds by only buying one ship. Oh, and if you don't want to wait, if you don't want to spend real life money, then you can just wait until the L22 will be out, which will be probably next year around about 4.6, 4.7 maybe. With yesterday's rollback, ballistics are good. Ballistics were never bad in 4.5. They were actually really good. CIG had everything really well tuned apart from 5 guns. The C-78s were doing too much explosive range, so all they had to do was nerf the range. Because it was killing all components. All they had to do was nerf the splash, basically, on the C-78s. Everything else was good. The Idris K laser, overtuned to fuck, right? The Wolf L21 minigun just needed its alpha reduced, right? The L22 just needed its alpha reduced. The Shiv rotary gun that I'm about to show you just needed its alpha reduced, not its range or its ammo or its penetration. It's the fact that you are firing a minigun cannon with 20,000 rounds if you have 2 of these guns strapped to it. Now, if they were only bestowed to a Shiv, then I would say it's completely fine, because a Shiv is very easy to take down in certain scenarios. But it's the fact I can put the Shiv guns on a Talon and you can't see it because it's stealth, and shields have been nerfed by 40%, so your shield means nothing, and I don't care because I'm a stealth ship. So I'm just going off my armor value and HP value whilst you can't see me. And that's what breaks the game. Because you then have light fighters and stealth fighters that do ridiculous damage, and you don't care about shields, so you just go for a full stealth build. The meta changes from light fighters to I can't see you again meta.
Quantum fuel, 75%.
Because obviously they didn't fix those guns. And the stats are still the same. I don't know why CIG has done this. I really would love to speak to somebody at CIG and find out why did you 180 on all the setup that you were doing, because now the Idris railgun is overtuned again, the Idris M, so people are still going to dupe the Idris M, and you're going to get one shot from 10k away, and it just goes very much back to you've got 5 ships: Wolf, Talon, Perseus, Idris, and Polaris. That's the only 5 ships you use in 4.5 with this current setup. Everything else is obsolete, because you'll be dead in 60 seconds. And no amount of crew can help you. So it's kind of like, meh, really. I feel very deflated today. And it's sad from being very positive on Tuesday night. It is worrying, but also I would just like to know why. The guns are the ballistic guns from the Shiv. And you get, when you put 2 of them on a Talon, you have 20,000 rounds. Not much to test right now, I know. Again, I was looking forward to doing like a 10+ hour stream, which I'll still do, but I think I'll be playing later on where winds meet. They changed the railgun back, yeah. Everything's been reversed. So again, for anybody that has been following along with the stats that wants a quick update, we are 4.4 ranges and damage with 4.4 penetration stats, with every ship losing 40% shields and armor being nerfed already. And that's what you're dealing with for the current state of the game. And I don't know why. I don't know why CIG has done this. Maybe, like I said earlier on the stream, maybe there's like an exploit that they had to quickly divert some stats that I'm not aware of, and then I'm 100% behind that. The problem is you now have long-range Talons that can do the damage of 4.5 penetration, and you can't see them. Surely RSI has plans to make it all work. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not saying like CIG are completely incompetent, and they're gonna release this in this state, and it's gonna be like this for the rest of, you know, next year. I'm not saying that. I'm just, again, I've gone from being really, really positive for Star Citizen's outlook for the end of the year to being like typical CIG at Christmas time. And I thought we were going to break the mold. I genuinely believed we were going to do it. And they still can. Don't get me wrong. They still can. But we were so close. We were so close. So close to such a great patch. Engineering was going to be so much fun. They just had to fix a few little bugs. And even if those bugs made it into live and they got it fixed by the end of January next year, it was still going to be so good, but we'll see, we'll see. They've got their video out today apparently, right? So there's an Inside Star Citizen about engineering. Wikipedia has posted this amazing post here for anybody that wants to quickly learn about things. He's gone through and posted everything, like of what it's meant to be in the design brief. Obviously, take it with a grain of salt that this is what CIG wants to focus on. It doesn't mean that it's going to exactly be that way in 4.5. It's the design brief, basically, the design document. Stats-wise, CIG could maybe somebody posted the wrong patch things, right? And that person is getting spanked by Chris Roberts in a seedy dungeon right now with the safe word as more. And Chris doesn't know which way is it? Is it the safe word or does he want to continue on, right? Maybe I'm just overreacting for one day and it all goes back. We're playing Dallas. We're playing Dallas. I'm JR. That's it. Anybody watch Dallas back in the 80s, 70s? I'm JR and I'm going to wake up from a dream and we're going to be back to Tuesday's stats with the 5 guns I've talked about fixed, the critical bugs that we have right now fixed, and 4.5 Live is going to be the best patch of the year. Yeah, just gotta keep coping. Just gotta keep coping, that's it. We're there. We're going there, chat. Who in CIG signs off these drafts? I don't know, dude. I generally don't know who has the authority to 180 like that. And if they do have that power, I would, like, again, it's not that I'm saying that I know better. I just want you to explain to me why you did such a drastic change. Why did you let us test this out for 1 or 2 weeks to go back to what the fuck, you know? Because we were so close, chat. Like, no joke. Tuesday's patch, and I didn't test Wednesday's patch, but Tuesday's patch was so exciting. And we had like 2 or 3 weeks. Again, we've got to look at it this way, and this is the positive thing. We do have like 2 weeks before they break up. They'll probably break up on the 23rd, which means that they'll be away on the 20th will probably be their last day. Because nobody works on Sunday, and we don't expect CIG to work through Christmas holidays, because that's not fair. So we still have, at least 3 Saturdays worth of time for them to make a decision, right? And it could be really exciting, it could be, okay, acceptable, and it could be, I'm playing another video game for 2 weeks. That'll be the 3 choices that we've got. Luckily, we've got Arc Raiders, we've got Where Winds Meet, we've got Battlefield, if you're into that. There's a lot of games to play over the holidays. I do want to do another playthrough Baldur's Gate 3. I still want to do my El Mariachi band. So I want to play with 3 other players, which would make 4 in total. You're only allowed to be a bard and you have to be an assassin. And you've got to... Everyone has a different instrument and you have to mariachi the field, and then you have to stealth assassinate. I think it would be amazing gameplay. And if they ever added in guns in Baldur's Gate 3, like pistols and Uzis, then you could do that Desperado movie, which I actually really like. It's like one of the few Antonio Banderas movies that I actually like was El Mariachi, Desperado, and what was the one with Johnny Depp? Was it Once Upon a Time in Mexico? No. Well, what was the third one called? I really like those movies. Are you high right now? What are you talking about being high? Dude, they're good movies. Out of all the Antonio Banderas movies that you can think of, you're telling me that Desperado's a shit movie? Dusk Till Dawn? That wasn't Antonio Banderas. That was dude from ER. What's his name? Oh, Baldur's Gate with guns. Yeah, but it could be a mod, right? Puss in Boots? Did I? Oh, actually, no. I'll give you that. Because the Wolf Death is one of the best characters in any movie I've ever seen. One of the best characters. I've only seen Puss in Boots once, but yeah. deaf as a wolf, that relates to me very well.
Landing gear
George Clooney,
down.
that's it. Thank you. Yeah. I always forget. Yeah, he was in Dusk Till Dawn.
Landing complete.
Dusk Till Dawn's a good movie as well. And that's when, what's her name? Samek? I can't remember how to say her second name. Oh yeah. But to be fair,
Quantum fuel.
she in her current age right now is still absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Crazy genetics.
Launch complete. Landing gear up.
It's interesting that energy is supposed to do more armor damage and leaves ballistics only upside and bypass shields and armor. Again, it could just be somebody has goofed on the stats. It could be there was an exploit and they've had to quickly go back. There could be many reasons why CIG have done this U-turn in stats. It's why I'm not getting too like ranty and like I would normally do. There must be a reason why. And we just don't know that reason. Because again, it's such a drastic thing to do midway. And again, we've got like what, 2 weeks, so plenty time. Again, stats, the great thing about stats is they're just numbers. So see, more people playing wave free is more important than me ranting about my personal like opinion on it and stuff. Because if more people play, more people test, more people die, more people kill NPCs, CIG gets more analytics and then they can make a decision upon that. Be it that sometimes the decisions are a little bit wacky racer style, but at the end of the day, that's how CIG and most developing companies balance. They don't take DarkLaw's choices of flight and stats. I can only give my opinion, and if it clicks with CIG's also opinion, then we're in a win-win scenario, right? But for only me.
Shields on.
So the best thing to do is just play, when this goes to open wave, please just play it. Don't be like somebody, oh, just play live until it closes down. No, get into the PTU when it's open, and at least have a test on things, and give analytics so CIG can make a decision before Christmas. Because again, they are closed for normally 2 weeks, then they have their summit meetings, and it's only the sort of quality and control sort of people, what are they called? The QA team that will get shit sorted out. You'll get like no major dev changes beforehand. Until like the end of January. Christ. I need to try and find out who's on the wormhole side of CIG and be like, is there any chance you can lighten off the fucking white tone and brightness in this damn thing? It just needs like 50% reduction in how bright it is. Plus, I think the walls then would stand out a little bit more if they were darker. Look at it! Look how crazy this is! This is what a child feels like when it's coming out of the fucking womb. I'm telling you that. We just don't remember it because it's so traumatic. This is what it's like, chat. I'm betting you. Every child has to go through the wormhole of Chris Roberts to escape the womb. And it's so traumatic and blinding that we forget. Also reminds me of Inner Space, and that movie is fantastic. Be it that it's absolutely insane and worrying at the same time, but yeah. Inner Space is a cool movie.
Shields on.
What did you come back to? Dude, you step away for anything in this channel and you better prepare to come back for weirdness. 1, I'm Scottish. 2, I'm bald. 3, I have no filter. So whatever's on my mind, I'm going to tell you. Regardless if it's PC or not. I try to tone it down as much as I can, but yeah. If I think going through a wormhole reminds me of being born, I'm going to tell you about it. And then the topic can change from being born to food as well. So be prepared for that one. I can literally go from talking about disgusting things like birth and birth canals and all that jazz to, oh, I really like this type of pizza. And I'll show the pizza whilst everyone's feeling ill from the previous comment. So, let's go here. I'm gonna just quickly save. Wait. Chat, am I still in Stanton? Holy shit! I went for the gate and it didn't take me to Levski? Or Nyx? Oh my god. Boo. I got thrown off because it actually looked like the colors. Damn it. I hope there's not a bug where going through this gate. I could do a character. Oh no, character repair wouldn't help. That would put me back to Area 18. Alright, we'll try one more time. If not, we could try the pyro way. If it does the same thing. Only to return back to the womb. There was a funny Scottish, we've got Iron Brew, right? If anybody knows anything about Scotland, our soft drink that's exported is called Iron Brew. And we have some of the most fucked up adverts you'll ever see when it comes to selling this drink. Almost to the point where we have a video of somebody being born and the baby, one of the doctors is drinking a can of Iron Brew. The baby snatches the Iron Brew and then goes back up into the womb to drink it. I shit you not, that is one of our adverts. So, now you know where I get it from. This dude's just hooked to it.
Shields on.
Oh wait, ooh, I'm getting pushed around like crazy. Oh my god, the gaping maw. Wait. Why is... Oh, is it because I'm on the opposite side? I'm gonna say, why is that wormhole spinning? But it's not, it's me that's spinning.
Shields on.
Little snooze time? Iron Brew made from girders, aye. Wait for me!
Shields off.
Prepared to be blinded again, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be very interested to know if somebody had an epileptic fit from this wormhole experience. With all the bright, flashy lights, there's no warning either. It's like, oh, by the way, if you suffer from epilepsy, you're going to get fucking flashbanged like crazy. Server swap through Levski? Yeah, that might be the case. Wait, chat. Why is it changing to pyro color? What? Oh no. Chat, what the fuck is going on? Why is it turning to pyro? Definitely not a bug? That looks like Nyx. Where am I now? We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Are we in? Yeah, right, okay, we are in Nyx. But it decided to do the colors of Pyro. Interesting.
Shields off.
Alright, I got enough fuel. Could probably murder. No. The good thing is, right? Even with these barbaric changes,
Engage.
Talons can't kill Polaris and Idris. They can maim Perseus, but everything else under that, that's the worry I have for people. Because how many people are going to be roaming around in Idris, you know, compared to your daily driver of like Hull Seas and stuff like that? Yeah, lucky we made it. Looks like we made it. You have a shave as well, chap. Disgusting. Kind of. The thing is, though, you can't solo an Idris. I mean, you can kill people with the Idris solo, but if you get tackled, your ship's going to be on. You know what I mean? The Polaris and Idrises are not that important because in 4-4 they're already dying to people at gate camps left, right, and center. I don't know how many Idris myself and Cutlet have killed in the past like month in Levski doing certain things. Like it's a lot. Or Nick, sorry. So I don't think they are that much of a worry. The problem is obviously is where you have the oh my god. There's somebody here called Octopusti. Pusti. That's a way of getting around it. But yeah, they're not the biggest worry. I think it's just more people are not going to be happy with the standard ships. I think anyway. And that's what I'm just wanting to showcase, that it just means that people who don't have the Idrises and the other things like that, right, are not gonna have a fun time. Also, my MFD in the top window is gone, by the way, chat. You notice that? Also, what's with the noise of this ship? What the hell, man? Why does it sound so gassy?
Landing gear down. Landing
Oh shit.
complete.
Okay, this thing slides like a motherfucker. I was not expecting that. Who would have thought the Talon could actually slide across the ground at ridiculous speed?
Engines off.
Alright, let's get it tuned up. And let's quickly save our medical. I'm using Vulcan. I'm using the standard system in 4.5, which is Vulcan. Oh, chat, I also forgot to bring armor and stuff with me, but whatever. If I need to do more testing than that, I can just claim it. I just want to show you guys quickly this thing. I suppose you know what the easiest thing is for me to go and buy a Talon. Or are all ships not available anymore, right? IE's finished. I've probably got a Telenom buyback somewhere. Well, I'm not one to judge what you get up in your private life, but keep it private. I've seen this scene before, chat. It's like the scene in that Stephen King's movie, The Thing, right? I'm pretty sure this is how it starts. The absolute shitbag is going on here. They're contorting in each other. Dude, this guy's head is turning around to suck his own cock. Holy shit, that's impressive. That's really impressive. That's like no bone structure whatsoever. Just, oh yep, he's going in. He's going in from num num num. Oh yeah, open wide, Vicar. What the fuck? Only in Star Citizen. It was more the grunting noises that threw me off. Pudding spine? Yeah. Definitely, that's shit of horror. Where'd I go in this place? I go watch the trapdoor maze. Wait, do I actually have to get? Where is it here? Is it?
Freeloaders, but please leave the cafeteria.
Did she just say freeloaders? I know how that feels. No, this is not where we go, right? Do this. Jump in.
Attention. Dr. Solari, please
There it is.
contact the pharmacy.
Dr. Salami. I don't know if I ever actually want to have a doctor called Dr. Salami. There we go. Right, let's get down to testing. I don't blame the NPCs for being scared when the fucking floor is disappearing. True. That is definitely one fix I hope CIG fixes, because I can't wait to see. Oh my god, look at his teeth! Chat. Look at the teeth. Oh my god, what the hell is going on here? Can you see this, my man? What the actual effery is going on? This dude's traumatized already, you can already tell. Yeah, he's looking down. Oh my god. Let's do this here. Let's get the contract. So again, we're using the Nyx. Oops. We're using the Nyx base mission as a standard right now, because it offers up a really good choice of fighters, and it's the 86k one. Fighters and big ships. Contract unavailable. Yay. Oh, Moby Glass broken. Moby Glass? Moby Glass! Sweet, Nebulas. Well, we were going to use this as a standard, but something is going on. Like, really going on. There we go. Event Horizon? That's a good movie as well. I don't think Event Horizon really gets good until maybe like the last quarter, to be honest. The Human Centipede. That's a rough movie, that. Still think the South Park part is the best.
Systems
when the Japanese guy is telling Kyle, does he want the cuttlefish? Or whatever the other one was. That was so funny.
Engines on. Launch complete.
Alright. Time to play with this bad boy.
Shields off.
Okay, so again, the stealth point of this test goes out the window because stealth doesn't work on NPCs. Stealth can see, NPCs can see through chaff. But we're just showcasing damage and output, basically.
Shields on. Shields off.
For some reason, can't seem to warp to it. Something's blocking us. Nope. Just memeing. Something's blocking us. Also, the map is absolutely cooked right now. Something's going on this server. Map is screwed. This is laggy.
Shields on.
Come on, map.
Landing gear up.
Nope. Is this a rerun stream or live? Do I look like fucking Gabby? Do I look like all these other German 24/7 fucking streamers? No. This is fucking live. I'm just on the test server, that's why I get to play. DarkLaw only streams at 3 AM. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I can't pan out. It's broken up here. I don't know how you are playing, I just literally said. I'm playing on the test server, which is still up. It's open to wave 3 if you have access to it, but I would imagine CIG will probably go to open wave by the end of the week. You can always tell, by the way, see the little text at the bottom here? Test version? Whenever you see that, that means somebody's on the test server. You've been pissed trying to get... Have you been watching me? Being like, why is this fucker played? Is that it? Yeah, Mobigas is not working, chat.
Shields on.
How to get to a location we can't warp to? Is it this? No. Okay, I think what we'll do is maybe try and find a different server, chat. Because I can see, like, I can line to there, but I can't line to this. And it's not like it's far away either.
Shields on.
If I could just get the map to work. But CIG have changed the map in 4.5 and it's just so stupid. No accepted contracts. It's also like, this is not working. As you know what I'm going to try and do? I'm going to try and close this down, this contract. See if we can get a different one. Maybe that's it. This is still misbehaving.
Shields off.
Nope. Server's fucked. Alright. We need to find a different server.
Shields off.
Let me quickly land. Your destination has to be reset. The problem is I can't get to the map, dude. The map won't let me fucking... It's not working. It's like the server's gone.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel.
I'll quickly land. I just don't want to have to waste time on reclaim and we'll find it down on the server. few times though. You got a good thing going. Thank you, appreciate that, Tubby. Thank you. I want Grey Market to make a bootleg alien ship where one cockpit panel gets a blue screen on launch. You know, some people like to be whipped in real life. Pagan wants to have a blue screen video game. You know, just buy a shitty PC and you'll know all about a blue screen.
Shields on.
Buy Intel 14 Gen. I have not had Intel for quite a few years now when it comes to the CPUs. It's like 2 years now, 2 or 3 years I've been on AMD and I've not had any issues. E.T. is my favorite childhood movie. Well, you're in the right place then. Because I'm about to ruin that for you. I think what's enough is what's enough, chat.
Engines off.
One's enough. Right, let's store the ship, quickly leave server. I don't know what's going on, but I can't warp to the mission, so maybe the wormholes bugged us up. I don't know. There could be so many things. Let's just try and eliminate by just resetting.
Welcome to the ASOP. Your
Cool
vehicle
thing
has
is,
been moved to our storage facility.
ooh, so if you don't store it, it doesn't register.
Your vehicle has
Register
been
on
moved to
this
our
list,
storage
huh?
facility.
Oh, it's still there. Okay. All right. Of Life Ruins, yeah. E.T. the sexual predator. Damn right. Alright, different server. If we can. I had the E.T. coin bank and the E.T. stuffed plushie. It wasn't the only thing that was getting stuffed. Sorry, Jeff. Oh no. No, poor Elliot. Poor Elliot. That's why he was ill all the time. Is EU even running? Oh no, EU is not running. So US is running, right? Dude, insert name. I'm like that as well, dude. Like I'm struggling to put the game down. Like I'm not playing it hardcore because obviously I'm enjoying Star Citizen so much these days. But it's like I said, if Star Citizen wasn't in such a good place, regardless of this patch, but if it wasn't in such a good place, I would be maining the shit out of Where Winds Meet right now because there's so much good content in that game. Really, really good. I've got my, you'll like this one here. This is my character where she's, I tried to make it like a captain out of Bleach. So you've got the undersuit that you get in Bleach, got the eye patch from Kenpachi, and obviously I play as a healer, so it's kind of going with that sort of Kenpachi theme. But you can't do the arms in black, sadly, because obviously it's not a gown, it's a one piece. So, but I just love the fact that you can take an outfit and customize it to how you want. It's really, really cool. All right, let's see if this works then. I'm not in a hurry to beat. The thing is though is, like, I can't. I'm on legendary mode and trying to beat the storyline is like playing Elden Ring. You can fight the boss for like 20 times and almost get there and then you're like, I need to have a break and do something else. Do a bit of fishing. Go elsewhere, stuff like that. such a good game. Alright, are we on this server with the contorting twins? No, we're not. Good. That's good. Oh, look at this guy holding his helmet like a boss. Another good feature of 4.5.
To the ASOP vehicle
We're
retrieval
finally
system.
getting
Vehicle
that
selected. Stand by. Please visit
that-
us again.
sort of what's the word? Nostalgia from back in the day. Remember when there was that video that showed like flipping the helmet and then climbing into the chair, all that jazz? I just hope CIG will eventually get it to the point where you can take the helmet off in the cockpit to have a drink or something like that. Or food. I really hate the idea that you've always got to get out of the cockpit. But as far as how you spoke about Gabbies, that's how I know. Well, for me, like, I use Gabbies and like all the German guys as the same because they're always just running a 24-hour stream of reruns. So it's like you don't even know where the content creator is. I don't know. I don't understand how Twitch... It's not that I'm hating on them. I just don't understand why Twitch allows it. Like literally milking people for ad revenue and they're not even fucking streaming. They're showcasing videos from like 2 years ago. What fucking content is that? Again, each to their own. That's just my take on it. Wow. Did CIG disable the bloody mission? I bet CIG are watching it and they're like, quickly fucking disable this mission so DarkLaw can't show this. God damn it. I'm not going to allow that, Stark, just purely. I get it, right? But I'm not going to allow it through since Twitch modded it out because I kind of feel that that's kind of personal to you. And I don't want people, like, you know what I mean? Because again, that sounds like a shitty thing to do. And we don't do that here, you know?
Welcome.
Because that sounds, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's a... Everyone has, again, I don't want to sort of like dox you for any reason, right?
Please visit us again.
Yeah. I mean, that is a kind of shitty thing for a content creator to do, to be honest. Because again, everyone has different reasons for certain things, right? And mistakes can be happen. What are we breaking today? Everything. Everything. But, at least, hopefully, that's now things on the up, right? For you and your life. So let's focus on that part instead of the other ones. Always look at the losses. This is what I was saying actually, funny enough, at the start of the stream. Always take the losses in life and use it as a win for the future. Go. Hopefully this will work, chat, or this has been completely a waste of my time. Crossing my curls? You got curls? So do I sometimes.
Systems activated. Systems on.
When I dress up as the knight and I go out as the name of Barry. It's not me cross-dressing, it's just me going out with a wig on.
Launch complete. Landing gear up.
TCP. I don't even think do we have that in the UK?
Shields off.
Do we have THC vape in the UK? Oh no, I can't warp to it. Yes, this is being screwed then.
Shields on.
Can I do it this way? Maybe, chat. Maybe there's a hope.
Shields off.
Yeah, there we go. Nice. There's always a way, chat. Always a way.
Quantum travel engaged.
Alright, what we're looking for is we need like a 400i, a Scorpius, and a Vanguard. That's kind of what I'm hoping will spawn here, but it could be the typical Caterpillar and everything else, like freelancers. It's a bit of a gamble. And again, we're not looking at shields, we're not looking at, what's it called? Tanking capability. We're looking at the fact that how fast can this thing kill from range against other ships that possibly couldn't even see it. The fuck are these yellow circles? Looks not that amazing. I mean, it's the stuff for the Asperia ships. Or should you say the Talon, you know? No, it's not for all ships, no. You get the Banu, which is like green Doctor Who. This is not, what are they called? Tavaran ships. Then you've got like the Santok and stuff like that have like also kind of like a Doctor Who kind of vibe going with it. There's meant to be a Vandal one, but I don't think it's in yet, or it's only available
Quantum travel complete.
in some other scenario, right? Alright, here we go. Into the fray, let's get our shields up. The good thing about size 1 stealth shields are they don't have much HP, but they regen very fast and require very little power. Obviously, all the modules I have on this ship have very little HP, so you're probably wanting to be full military spec on a fighter like this, but I'm wanting to point out we literally have 0.3 IR because of the heat of the area, and we have 2.5k EM and 3.k cross section. So right now we are super stealthy. Obviously this does not work against NPCs because NPCs can see you regardless of stealth, which is great, which means that why don't CIG make it where NPCs can't see you? But I guess it would be game breaking if that was the case. We are wanting something smaller to kill, like this arrow. That is juicy. We were kind of wanting to wait for the MSR at the end, so we're going to go up here and find that lovely little arrow. There's a Vanguard as well. We will use that in our killing. Probably eventually NPC won't cheat. I'm hoping I really wish it was the same amount of time to kill an NPC that it was to kill a player. Because when you go into Arena Commander, Vandal Swarm, you just need to breathe on the NPCs and they die. You fight Pirate Swarm and they're half the HP of the normal HP of the NPC in the PU. And then a player, because it moves differently to an NPC, takes about 4 times to that to kill. But I think it should be a 1-to-1. What it takes to kill a ship in PvE is the same as it would be in PvP. The difference is obviously the player would have the higher skill level, right? To do certain things. Okay, here we go. Arrow coming in.
Attack.
There goes my insurance premium.
Now we just need to wait for it to stop scuffing around, right? It's disabled. Now we move away. We'll quickly move here to get our shields back, because obviously we're not tanking. We're meant to be in and out kind of gameplay. It's coming back online, so we're going to go in.
Would somebody shoot these people, please?
So it's disabled. There is full. That's a dead as far as I'm concerned. Because it's just spinning away. And eventually it'll explode. Now we're going to go in the Vanguard. Let's get past the ballistics, because obviously they're going to hurt. Gonna dodge a bit. Try and get under that belly. We're going to go for the juicy spot underneath. Need a little light. Let the guns cool down. You can see how red it is already.
Taking fire.
And it's disabled. There we go. So that's how fast you're disabling NPCs with this setup. Now, it will eventually explode if we put pressure on it. And again, chat, I'm only on 9.6 rounds. So I still have 9,000 rounds to do all this shit. Now it's completely GG, right? There we go. Okay, so it's completely useless now. That's what it's going to be like to a player as well. If you don't move. So this thing can literally cripple you in seconds. Now put 4 of them on an MX. Yeah, exactly. Put 4 of them on an MX. You're now up to what? 42,000 rounds or something. Like, how bonkers, man. I've got 9.4 rounds left in each gun. Look at its shields already, with a light bar. No shields, after a light bar, chat. Look how badly damaged on the front. I'm still got 9,000 rounds. And because rounds don't cost much to thing, it's also spinning as well. That's it disabled. There we go. Fully disabled. It'll get its power eventually back on, but yeah, it's pretty much GG'd at that point. Oh, never mind, it's GG'd. There you go, chat. There's a talent for you with these ballistics. Now imagine there's 5 people shooting at you with these ships. There's 5 of them. It doesn't matter, Boomkind. It's showcasing if they don't revert or anything like that. That's what you're having to deal with. Again, CIG can change all the stats, but this was happening with like I'm showcasing this because guess what? These guns have not changed any stats since the whole of 4.5. They've just made them stronger because you can put 4 of these on a Guardian. You can have them on a Talon. These NPCs can see me, but a player can't. I can move in and out of 2 kilometers and you'll lose lock-on with these things. That's what, and again, the CIG have not changed any of the stats on these guns. These are the same stats as 4.5. Then these are the same stats that came out in 4.4. Then the same stats as 4.5, and these are still the same stats in this patch of 4.5. Look how, look, already ripped apart. I'm barely having to use any rounds.
Attack on shields.
got no wing, chat. It's dead. That's a GG.
Mayday! Mayday! I'm going down!
There we go. That's it. Done. Now it's just gonna explode. Watch. Eventually, if I've hit the power plant enough. I still have 8,000 rounds. And you can only do this if you own a Shiv, because people will dupe the weapons as well. So not only will the Shiv weapons get duped, the lasers are broken. There we go, chat. See, look? Easy, right? Easy peasy. Let's see what it does to the MSR then. So if NPC ships can shoot right now, why can't we have NPC gunners on our ships? I don't know. No idea, actually. That's a good take. I think it would be probably like the mechanic of having to get them on your ship when you can spawn and despawn your ship. They would have to build a mechanic where you hire and de-hire them, right? So you can only hire them for
Contact.
as long as the ship like you can hire them, then you have to spawn your ship that have them in it, but nobody else can be a gunner, basically, you know? That's the mechanic CIG would have to choose. It's not that CIG couldn't give you NPC gunners, they could easily do that. It's just how do you get them on your ship that you will spawn, despawn, log out. I think the simplest way would be, as I said, you have to store your ship, you have to hire the NPCs, they then, when you spawn the ship, they're already in the gunner slot, you can't remove them, and the only way to get them out is to store the ship, and that's the easiest way to do it just now. But I don't think CIG wants that, right? I think that sounds quite arcadey and goofy. It sounds fair to me, but, you know, is that what everyone would want? Like a crew that's only available for however long the ship is, like, spawned, basically. So there we are, we're hitting at 1.9, coming in. Their back shields down, we overheat, right? So all we do is just backstrafe now, chat. It's taking our shields off, but it's already got orange compartment, right? So we just go away like this. Now imagine you've got a mantis holding that person down, right? We're stealthy now. If this was a player, the player wouldn't be able to see us right now because of how stealth works. But because it's an NPC, it can see us. Right? And guess what, chat? It's now disabled. So it's not able to shoot at us, it's not able to fly away from us. I'll put another mag in, just to do it there. Now watch. It's drifting away. This is a player, by the way. Or imagine it's a player, right? They're trying to repair inside their ship, whilst I'm just like this. Da, 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 da. And that's one Talon being able to do this. I still have 7,000 rounds, by the way. There we go. Look how easy that is, chat. I don't even have to think. I literally don't even have to think. All I have to do is get a Talon, get a Shiv, put the 2 guns on the Talon, be stealth, GG. That's it. End of game. End of any ship that's not Perseus, Hammerhead, or Capital. Live weapon stats with nerf defense. I know. Luckily, as I've said throughout the stream, we have, what, 2 or 3 weeks? Hopefully this will make sense. Right now, it clearly doesn't. I wonder what they want. Maybe they wanted to see what 4/4 weapons with 4/5 penetration would be like in the stats, and then they can make a sort of better choice instead of what they had in mind or anything. But again, all the weapons that they had power 5 or 6, mainly 5, were the only ones that needed to be tweaked. Everything else felt really, really good. And the good thing is, obviously, with these weapons, CIG could just lower the penetration, right? But the problem is, we don't need actual armor, dude. We have armor in 4.5. It's just an extra layer of thing. You're not gonna get World of Tanks armor, by the way. If anybody thinks you're generally gonna get World of Tanks armor and you're changing out plates and different sizes, you're not getting that, guys. That requires a completely different video game. You're only going to get it where certain weapons can't pen your certain amount of millimeter armor, and that's it. And that's what we have in 4.5. We literally have a millimeter count, and we have a total pool of HP. But if you are completely bombarded by rounds, it doesn't matter what type of armor you have. Eventually it will break. Yeah, it's more like a bulletproof vest. Dude, that's the best way to look at it. That's the only type of armor you're getting in this game. You know? You're only going to get a bulletproof vest. That's all armor will ever be in Star Citizen. Because again, like I said, these guns do not kill capital ships because the armor is too thick. But they can blow off your engines and they can disable your turrets because of it. And that's fine. The problem is, though, is you then go from a battle of attrition to I come across anybody that can't afford an Idris and I kill them instantly because I'm just in a ship that has the power to do it. And I just don't think that's right. It makes it pointless to be in any other ship, any other fighter. Well, they'll eventually come out with the Stinger and physicalize components and stuff. What always cracks me up is that the Stinger is the same size as a C-130. Like, you're literally flying a C-130 around with that thing. Wicklow has Idris. Do we know if it's a Dicolo Idris with a railgun? Or is it a laser? Not that it's really going to change anything. It's the rail? Oh my god. That means even more fucking duped railguns. Yeah, but the thing is though, is that the only reason we see so many railguns is because people can dupe them. Hear me out, I personally think, and this is just temporary, I think Idris M's railgun should be bestowed. That's my personal take. Until CIG fixes the ability to dupe them. Make the Idris M bestowed to the Idris M. The railgun bestowed to the Idris M. Just for now. It's an easy thing for them to lock it down. Just for now until CIG fixes the duping. Because there's too many railguns out there. And there's not enough Idris M's to do that. Out of 5 Idris, I see 4 of them with railguns. There's not enough Idris M's in circulation for that. Only until the duping is fixed, and then you can release it again. But I definitely think that should be the bonus of the Idris M. Right now, it's the only ship that can have the railgun, not an Idris P. They used to say get the M now because it's the only way to get the railgun. Years later, free railgun with a Ranger bike. Yeah. I mean, I'm totally cool with people being able to customize their ships to certain things, but right now, because of how badly it breaks the game, I think it should just be bestowed to the Idris M owners. They get the bonus for that. Awesome. There's many people that have Idris M's, they'll enjoy it. But every P pleb shouldn't be able to just go and buy a duped gun off the market for like 5 million or whatever. It's really cringy. I said that from the beginning, Boomkind. I didn't like the idea of the size 6s on the Polaris being bestowed. I understand it for the Perseus because obviously it's got a gun that's designed to do those things, but like the Polaris I kind of feel like should have been able to do certain things. Has the duping ever been fixed? No. It's... I genuinely don't know what CIG are going to do about the duping. It's bad though. The good thing is though, you can't dupe size 3 and 4 components because you can't remove them yet. But just think of how many people are going to dupe size 3 military the moment that CIG allows you to pull those modules out. How would they fix it though? You're not going to like it. You're not going to like it how to fix it. When you repair your ship, you don't get your guns back. You don't get your missiles back. You don't get your modules back. That's the only way to fix duping. If you lose a gun, you have to repair your ship and then buy a new gun. No, you wouldn't get it back from claim either, because that's how you're getting the duping stuff to begin with. You can just claim back. You would just claim back. The idea for me to get rid of duping is if you lose a ship, you lose all your modules and you get your stock back in the reclaim, like what we had before CIG added it in. So for anyone who's not a long-term backer, when you died in Star Citizen at the very beginning, you only got your stock modules back. Everything you fitted to your ship was completely lost in the game. Completely lost. You had to buy more items. And it worked. Then CIG add these problems and you can now dupe every weapon in the game. Maybe they put some ID tag on the weapon. I think the simplest thing is just make it where people have to buy more modules. That's it. That's because people whined, yeah. It's the only way to stop duping in Star Citizen is you make it where if you lose an item, you've lost it for good. And then when it comes to armors, you know how we got tier 0 armor for your cosmetics? You don't change that until it's just a skin, right? So you buy a gun and you put the skin on it, and then when you buy another gun, you can put the skin back on it. You never lose that skin, basically. You just lose the armor that you bought, the weapon that you bought to put the skin on it. And that's what CIG's coming out with, like, the blueprint system in the future. That everything will be eventually skins regardless. So that solves the armor, the personal armor and weapons and stuff like that, where you'll never really lose your skins. You'll only lose the gear that you put the skin on. But I think generally to solve duping, just stop you being able to repair your ship and getting your weapons back and your modules back. That's it. That's the easy fix. And people then just have to learn to go shopping. Or have people do logistics runs. Or you don't die in a fire all the time. You don't crash into an asteroid. You start learning to be better at the game. I know that sounds, you know, whatever, but that's your easiest way to stop duping. Or hear me out, similar to Tarkov. Yeah, but Caboose, don't bring a Tarkov mechanic in. Do you really think CIG are capable of making a Tarkov mechanic? Do you genuinely believe this company after 13 years could make something like that? Chat, they had to make 4 different Gladiuses to do the same job as one Gladius because they couldn't be bothered to make skins. You've got the Gladius Pirate, the Gladius Valiant, and now the Referral Gladius. All it had to be was a fucking skin, but they have 4 versions of the same ship. You've got 2 Sabers, the Saber and the Saber Comet. Exactly same ship, just different modules on board. All because it just had to be a different skin. That's it. You really think CIG are going to be able to make fucking serial codes for certain items? And not guff it up? It's just easier to make it where people have to go and buy more modules and just tell people to get on with it. Than try and make a mechanic that will most likely fail. Sometimes the simplest route of ripping off the band-aid is easier than trying to put stitches in. That will eventually need to be pulled out slowly. Best is just to band-aid it, glue it up, rip it off, and deal with the fucking pain. But CIG don't want to do with that because everyone in the fucking community seems to be pussy-ass, you know, spoon-fed babies that don't like to have to actually do something. I personally, and again, this is just me personally, I would love it where when I die, I have to go and buy new modules. Or I have to go back to the crash site and recover them. You know? I have somebody in my team bringing a gun out to me to put back on my ship, you know? Like Vulcan and Crucible owners that will have no job in this game unless CIG actually changes something.
Shields on.
Because look at it this way, if you bring in the Vulcan next year, say CIG are working on the Vulcan, why would I ever use a Vulcan when I can go to every place and get all my modules and my repair back for very little price? Why would I ever hire somebody to do that job? What they could do is use global identifiers. Again, just think of the database numbers though, Garm, on that one, right? I like the idea, right? And I think that would be another way of doing it, but let's look at it from a database point of view. Think about how many IDs would have to be in circulation at one time, and then CIG would have to develop a system to cull those IDs. Oh, but wait, they can't even cull unabandoned ships yet. So what chance have you got of thousands and thousands of modules floating around in space?
Landing complete.
Easier way? Make it where people don't get their items back. Solves the duping. Any way you look at it, the more complicated you make it, the harder it is for CIG to implement. And the easy route is the straight route. And people just have to get on with it. Let's not talk about Starfare owners. Exactly. There's no reason for a Starfare in the game. And it's so sad. And it's only because people want to return to a place like this and refuel. Do you guys remember when we had Cryastro in the game? It was the only place that you could refuel. And I loved it. There was a location you could go to refuel. But if you were... like, the idea would be is if you were on Daymar and you ran out of fuel, you had to bring in the Starfare. Obviously, at that time, the Starfare didn't have the mechanics to do something like that, but now it does, even though it currently doesn't work correctly. But the idea would be amazing. You're stranded on a planet, you're calling in the refuel rats, they come and refuel you, you get back on the game. But now every single location has 2 or 3 repair places, every hangar you go to magically has brand new Idrises ready to fucking go, and the game has gone from actually having a reason to know people and do things with other people to I don't give a shit, it's an arcade video game. Because again, CIG keep making it easier for people who are not willing to play the game as intended. And they keep catering for these people. Keep catering for these content creators who don't want to even bother, like, learning how to fly and do things. So what way, like, you know what I mean? Like, it'll never be easy and it'll never be structurized because it will always be designed around, catered for the baby group of the game. And you know the funny thing, and this is the sad reality, just the same as it is in Dune Awakening, every single one of those baby players that don't want to do anything, they'll be the first people that quit this game. It won't be the hardcore people amongst you, the people that like punishment, the people that like loss to get the gain. It will be the babies who want it so easy that the game is so easy that they get bored and they quit the game fastest. Because only a game survives if you listen to your average players and your hardcore players. If you listen to the least amount of people, the babies, the Care Bears, the people that don't want to play this game very often, but they want to get the same effect out of somebody that puts 10 hours in, and with only their 1 hour, that's when games fail, like Dune Awakening. Because the developers of Dune Awakening listen to all the content creators like Carnage who are like, let's make it more PvE in the deep desert. Now, look what's happened. All the PvPers have left the game. All the PvEers are leaving the game. They're making it where if you have a friend, they can play with you for free to play. And guess where Carnage is? Not fucking playing Dune Awakening. So you just ruined the whole game for that split second, listening to people who have had no idea how to play online games, and they should be stuck to playing single-player games. Because every time a company listens to people like this, and it's not to, like, you know, be disrespectful through them, you don't play a game long enough to know about a video game. You just don't. come and have your fun and accept that there's a footballer out there better than you that knows how to play the game better than you. I would play on a hardcore server any day. I don't necessarily think we need hardcore servers or PvE servers. I think it just needs to get out of this mindset that if you make the game easy, everyone gets bored. But if you make the game with certain requirements, you start to take your losses and become better at the game, and then it doesn't become a chore or a loss to you. And that simply is like everything in life, which is just called skill, muscle memory. Again, I bring this up, when you first learn to ride a bike, your parent or your adopted parents or somebody at the orphanage puts you on a bike, stabilizers, and you start learning to ride the bike. Then eventually you lose the stabilizers and you fall off the bike. You graze your knee, you graze your arm. You understand what fucking pain is. So you get better at riding the bike, and eventually down the line, 10 years from then, you get on a bike and you don't even think about how to ride a bike. You just know how to ride a bike. And then if you go for 20 years without using a fucking bike, you still know how to ride a bike. And you know why? It's because the grazes on your arm and the grazes on your knee taught you how to fucking not hurt yourself. Pain equals win in life. It's the same thing for a video game like Star Citizen. You take your losses, you take your L's, and you eventually get better at it. And you start to build up the memory to never have these issues again. It's the Shiv ballistic guns. So when you look at the stats right now, on size 4, these ballistic guns for the breaknet are doing 52 alpha per shot at 1100 speed or RPM at 1400 speed with 3k range, and each gun comes with 10,500 rounds. And CIG, for us, a really good idea, thought giving 4.5 millimeter pen would be a good idea. So you have a minigun that fires out ballistic cannons worth of damage. Because again, look at here, for example, the AD4Bs are 84 alpha, 900 RPM, 5,000 rounds, but they only have 9,000 speed. Sorry, 900 speed. So you've got a sniper rifle, ballistic cannon, minigun, and that's what breaks it right now. These things should have at least 30 alpha, and it would still be really, really good. You don't need to nerf the speed. You don't need to nerf the pen. You don't need to nerf the ammo count. It's the fact you are firing cannon ballistic rounds in a minigun at 1100 RPM. Even the Relentless Gatling gun is 950, but the thing is though, it's even got more range. The Wolf L21 gun is also stupid because they're firing ballistic cannon rounds in a rotary system. So the breakneck should be down to at least 32 alpha in my opinion, and bring down the L21 to 43. Then they're fine. Leave the pen, leave the speeds, leave the range, leave the ammo amount. Absolutely amazing. It's the alpha that's the issue. It's too much for minigun systems or rotary systems. Because again, the Revenant is 60 free, right? It's 60 free. And that one's still going to be pretty crazy. But it doesn't have the range. It's still 1200 speed. And in the previous system, it was absolutely fine, right? It's that CIG have nerfed everyone's shields by 40%. You can literally see it here in the log, right? So we'll go to the latest patch here. And you can see that shields, for example, if we go through all the weapons, you can see how they've nerfed the speed on certain things, down 47%. You know, there is a lot of changes, but the lifespan's gone up, the range has been buffed, all that jazz, right? Because it's gone back. But shield modules have lost shields. Ships have lost shields. Oh, is it dropped, is it? Sick. But again, not that this is full pitchforks at dawn cry about it. Hopefully CIG are aware that some of these weapons, if CIG puts the shields back and puts the armor back, it's fantastic. It's the fact that I've already checked that one, dude. It's ridiculously powerful for this stuff. Again, CIG can't bring range and penetration into the game and nerf shields and armor at the same time. You have to make it where you bring the range back, so you leave HP, you leave armor, you leave shields, and you change the weapons around those things. You don't go revert the weapons, bring in pen, nerf your shields, nerf your armor. It's gonna be great, right? But we'll see what this says, right?
So we've been talking about engineering in one way or another for several years now.
Let me get to a different screen so the VOD can see your chat, guys.
Whether that's ISC,
I am really looking forward to see what you all will be doing with it.
or SCL,
is engineered this absolutely enormous behemoth thing that's going to ruin everybody's experience?
No, because again, literally on Tuesday, my personal take, I was having so much fun in the game. And it was only a few weapons that needed to be addressed, and the bug where you're constantly exploding for no reason, right? The critical stuff. If CIG had fixed that, best patch in like the past 5 years is my opinion. Now it's like a what the fuck patch.
You're into that? Yes.
or even 2 different CitizenCon presentations.
We already talked about it several times, but wait, there's one more thing.
When I was dressed up as a late-night television host vampire and dumping sand.
To be honest, as all the shit that I give Lando, I think that was his funniest point in CIG, is when he did the vampire dude.
Throughout the LA office without permission.
Don't ever do this again! They're begging me not to continue! But we will show them! Count Disco does not know how to listen!
Yes, it was a different time. But over the years, the systems have continued to evolve, and now, after 7 videos, several Arena Commander and Tech Preview tests, and the current PTU cycle underway now, we've never been closer to bringing the next evolution of spaceflight to life ahead of our intended release later this month. So rather than go through every detail once again of what you're already experiencing on the PTU now, I sat down with Torsten for this short discussion of what I'm calling Inside Star Citizen, Talking with Torsten, the 8th show about engineering before it's been released. And that's why we didn't do another CitizenCon thing this year.
I know it's his way of doing things, but I wish we would just stop with the memes. The game is already memey enough. We don't need the team who are building the game to be memey as well. We're here for, you know.
All right, we can probably shorten it to just Talking with Torsten. Yeah.
So, right off the bat, it's been a year since we did that last ISC on engineering. What's the same? What's changed?
We didn't change a lot. What did change is the main direction of the feature itself.
Just the main direction.
Just the main direction. Technically, everything that you had in the Arena Commander, everything that we talked about still stands true. So everything that we discussed, all the intentions we had, still stands true. We had before like the direction of things have to happen. You have to be on your toes. You have to be very reactive to everything that is happening. We noticed that this is not particularly fun. So
just giving people something to do is not enough.
Giving people something to do can be really fun, but it pulls too much attention to these rather than of the gameplay that you should experience.
Warning, fire detected.
So the direction that we got was, and we are now acting on, is that engineering gameplay is there to extend the lifetime of the ships rather than making your life miserable on a ship.
It's a nice change.
I think it's
I really like it.
Yes.
Let's
It needs to be
refresh
dialed in,
ourselves
but I think
on
it's
the
really
basics of how it works for people who haven't gone back and watched the 7 previous videos. The first thing is preemptive or preventative stuff, the stuff that happens before things happen. Tell me how you use engineering to prepare your ship.
One of the main things right now that you have to do, or you should do, is prepare for travels. So you should buy fuses ahead of time so that you can replace them once they break on the ship. You should buy enough filled RMC canisters so that you are able to repair the components on site. So this is like the prep work, the first.
Now, just to quickly go into just a quick idea. You guys ever played Warframe or Dune Awakening? And when you're mining in Warframe or you're mining in Dune Awakening, you scan and then you have the minigame line thing. I think it would be amazing, and just hear me out, if you can't be bothered to do that, you're just doing the laser thing. But I think you should be able to scan the module and do like a little minigame line thing to make it where it repairs so much faster. Like where you, instead of it like 1% per second, you can do 20% per thing, right? Because the stuff in Warframe and Dune Awakening where you quickly scan it and you do the minigame and it just cracks or stuff like that, I think that would be amazing for Star Citizen if they could do it. And you just go up, you scan, you go, that's it, broken, quickly minigame of thing, and it's like 30% is back online. And you're like, guys, I got it back to 30%, I'm gonna move to the next module. Engineer. And I know it sounds goofy, but at the same time, it makes it where somebody's skilled, because again, you could be wobbling around in combat, and because I find it very boring to do 10%. Oh, we got hit again. It's down to 5%. It's just, it's really boring. But if you could just quickly mini game it to repair, and you're doing like, say for example, you're at 0, and to get it back to like 100% would be 2 mini games, right? So there, oh shit, I fucked up, you know what I mean? It would be really cool to do that, to make it not just about laser beaming a
hopefully,
module, right?
5 minutes, if we can make something work.
He's trying to get vendors added to the spaceports so that you don't have to run around. We'll see if we end up with that or not. I'll say it.
Yeah, something like that. A mini game built into the mini game to make it where it's not you spending 5 minutes with a laser gun repairing a module. Because that's the boring thing. And how I describe it is, if you ever play Sea of Thieves is you take a piece of wood, you do an animation of hitting the wood on the thing, and that's it fucking done. It only takes 3 or 4 seconds and your hull is repaired. You see the plank of wood on the side of the ship, and eventually it'll disappear because you've repaired your ship up enough, right? It's the same thing they could add into Star Citizen. Instead of laser beaming to fix it, just a quick mini game and it's fixed. You know? And then they could balance it around how much the mini game does in percentage, depending on, you know, analytics and stuff like that. It's just super boring to just keep laser beaming stuff.
Continue.
And that's the only thing in engineering I don't like.
Allow components to be swapped out in fight or in your travels. You can also prepare by buying components and then storing them on the ship so that you can.
But wait! There's people crying on Spectrum saying, I don't want to have to bring spare components or buy other components. I want them to be invulnerable.
Replace them.
So first part of engineering resource network is preparation. In the single seat ships, the fighters and stuff, does this still affect their day-to-day life?
No. So yes, but no. so engineering gameplay affects everything. What engineering gameplay does there is that it extends the lifetime.
Galif, yeah.
So imagine you are on your single-seater fighter, you're not doing too well, and you barely survive. Now you can use the MFD to repair the components that allow you to travel back.
Not in the current patch, you just randomly explode.
Home. So this is the extension of the lifetime of the ship that you invested time in.
And so then for ships with interiors up to the bigger multi-crew ships,
yes.
The next big change with engineering is a damage to your components.
So on the ships with interior, you will have access to the components. By having access to the components, there's the chance for you to repair on-site or repair.
Just to let people know, you can't pull out size-free components, so from like a Perseus and stuff. Anything size-free and above can't be pulled out and replaced.
Yeah, while they are taking damage. Normally you would die in the game that is like at 4.4, but with engineering gameplay you would be able then to point the repair gun at the component, bring it back from 0 health to full health. So
yeah,
you get
also that
your
as well,
power
yeah,
pump
yeah,
back.
yeah.
Or you extinguish the fire, repair afterwards, and then you're ready.
I personally, and this is just my take, this should have been out at the end of next year when CIG finalized a lot more ships interior-wise, right?
To go. And that scales now with the amount of people that you can fit on your ship. So yes, the next chapter of engineering is repairing and exchanging of components.
They put storage for extra comps on the Perseus? No. No. Because you can't remove modules size free. They're unpluggable right now.
Components and potentially exchanging fuses.
And it's not just managing the components,
I'm
it's
the
managing
same
the
Astral,
relays.
yeah.
How do the relays work?
Again, I want to make this public again. I think the way Sea of Thieves does it is the best way. I take wood, I repair, ship works, I get on with another job. Bucket, water, fire extinguisher, module, bang, bang, bang. On to next module, bang, bang, bang. Fire, bucket, water. You know what I mean? That you can't get at the modules. I know, Outlaw. Because again, it's not that I'm saying this is rushed out, because generally it does work. I'm saying I kind of feel like CSG should have waited until all ships you could actually get to the modules before releasing it. I could have easily gone until the end of next year before bringing engineering in. It just opens up some more complications.
Changed a little. So if you recall in the early
exactly,
tech
Outlaw. It is very much like the leadership at CIG have really bad ADHD. Like really, really bad. Where I sometimes, and I may come across as harsh with my own opinions, I don't think people like that should be working as leadership in this company or a company like that to begin with. Because they can't seem to stick on a direction.
You and even the early Arena Commander mode. Relays were like the weak point of any ship. We thought back in the day that this is a really, really good idea. And to a degree it would be. But with ships where some relays are placed in a very accessible position for getting shot at some point there will be the expert players that will just target those and you will be rendered useless within a blink of an eye, which disagrees with the statement of we have to bump up the TTK here. So relays and fuses are still relevant, but if a relay does not hold any fuses anymore, basically the ship cannot support the full amount of power that the power plant would allow you to have.
Cool.
It makes sense to repair or restock the fuses.
But it's not going to stop your coal. It's not going to prevent doors from
I like
opening.
that. I like that
or
change, yeah.
If you don't effectively address the needs of your components and everything, it can now generate a new hazard for the interiors of spaceships: fire.
Warning, fire detected.
So fire can happen in several ways in our game. So one aspect is exterior-induced damage to your ship that can cause a fire. Components will trigger fire based on hits from...
I still think the bullets that fly through the ship should actually be able to take out players and NPCs inside the ship. You know, they can make it where it like does be like low damage, but I would like the idea you're running down a hallway and you get hit by a fucking round and you're like a bit dazed and then you gotta keep going. And not like it instantly kills you kind of thing, but more like whilst it's inside is like a stun, right?
Bullets. So energy weapons are right now the most effective one in setting interiors on fire if they hit the components on the interior.
Yeah, but you can make it where if you're sat down in a seat, you're invulnerable, right? I'm talking about the people running around the shit that get hit by a random round, and you know what I mean, like
versus
wounded but not dead. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then with the mechanic of you can't just insta-gib the pilot, right? Or the bridge and stuff. But it'd be kind of cool if somebody's running to put out fire and the bullet hits them off a wall and they're a bit dazed. You don't die from it, you're getting up and then you're getting back on the job. But again, massively random, right?
Mistakes, they have a very small chance
I think it would be kind of cool.
Igniting the components. And the next big thing is mismanagement of your ship. So if you make your ship run too hot. So if you, for example, think you don't need the full power on your coolers, that means that all the other components start to overheat. We have a system in place that...
Well, that's the thing. I generally feel on the big ships like Idris and Polaris and Perseus and stuff like that, because they create their own gravitational field, I don't understand when the ship is after burning and hard turning, you get thrown to the ground. I don't get that. Because you're technically in a 1G system. It would be the same, you know what I mean? CIG are making out that if somebody quickly hits the side of planet Earth with, like, as a basketball, we would all get fucking thrown around. We wouldn't just be thrown around, chat. We would be fucking outski. If some entity ever did a light tap on Earth to us, or we got hit by a big impact, we don't just get thrown to the ground, by the way. We go at, like, fucking ridiculous speed, right? Yeah, exactly, that's it. That's another way of looking at it. If the Earth just suddenly stops spinning, we don't just fucking fly around or like fly in a direction. We literally go atomized because of what happens with gravity and stuff like that. So I just think it's really weird that we're doing the same thing in a ship with a 1G force and you get hit by a fucking round that makes the ship changes direction and we're not getting liquefied. So I think it shouldn't be part of when you're in a ship. I think if you should disable the gravity, people are EVAing around and bouncing into things. Then that would be a cooler environment. But I generally feel like when you're trying to repair something, it shouldn't be the worry of flying through the fucking hallway backwards going, whee! Because CIG don't understand how gravity works.
Basically has the auto shut off of some of the components, but
But I would love it if you could actually disable gravity so everyone's EVAing around.
Sometimes that might not be enough. So the temperature rises so high that the component...
And that's another thing, by the way, just to put it into perspective. When you kill somebody's power plant in engineering, nobody's floating around. Where the fuck is this artificial gravity coming from, apparently? You know what I mean? Like, if the gravity is holding us from EVAing, right? And we're not flying around in the vacuum of fucking space when all these things go down, right? How is it holding us, not holding us when we get nudged slightly and we get thrown around and stuff? It makes no sense.
And it self-incinerates, and then you have a fire due to this systemic approach.
Well, what is the space station moves around Earth at like a ridiculous amount of speed, right? And if they were to instantly change direction, the whole station would just go like a fucking tin can. Cargo grid lock-on snap-on wouldn't work without power. There's no more soft defs though. With engineering, soft def and full def is gone from the game, Penguin. You only now have power plant off. So you don't even get EVAing around.
And then the third type is...
It's all been removed, sadly.
These are induced by the wear and tear. So the higher the wear and tear of the component, the higher the chances is in different stages that they can trigger an ignition.
You've repaired it a few times, but you haven't replaced it.
Correct, yes.
And in dealing with fire, how do you deal with fire?
So you have the...
We use powder in space.
The extinguisher that we now place in every ship, which is the active counter to that. The more fire extinguisher point to the same fire.
There's no more soft def or full def.
That's the most straight.
Disabled, where you can get your stuff back on or instantly explode, outlaw. There's no more down state anymore in the game, which sucks. Because the thing is also when you kill somebody's power plant, the ship keeps moving away so you can't board them. You have to have a tractor beam ship to stop them. So, again, this is where, like I'm saying, I think CIG should have waited until the end of next year before doing engineering. or releasing engineering. Just worked out these little kinks that are going to ruin the game, you know? At first iteration, yeah. But again, the first iteration should have these things worked out, in my opinion, Stefan.
Forward way. The next way is venting the ship. And
we're in no
the
rush to add
release,
this to the game.
The way that you will be able to do that is by daisy chaining doors. So what you have to do, basically open the door next to the next door, so that you at some
this
point
sometimes
reach
works,
the door
by
that
the way,
leads to the
sometimes
exterior
doesn't.
And vent the atmosphere.
and vent the atmosphere out.
Sounds like when you're the second player playing Gyromite back in the day. So yeah, repairing with replacement components and fuses if you have interiors, repairing those components.
Also, just in case CIG don't mention it, or maybe mention it later, you also have to add air filters, by the way. Because if you don't put new filters into your, I'm going to say aircon, but it's the life support system, it heats up inside.
And replacing those fuses if they take damage.
Just in
and then
case they
dealing
don't
with
say.
fires. That's essentially the engineering loop that's on its way in 4 or 5. We've recently been in tech preview testing. How's that been going?
The feedback that we received is helped us a lot, and helped us also to make some points in some of the changes that we have been seeing now between the different tech previews.
But then why literally revert all the modules back to the same as 4.4 when we've been working on this stuff for 2 weeks? This is what I just don't understand with CIG.
Which is really good.
I have a feeling it's just a mistake. I think somebody copied and pasted the wrong fucking files. That's the only thing I can think of. And if somebody's made a mistake like that, who cares? It's PTU, right? It's only for one patch cycle. But I just can't figure out why CIG reverted all the guns.
Because it brings the gameplay to exactly what we want to have, which is extending lifetime of ships and not being an annoyance, a constant annoyance. One thing that had to come with engineering gameplay is a full rebalance. So a full rebalance of all weapons, of all ship components.
But then you've reverted it all back to 4.4.
How our character, the ship, functions in the game. I think we are approaching right now a good baseline for the release.
So did I on
Tuesday. I'm hoping that we get some more testing in, because the longer we have the tech preview running, the more we see what needs still to be updated. So
now, at the time that this airs, because we're recording this rather early in November, we'll be on PTU. We'll be on PTU with full-blown testing for an intended December release, which is really exciting. Ending the year with a new star system wasn't quite enough. We want to end the year with this gameplay system. It's going to fundamentally change every spaceship in the game that we've been talking about for 5 years. At this point.
Man.
As far as every ship, we say it will affect every ship, and not every ship equally at the time of this release. My understanding is there's about 80 ships at the point of 4.5 release that have everything. There's about 30 ships in various states of conversion. Some have engineering screens but don't have physicalized components. Some have physicalized components but don't have engineering screens. Through all of it, you'll be able to use engineering in one way or another.
See, this is where I go back to. Why not just release it next year in spring, where you've had somebody finish off these sort of foundational things before you release it, right? So if you're removing soft def and you're removing hard def, well, hard def is def anyway, right? So you're removing soft def to a different state, but not every ship goes into this state because you can't do certain things. Wouldn't it be more logical to finish off the foundation of engineering on every single ship before you push it out? That's just me. Kind of feels a little bit silly.
You want to say to folks as they're testing in PTU now and they see this ahead of its intended release before the end of December?
Yeah, so I definitely need to shout out the people that have been sticking around with me and with everyone involved in that feature.
Isn't that their job? Isn't that their job? No? Do you just fucking pull a developer from any team and be like, would you like to work on my idea for Star Citizen? Aren't they paid to work with you regardless of what crazy idea you come up with? Or is it like old school sports day where it's like, Team Captain Thor, I'll take you. Oh yeah, you're a really good developer. I'll take you. No, I don't like you. You're ginger and you're bald. I like you. You're a good developer, right? Come and work with me on engineering. I don't understand this statement. You're literally paid to do a job.
A huge group, but the core people that really deserve a lot of like praise are Guillermo, and Scott. Those are my...
Scott. It's literally all like Norwegian names. Or sorry, Scandinavian names, and then Scott.
My key personnel that
That's
without
so
them
funny.
we wouldn't be here. So with that out of the way, the feature's made to stay. This is Star Citizen. This is the definition of Star Citizen. This is what we always wanted, and finally we have it.
It's where we've been talking about going for the last 5 years, yeah.
It doesn't mean, though, that what you see right now is set in stone.
Yeah,
so
that's a good
we
thing.
appreciate all the feedback that we receive. We are aware that we don't deliver something that is perfect right away. So we need your help, as always, to point out the things where we can still improve. We are not done yet with engineering gameplay. There are still things that we have on the list. And we are consciously holding back those ideas right now because we think we already gave a lot and we are a bit scared of overwhelming the play.
Yeah, this is for me why I don't understand the 600i getting a rework is not important, or like the Stinger coming out with modular fucking things already designed, and the Shiv as well. The Shiv came out not finalized. Wouldn't it be more logical to just not fire out so many ships each time and maybe finish them? Is it Thorsten, German? It sounds Scandinavian to me, dude. Tomato, tomato, right?
Yes, a bit. And now we want to observe you playing that and basically figuring out what still needs to be added or even what we need to adjust.
Well, that's...
As a Scandinavian... Oh, dude, guys, get off the fucking... I don't give a shit. All right? Whenever I see a hot, slightly tanned woman, I don't instantly think she's Brazilian, right?
Torsten Lyman
Fuck's
on
sake.
engineering, available on PTU right now. If you haven't jumped in and given it a try, do so. And as we head towards our December release for 4.5.
Oh, and as a coda, since we recorded this, we've also decided to add armor into this release as well. So keep a lookout for the upcoming engineering guide that'll go out with the release of 4.5 to learn more. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all again next year.
All right, so it's... To be honest, like... That's pretty much a guff video, I have to say. Like, that really doesn't explain anything. Like, again, I just don't think you even needed that type of video. And the one they're talking about here, if you guys need the links, that's the thing Wikipedia posted out, which sort of explains it way more than what they did in a video that didn't need to be made, as far as I'm concerned. Are these guys at CAG actually working a 40-hour week? I don't know. I mean, I'm never going to question how much time somebody puts in. Always that whoever's in charge looks like actually understands Star Citizen, right? Because that's the biggest issue I have with it. It generally sometimes feels that the people who are in charge really don't know this video game at all. And I don't think they should be in the positions that they are to make these assessments, right? But I suppose that's the same in any developing company, in any video game. I generally just don't think the leadership know what fucking video game they're making. They don't play the game enough. They don't design enough. They just sort of tick things off in a box. And that's why we're suffering with Star Citizen so much, is because the people who actually know about the game are not in a position to direct the game. Gum flappers, yeah, exactly. I generally believe that's what holds Star Citizen back. It's not the developers, it's the people who are designing the things. Not the people who are creating them. It's the people who make these weird choices. Like, you know, spend 2 weeks giving us data in Evocati to literally within one patch change these stats. And I'm going to keep bringing it back up because, again, the patch that comes out tonight could literally revert it. And it could have been a mistake. But I have to question, why did this mistake happen? Why have they gone back to all the original stats when in that video they're literally saying we're letting go of the 4.4 stuff and moving into 4.5, which is the future of the game? But why are you going back to 4.4 stats then? Try and educate me to understand why this has happened overnight. Why? Somebody must have made a choice. Or somebody's made a mistake. Regardless, it's CIG's responsibility to go, this is why we've changed all the stats. Again, we've gone back to 4.4 even though we were moving to 4.5. But we're taking all the stuff from engineering into 4.5. But guess what? We're also going to nerf all your shields at the same time. And we're going to nerf armor at the same time. So regardless of all the cool things we've added in, we've just made it harder for you to keep a bigger ship alive, but smaller ships to easily kill you. And I'm sorry. Like, you know, I see myself as quite a smart fucking person, but I don't understand that. I'm hoping that's the case, Veteran Clacky. I genuinely hope tonight, get the data, and I'm going to be like, cool. The next day is going to be good fun, right? That's what I'm coping on. I'm coping on we go back because it makes no sense to me to nerf ships to make guns more powerful. I don't get that. Did you know that Chris Roberts got fired from Microsoft when he made Freelancer and another guy finished the project? It doesn't surprise me, to be honest. Doesn't surprise me. But that's that. This is this. Lack of communication at CIG's usually the part. Well, that's the case. I have heard, and I'm not going to disclose the names of the developers because they'll get in trouble, right? But I've heard from multiple people that a lot of the time when things go wrong in the game, it's because one team does something and the other team doesn't communicate with each other. So one team makes something of the same thing differently, and then the stats are completely fucked up because nobody's bothered to mesh this shit together and be like, right, now start working as two teams on this one thing. It's two teams working on one thing, doing two different things, and then it comes together and it's completely fucking screwed. And that's just because the people in charge are not communicating with each other. Like, maybe they don't like each other. One's an ex-wife or something like that. Yeah, it always feels to me, and maybe it's just my take. It does feel that it does come across as nobody is actually checking on their work. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would expect the developers to be like school children. They're working on an essay, and the senior person in the company is the teacher who comes around and goes, how are you getting on with things? Oh yeah, but I'm struggling here. And be like, all right, okay, well, we've actually changed the essay from, you know, the Battle of Babylon to fucking Minecraft, right? Did anybody tell you? No. Oh, right, well, we actually did that 2 months ago. So whilst you've been building Minecraft, everyone else is building the Battle of Babylon, right? That's how it comes across to me at CIG. You know? That sounds exactly what I would expect certain things. You've got one team that are up to date on things, and the other people are not, and then CIG panic with hot fixes to try and get the two teams synchronized and shit like that. So let's just assume that something has gone wrong. They need to quickly divert the things. I just don't understand why you would do this when you've got literally just short of 3 weeks before they close and 4.5 goes live. And I'm expecting 4.5 to go live probably on the 12th. with them able to do hot fixes up until like the 18th and 19th. That would be my guess right now. That it goes live next week and they do a hot fix before they go thing, you know? No, they'll never do that yet. It will literally come out in 4.5. And the reason for that is there's most likely some skins, ships, or armor that are going to get sold in 4.5 and CIG have to release it. Because, again, as much as everyone hates it, marketing also rules the total thing. Because when you do stuff in marketing, you can't just cancel it and put it in the next patch, right? Marketing rules 101, yeah. And even though a lot of people don't understand how marketing works, and they're like, oh, it just ruins the game. Again, schedules need to be hit. The dots need to be ticked. Things need to be closed down. Or marketing need to pull in numbers, finances, all these sort of things. And at the end of the day, without marketing, without sales, without financing, nobody gets paid. Servers don't keep running. And we're all going to sit here doing reacts like Salty Mike. And for anyone that's new to the channel, that's a joke. We love Mike over here. But it's the thing, is if you take away any servers, any income, we will be back to how it was, where it was like Detox, Salty Mike, aka Twerk17, what the fuck Saurus, and all their content was, chat, was talking about Star Citizen. Because that's what happens when the servers get turned offline. That's all you've got, is just to talk and react. Chris is adding ray tracing to Squadron 42. I think ray tracing is already part of the new Vulcan system. It's just not turned on in 4.5. I think Squadron 42 already has ray tracing. Plus, I don't even think Chris could code ray tracing. Have you guys ever seen Chris Roberts code? He's like an old grandpa on the keyboard. I don't think he can touch type, personally. Every time I've seen a video of him typing, it's like this. You never see any of this. RTX has been part of Vulcan for quite some time, yeah. His first game was Donkey Kong, by the way. Chris Roberts worked on Donkey Kong. Yeah, Chris is somebody like, he's definitely an idea guy, right? But also I think he tries to be like this super perfectionist when you can't be a super perfectionist at times. And sometimes you have to be a little bit more relaxed. And then I think he sees himself as a great movie director, yet never accomplished anything, you know? It's not the best of combinations for building a video game like Star Citizen. Maybe it is for Squadron 42, but not Star Citizen. This is where I always feel like somebody else should have been in charge of Star Citizen and just let Chris have his Squadron 42, you know? Again, just personal take on it. He knows a lot of actors. Again, that's fine for Squadron 42. And then you've got the other guy who's in charge of Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. The guy that's got short hair. He's not really bald, you know? I can't remember his name. I kind of feel like he should only be in charge of one game, not both. But again, whatever, man. I'm not the one making multi-millions, so who am I to judge? Squadron 42 is going to be the movie Chris always wanted to make. It's just disguised as a video game. So fucking true. So true. And that's the annoying part of it. It's so true. And I know you put sarcasm at the end of it, but it's true. It's the only movie he's ever going to get to be made. Because nobody else, chat, is hiring him. Anything that he made, especially Wing Commander, you meme that it's a masterpiece. Nobody was ever hiring Chris Roberts. So he's had to use a video game to camouflage the direction of making a movie. And again, like I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but also at the same time, there's a reason why you don't get hired as a director in making movies. Just wanting to point that out. It's the same as you don't hire me to fucking fit a bathtub in your house. Or go and carve out a fucking expensive grave, right? Gravestone. I'll end up smashing the gravestone. Oh, I can fit a bathtub. I can't just do the plumbing, though. I hope Squadron 42 is everything he wants it to be so we can focus on the PU. Yeah, but also at the same time, maybe he gets a little bit of a fucking, even more of an ego jet and wants to build part 2 of Squadron 42 before Star Citizen. Then we'll all be either dead or 80 years old by the time the game comes out. Chris is the man who fires you on the spot if you defy him? No. Because unfortunately, that doesn't happen anymore in companies. You can't just fire somebody on the spot for no reason, right? There would be a lot of fucking lawsuits. Does CR do anything at CIG? It's also like another meme. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Apparently, every single developer has to sit on his knee and be like, this is what I've designed for you. Is this okay? And he says, go back and do it another 6 months. That's only a rumor, though. I've only heard of rumors that you have to sit on his knee in the office. If you guys work at CIG, blink twice if that's true or not. He gives speeches at CitizenCon every year? Well, he didn't this year. This year he was in a fancy fucking office showcasing the game to fancy people. Whilst Jared did all the work. It's difficult, chat, because I can't really do any more testing until I see what happens with tonight's patch. I don't want to get into this until I see the outcome. You mean Jared ate gummies? Did it seem that Jared was on gummies? I think it was just Jared being Jared, to be honest. Should I buy Squadron 42 to protect the PU? Yeah, totally. Totally. Get the deluxe edition. Get the deluxe edition of Squadron 42. The one that comes with the small plushie of Chris Roberts to hang in your car. It comes with that pine fresh smell. Yeah, you can't buy Squadron 42 yet because people were fucking getting angry about that, so. Wear and tear is amazing. Yeah, oh look, here we go, chat. This is literally what I was saying. No complex man-made physical items will last forever. Ship modules will expire over time to craft. Viable crafting. If you cannot craft trade resources, it's a UEC sink. If you are shy to talk to other people... Like, was this motherfucker from 388 saying in my channel, listening to my conversation today? Lucky for them, they're getting the clowns and the down faces and the down strikes. This is why I don't post on Spectrum anymore, chat. It's bad enough with the shit that I started off saying at the start of my stream. I lost 6 followers. I lost 6 followers when I said God didn't exist. As an opinion. 6 followers instantly left. You know? This is why I don't type on Spectrum. My opinions, apparently people take too much to heart. And the funny thing is though, if you ever accept somebody's opinion, because everyone's allowed opinion, everyone's allowed to make a yes-no decision, everyone's made to be good or bad. But if you ever agree to somebody's opinion, you can't then moan about that person's opinion. They went to drink their lives after your sermon? Yeah, I know. People getting offended on everything these days. It's crazy, man. I have people, like, when I first started doing YouTube again, there was somebody coming in going, oh man, look at this bald guy on the on YouTube. I'm like, really bald? Oh my god, you don't fucking say. Like it's some sort of way of getting to me. It's like I literally every second day take a shaver and shave my head, you know? Because either that I'll end up like fucking Friar Tuck or William, the royal like William. I'll have hair on the side here and a few fucking strands blowing in the wind, you know? Yeah, I can't remember what his name is. Like, what are the royals called? What is William? Is it William Royal something? Like, do the royals actually have a surname? I don't even know that. Is it William of Camelot? Windsor. Oh, that's it. Windsor. Okay. Oh, I thought that was just a place. It's Windsor now. Okay, so it's William Windsor. House Windsor. Okay. I like no joke. If I was William and what's his pus? Charles fucking cops it, and I became the king, I would definitely want to change my name to Camelot. And Sir William of Camelot. Because nobody can tell you otherwise. Nobody can tell you get fucked. Oh, Wales is his name? Oh, right, okay. You know that I went drinking with William once? Have I ever told you this, chat? Because he used to go to St. Andrews University. And that's where a lot of my my friends at the time, their friends or girlfriends and stuff were in St. Andrews University. And we went drinking once to a pub, and William was there, and I said hello to him. He was very nice, very, polite, and had a few shots with him. It was awesome. I bet you the dude never remembers me at all, but I do, because it was fucking cool as fuck. And he was just super chilled. Super chilled, like. I think he'll definitely be a good king, because he was really fucking, like, laid back and stuff like that. Not too fucking crazy. It would take 7 years to change your name, though? It takes 7... Yeah, but if you're the king of fucking Britain, who cares, man? Just start, like... Again, who... You just fucking behead anybody that doesn't call you the name you want to be called. Even if it takes 7 years to go through. Just be like, if you don't call me fucking William of Camelot, you're getting fucking executed. I'm the king. What are you going to say about it? What are you going to do about it? You're always free connections away from something? Yeah. That's the only, I think the only, like, super famous person I've met. Oh, wait. Chat, I've got a photo. I got a photo here. Where is it? Yeah, this one. Look at this. Bet you this fucking dude turns into a sex offender. Check out 80s TheDarkLaw. Does anybody recognize that guy? Anybody recognize that motherfucker? Oh yeah, chat. Look at that fucking psychotic motherfucker. Did I have hair back then? Look at the Mighty Ducks top though, chat. Mighty Ducks. Wolf from the Gladiators. Oh yeah. My god, where the fuck did that kid go, like? The funny thing is, though, it wasn't at Gladiators I saw him. It was at fucking Deep Sea World in Fife. Or what was it called? Sea Life. The Sea Life Centre in Fife, in Scotland. That's where he was. He was there with the chick called Falcon, I think it was. If it had been Jet, oh yeah. Kids in the early 90s was fucking go, yeah. Yeah, actually, that would be 90s TheDarkLaw, to be honest. Yeah, because I don't think Gladiators was in the 80s. What was that Epstein with you? Chat, if it ever comes out that Wolf was a sex offender, I'm gonna sue him because I've got photo evidence of him touching me. And I'm gonna make millions. Fuck it. If that's the way the world goes, I'm getting on that fucking ride. No, I don't think he has millions. I know, I'm just joking. Like, even if it came out, the dude was absolutely nice with me. And yeah. I wouldn't be one of these trashy humans that has to jump on the bandwagon. So yeah, I think that's generally, so like Prince William, Wolf, have I met any other like celebrities? Not like, it would only be in passing, and there's quite a few in passing, like with work and stuff, but I think that's it, really. Oh, wait, no, Jack used to date a girl, and her uncle was the dude in 300, the Scottish guy. That's another one, sorry. That's another one, so that's 3. Jack, my son, used to date, and her uncle was what's his name? From 300. I can't remember what other movies he's been in. I'm also forgetting the name as well. He was in like a games movie. Gerald Butler, that's it. Yeah. That's it. I think that's the only 3. Yeah, I've got a son, yeah. He's 24 this year. You'll see him in chat. Aferox comes in occasionally and stuff. Because I'm 43 this year, he's 24. But I think that's it. I think that's my free connections. Prince William, Wolf from Gladiators, Gerald Butler. That's it. I've seen David Tennant in passing, but never got a chance to actually speak to him, because David Tennant's fucking cool. Yeah, I think that's all the celebrities I've ever sort of encountered in my life so far. Probably more, actually. I've probably spoken to more. I just can't really recall anything like that. Well, it's the same thing as like, it's something about blood as well. That isn't it like every 3rd or every 7th person that you meet has royal blood in some way or the other. Something like that. I think there's like a weird thing when it comes to blood. You're tied than you think more to people. Yeah, link it away. You'll probably get timed out unless there's a moderator available to give you a permit. Gorn. A few celebrities? I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Oh, God, this website. I think this is like... I must be the only person that never looks at this website. 2016. Inside the troubled development of Star Citizen. See, the problem is, though, right? Is, can you really... Before I even, like, glance at this, can you even say CIG is the same as 2016? I think that would be, like, You know what I mean? It's nearly 10 years. Fraud article, yeah. I mean, whatever at the time, but it's nearly 10 years ago. It's the same as, I can't say CIG are the same as 2013 CIG. Because a lot of people that I used to interact with in CIG are no longer working at CIG. From support and concierge and all that stuff, so, yeah. I generally, like, for me, if it's not like a year-old data, then I'm not really that. It's the same thing with leaks and what do you call it? Spoilers. Like, if there's like a good movie out, I think you can talk about it after like it's been out for a year. Or, I suppose, a month, right? The way people work and stuff. Oh. Yeah, that's actually funny how Captain Greg says this. Jared and the video team did an awesome job, a great job of producing the video. Good work there. And Thorson did a great guy, awesome engineer and all. But I still have so many unanswered questions. Yeah, I'm the same with that. It's almost at the point where CIG can't talk about the questions because I don't think CIG really know the outcome of it. And it was so more the video was waving to that sort of point, you know? It just didn't answer what we needed. But maybe we'll get something next year when they've got more things finalized, you know? It does explain jack shit, yeah. I was right. After all, human behavior is constant in even games. I predict the engineer reaction 2 weeks ago. Yeah, entertaining human behavior unfolds like clockwork. I guess fallacy isn't wrong after all, eh? What? And from somebody who works as a behaviorist, right? This is somebody seeking attention and gloating. And I don't have a psychology degree. Guess I was right then. Like crazy, dude. You can't fucking say I predicted the reactions 2 weeks ago and human behavior, dude. Like, again, everyone's entitled and allowed to have, like, opinions and shit on everything about it. You can't gloat. And even if you're in the channel, dude, you can't gloat, you know? That's literally an attention post right there. It's not required. What does this achieve? What does this achieve as a retired psychologist? What? Tell me then, dude. As somebody who's meant to be professional. What does this achieve? I was right. Cool. What does that achieve? Like literally on a thread of things going on in the world, right? Like it doesn't achieve jack shit, dude. Yeah, exactly. It's a trust me bro source, you know? That doesn't help anything, dude. And as somebody as a psychologist, you should know that people have massive different ways of dealing with feelings and outcomes and all these other things on a professional level. That emotion drives people to do certain things, but you're going to gloat about it because apparently you're a professional. Just saying, dude. Establishing a trust relationship, so next time people should trust what they say. I just see it as somebody who works with behavior as gloat. There's no need for that post whatsoever. Oh, by the way, Japan was great. Oh, yes, my dog, yeah. Proposed whilst there, great times. Did she say yes? Or did he say yes? Or did it say yes? Did the donkey say yes? I don't know. Yes? Awesome, sick, dude. What was your favorite food? Or she'd be in Japan still. Ah, nice. Is she originally from Japan? Is that what you're saying? Did you have food? Yeah, yeah. No, I don't live there. All right, right. And are you planning to go and live in Japan? Is that the plan? I would, totally. Somehow, some way. Maybe one day. Server's still down, yeah. Live is down. I would imagine it's coming back up soon. Let me get the testing chat open. I've been playing PTU, but I just can't. Yeah, live currently maintenance window 4 hours. RSI status. When did it start? It started at 1300. Yeah, so it should be coming up soon, very soon, unless there's another thing. I've been playing on PTU, but I just until I know for sure this is where CIG is going with things. I'm either gonna get really, really depressed from these stats, or somebody is going to hopefully explain to me why reverted back to 4.4. Seven years now. Ooh, nice. See, that's a good number. I always question somebody who gets married within 6 months. You know? Now, obviously, a lot of people can get married and have fantastic relationships for a long time, right? But, yeah. It's the same as people who get a dog. The moment that a kid goes, I need a puppy. And it's like, you cave into the kid. And it's like, do you really see yourself wanting or needing a puppy just because the kid says so? Understanding these patterns allows for a more analytical perception on the English community and facilitates communication that is grounded rather than emotional reaction. In short, the post demonstrates the application of psychology principles to predict behavior. Yeah, I know, but why are you posting that on a Spectrum post, like a forum post? That's the question I'm saying. What does that achieve? To fire up the community? To have people question why you're posting it like I am? I don't see the reasoning for it. I was right after all human behavior is constant, even in games. Cool. Awesome. But it's again, what does that actually achieve in the community? I mean, you don't have to be a shrink to know people are either going to love or hate something when it comes to CIG making something. Just need to be in the community for 5 minutes. Oh, yeah. Again, being a psychologist and understanding how people are going to behave is a fucking awesome skill, regardless of the post or not, or the person present. I'm just questioning why that post was created in the first place. I don't see how it covers any relevant to what's going on just now, apart from, well, you were right. But, again, everyone knows people is going to go fucking nuts. Either be for or against it. Yeah, that's more that's actually a good way of putting it, Mad Dog. That's more are you wanting to be, gold star kind of thing? I just don't get it. I don't see how that is relevant in general chat, that's all. Maybe it's just me. Yo, wear and tear is amazing. Wear and tear is good. Oh, cool. We've got more people saying wear and tear is good, but they're getting Picarded, clown voted, and downvoted. How do people not understand MMO game design recurrent after decades of gene heresy? We need to have item churn in the game that does not power increase every 4 or 6 months like WoW. Exactly. And WoW, you get all your shiny power. This is exactly it. Yeah. Because that's why I've never really played or wanted to play World of Warcraft. Is every time I hear of these games, you play them until you're max level, max gear, and then you put the game down until the new content comes out where you end quote, level up again, grind out the gear, get max gear, and quit the game. I find that massively boring for a video game. But if you were to grind for the gear and lose it, it gives you a reason to grind for it again, and then take care of said item. Yeah, exactly. Wear and tear creates the standard MMO power churn without doing weird RPG shit. And then most likely is wear and tear is not a requirement, it's a trend. There are a million other ways to regulate economy, and it's not the best in my opinion. There we go. Somebody that doesn't want to put any time or effort into the video game. Have you ever noticed the ones creating threads like this are gankers? I don't know what's more pathetic, the threads themselves or the fact that it's the same person using his alt account to create other similar threads. Crazy. Like, people are just wanting to be able to play the game and not have to put it down. Where is not the problem, it's how are you going to fix it afterwards? Well, again, it's very simple. You just make it where you have to buy the module and replace the module. You don't need to go down the craziness of how to try and make more mechanics when the simplest thing is, my module eventually breaks, I buy a new module, I'm winning. Which is what you do in Dune. Lose item, or burn item out, replace item. Simple. Why'd you have to buy something or craft something and keep it permanently running forever? Again, I eat chicken nugget, I gain energy for the day. I have to buy chicken nugget for more energy. There's your simple way of looking at it. Why am I buying one chicken nugget and having immortality energy? Well, again, Thundercat, exploits alone, right? The mechanics of Dune are really good. You build, craft, find an item. You can repair the item, but eventually it will break completely. CIG are making it where you can repair the item to make it function, but it will eventually run out of HP and die. That's fantastic as far as I'm concerned. Salty Mike! It is him, chat. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for all the follows. We're literally going over a topic of wear and tear. Why I think wear and tear is good. But we have people on Spectrum who don't want wear and tear because they don't ever want to replace their modules and stuff. So, if you're interested in this topic, please stay around. We're also eating chicken nuggets, and I've also used chicken nuggets as an example of why wear and tear is good. If you would like to see, rewind a few minutes. Wear and tear is a money sink. Money sink equals good. Yeah, exactly. I get chicken nugget, I get fuel. The company makes more chicken nuggets, they get money. You know? Oh yeah, I totally understand. Sorry. We will go over this weird description. I then have to buy chicken nuggets, which then gives the company money, right? I get fuel, I get something from it. The person who crafts the chicken nuggets gets money for their time crafting the chicken nuggets. On Shielded, Joel, I'm gonna hold off on replying to that one because I generally don't even think CIG know where they're going with that idea. And since it doesn't work in the game at all, McDonald's, 100%. But because it's 32 miles away, Steve, I'll take frozen chicken nuggets as a replacement. I won't get the A-type or the military chicken nugget. I will get the industrial chicken nugget. Mm-hmm. What are your chicken nuggets grown in a lab? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if it comes from a little chicken or a little chick or if it's grown from ham. I don't care. Long as it gives me the energy and I live. All right? I have no morals, chat. We grow animals, we grow food for fucking food. Simple as that. I'm not outside fucking hunting down humans for sport. Not allowed to, apparently. Lost another 4 followers. Yeah. Watch how my followers go up and they go down the moment I talk about shit. Thank you again to Salty for the thing. The follow. The raid. But yeah, apparently Israel was working on growing steaks and quote from obviously like the reports, it was tasting actually really good. I don't care. I don't care if it comes from a cow or if it's grown in a fucking test tube. If it tastes good, it gives me the nutrition I need and I enjoy the blood taste. 3D printed steaks as well. Yeah, if it does the same thing, I don't care where it comes from. You can use a cow, you can use a 3D printer. If it tastes good, it's bloody, and I get satisfied, I don't give a shit where it comes from. If it comes from a human, oh well. Sorry to the human. Good for my stomach. Isn't a cow 3D printed? Technically. In a weird way, yeah. Star System maintenance finished. There you go, guys. Back into live. I'm kind of like, for me, I really just want to focus on 4.5. I just don't care about 4.4, but I just can't push forward in 4.5 until I see what the hell CIG has done in the next patch. Because none of these stats make sense. Cancer's no bueno. Well, I mean, yeah, cancer's no bueno if you're talking about that, right? But also at the same time, I'm not going to be somebody that, oh, don't eat cow beef because you'll get cancer. There's no fucking proof on that. They are eating, either cooking or getting cooked. Here's the other thing, right? I know this is going to go off on a tangent, and this is probably going to trigger vegetarians and vegans, right? But I don't give a shit. When vegans, and we're talking about not the ones that just are vegan because that's their life choice, but the ones that want to get in your face because they're vegan for some reason. And they're like, how do you feel about killing baby cows, baby sheep, all that stuff? And I'm like, one, I'm not actually killing them. I'm eating them. There's a difference. And two, what do you think happens, you know, if the cows are killing the grass, right? How do you know the grass isn't crying when it's chewed by a cow? Or when the avocado tree gets its avocado plucked from it a little bit too early because it wants to ripen on transit. How do you know the tree's not crying? You know? There's no facts. There's no stats, right? So when an euthanized cow who doesn't feel any pain, doesn't know it's died because it's gone into fucking la la land before it actually dies, right? What's the fucking difference? That's just my little take on that one. Isn't cows the main source of global warming or something? I think humans are the problem with global warming, not the cows, right? You can't blame a cow for global warming. We're the fucking idiots that keep making them. It's the same as like, oh, fucking, you know, some other things for global warming. No, there's only one person to blame for in global warming, and that's humans. So I say eat the humans instead of the cows. Cannibalism, chat. Cannibalism. I mean, we know animals feel pain, so even if we simply don't know what a blade of grass also has a form of nervous system. Well, what's that? Isn't the largest life form in the planet like a structure of tree network or something like that, if I remember correctly? Isn't that the biggest like thing, right? Is it a fungus? An aspen tree? Is it a fungus, right? It's something that has a huge network and everything's connected. And we don't know if you rip off some of that mushroom, does the whole network feel pain, right? We don't know that yet. We're working on that kind of stuff. So it's the same thing as we generally don't know if a giraffe strips off a tree's worth of leaves, does the tree feel pain? Does it has to perform energy to do other things, you know? Think about the dying bees. Oh, I'm very pro bee on this channel. I love honey. I love bees. And I think everyone should have at least a bee pot of flowers in their garden or on their windowsill so that bees remain. Because without bees, we are all fucked anyway, so. But yeah, pro bees. And I have a huge selection of mead. So without bees, no alcohol, in my opinion. This is making me hungry for steak. Yeah, this is going off a weird Star Citizen topic. And I've just got wolves camping chicken nuggets. Wolves camping chicken nuggets, chat. I'm going to eat. I'm going to give you stunt cam whilst I eat. I hope you don't mind. But if you stare closely, it will blink, chat. Star Citizen 4.6, welcome to steak. Oh yeah, you can leave this channel. You can get raided by Salty Mike into my channel. And we'll talk about engineering that will switch over to steaks and vegetarians. And then we'll go into double-ended dildos. And how I think Margaret Thatcher was a cyborg. No. We don't have pizza in the game yet. Which is, you know, a shame really. Sounds normal, yeah. Double-ended as well for double the pleasure. Oh, here we go. Another subject I was talking about today. So this person is condoning duping because they went to a CZ zone and got into the X hangar and there was nothing, multiple times for each. I did not find a single NDB. So obviously that means your RNG is bad. So instead of just buying the item for a player, you condone duping. Because it's much easier, right? Credit dupers should catch a ban. So what's the difference on somebody duping an item to somebody using an exploit to make money? Why should one be punished and the other should be praised? I'm only talking about unable to get equipment as well. This person doesn't want to play the game, doesn't want to grind, and has very bad RNG, like other people have in other video games, but is quite happy to exploit and cheat to get an item, to multiply set items, but at the same time says the person who uses cheats to get money should be banned. I kind of feel at this stage, this is where you cut yourself out from Star Citizen for the time being and come back when the game is actually maybe working. I recommend 2030 as a guideline. You can't punish one side of the equation if you're also the cause of it as well. Exactly, Penguin. Gallifrey as well. I'm all for punishing cheaters in Star Citizen in the current state of the game, but you can also not exploit as well. I don't exploit in live. The only time I dupe weapons is in PTU when I'm testing things like 4 or 5 because it takes me so long to find the items to test for CIG because they won't give you all the items to test for some weird reason. And they won't hire a team to make Arena Commander stay up to date so we can test for the company to do things, right? People counterfeit in real life money, why not Star Citizen? Because one, right, first of all, in real life you go to jail if you get caught, okay? In prison in Star Citizen doesn't even have a toilet. That's my reply. Until we get a toilet in prison, shouldn't be allowed to counterfeit in Star Citizen. Positivity. Thank you for engineering. I thank CIG as well for engineering. I think it's great. It just needs a little bit more explained and a little bit more tuning. But it is one hell of a cool thing to be adding to the game. Already we have Clownface and Picard. I remember buying Squadron... sorry, not Squadron 40. I remember buying Star Citizen back in the early 2016. Totally not mentioning Squadron 42. So where has all the money gone for Star Citizen? Reading the design docs about engineering. For implementation of first of engineering, 4.5 is what I was expecting. Okay. That's a bit future sightseeing. I also really like the fact that there are some brand new playable roles in the PU. Yep, completely agree. Last time this occurred was a long time ago. I know there are more playable roles to come, and I'm eager to continue following the development. Awesome. There, look, again, that's a good form of positivity. Currently engineering is almost exactly what I envisioned back in 2016, but I know that CIG will need to balance and think. Again, somebody who's paying attention. My one worry, and it's in capitals or bold, at the moment in the Star Citizen is becoming a really complex game. The current social... Oh, here we go. Was this dude also lurking in my channel for the past 5 hours? Chat, I kind of feel like I need to start suing people. Yeah, social tools mentioned. I literally talked about this like 2 hours ago. And now there's a fucking post about it. I need royalties. There's like 4 or 5 posts and everyone's stealing my words. The good thing is though, they're all getting the clown faces and the Picards. I'm not. So I'm safe. I'll let them off. Voice comms is really bad. Yeah, awesome. But again, this is the question I have to put with people, right? Instead of praising CIG up until this point and saying thank you as a post, shouldn't this be over in the feedback area, right, of Spectrum, where the developers look and go, guess what? VoIP fucking sucks, CIG. Can somebody fucking do something about it? I don't understand why we have to do... What's that dance you guys do in Germany where you dance around the post with the string? Or maybe that's England. What's that thing, right? You all take some string and you dance around the post and you wear like interesting clothing and you do like a little like skippy maypole. Yeah. Isn't that a Germany thing? Oktoberfest. Yeah. We all know you're eventually going to end up at the pole, but for some fucking reason, for 5 minutes, you spin around the fucking pole. That's what this post is. It's 5 minutes of spinning around a fucking pole to get to the point of the pole. You have it in the Caribbean as well? Oh, right. I thought it was like a Germany thing. Maybe I'm wrong. The Gay Gordons, is that what it's called? Something like that. Anyway, the point being is, you all take the paper, you all spin around the pole, and you all know you're going to end up close to the pole, so why not just go and stand beside the pole to begin with? If they start at the pole, wouldn't that be pole dancing? Well, there we go. That gets straight to the fun part. But it's like half this topic is about voice comms and the other half is praising to the guys doing engineering. The people who do voice are completely different to the guys who do engineering. So what's the point of this post? Just go to feedback and say voice comms is bad and it will hinder engineering and communication, and take away this part that puts your fucking nose up somebody's arsehole. And just get to the point. Get to the nitty gritty. If you're gonna pole dance, pole dance. But don't spin around the pole for 5 minutes getting it warmed up. Hey Raw, how you doing? Engineering dev timer. Oh, this might be a good one. Oh, one Picard. Dev timers on power plants are a bad design. I completely agree. That's my title. They're not fun. There definitely needs to be another mechanic around your power plant just fucking causing you to die and there's nothing you can do about it. Obviously, we know there's a bug. You're meant to be able to repair it. He's coming for the Germans? No, I didn't. I'm not going for anyone. If you're all running around a pole together with some string, regardless of what country you're in, why are you wasting your time when you can just start grinding on the pole? Regardless if you're in the Caribbean or the Gay Gordons, which definitely sounds like an English thing, to be honest. Luckily, I'm Scottish, and we hate the English. And the English hate the Scottish. So it's a good relationship that we're allowed to slag each other off. Just in case you're not from Britain, right? And you're about to press the report button on Twitch. Just remember, Scottish and English are allowed to take the piss out of each other. It's cool. No, it's not, okay. It's definitely not. That's English. Hands down. When I was talking to Wallace a few years ago, I never remember him talking about the Gay Gordons. Never. It can't be Scottish. Sorry. Is it really? Why in my 43 years on this planet have I never heard of the Gay Gordons? Have I been protected? I always thought it was England that danced around a pole. Blocked traumatic memories? Maybe. Where's the psychology guy that was in the channel a few fucking minutes ago? Anyway, I agree on that. I agree. The power plant, like, exploding, be it bug or planned or something like that, definitely needs a little look into it next year. Alright, chat. I'm going to hide my screen, because if I type in Gay Gordon on a search engine, I fear for my channel. The gay... No, wait. No, it can't be the gay. Gay Gordons. Gay Gordons. Oh, God. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Yeah, but this... No, this is not the thing, though. Yeah. This is why I don't know it. The Gay Gordons is a Scottish country dance. This is not pole dancing. It's like a wedding dance. It's probably a different name. This is Kaylee. I trolled my bad in. Alright, okay. Alright. Good. Thank goodness. So yeah. The dancing around the fucking poles thing is definitely not Scottish. It could be called the Gay Gordons for a certain dance. That's fine. Oh my god. Thank god we're saved. Alright, back to the English chat. Back to the English. Does anyone... I'm going to have to hide the screen as well for this one because I'm going to type in English dancing around a pole. And this really could bring up something interesting. English maypole dancing. Here we go. English maypole dancing is a traditional folk dance performed around a tall, decorative pole, typically on May Day, May the 1st, or during midsummer celebrations. See, I told you it was English. The dance involves, often in pairs of boys and girls. Okay, a little bit weird that it's only boys and girls, but okay. Holding colored ribbons attached to the top of the pole and weaving around each other in oh god, I can't even say that. Patterns. Whatever. Alright. Let's see image. Actually, no, let me just hide. Oh, no, we should be fine. We should be fine. If a giant pole comes up here. Oh my god. Of course, chat. Of course. And then there's fucking some other stuff. I knew it. There's a dude in a thong. Luckily, there's no nudity. But look at this. This is what I was worried about, chat. This was what I was worried about. You search English pole dancing, and this is what you fucking get. Look at it. What the fucking Assassin's Creed of gay is this? Like, it's not even sexy. What outfit is this? Is this like Assassin's Creed on ice? Anyway, thank God for fucking filters on the on Brave. Like, could you just imagine the giant poles? DarkLaw gets banned on Twitch. Giant English dongs all over the screen. Oh god. And we're just trying to look up some folk dancing. English. Let me just search the first part. English folk dancing around a pole. Or maypole. English maypole dancing. Okay. Images. Let me just double check. Yes, here we go. My god. Search engines and their dirty minds these days. This was what I was talking about. This absolute pointless exercise. When you're all going to end up close together at the pole, why don't you just get close to the pole and celebrate? Why do you have to spin around this damn thing? Never understood this thing. It's just a waste of time. You can cut out and get straight to the pole. Yes, I know, but why not just have pattern on the pole already? And then celebrate the pole. Why the spinning process? Look at this hippie shit as well. This guy's got a headband with a flower on it. And it's just a fucking tree in a pot. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Is this Jimmy Savile? This looks wrong on all levels here. Why is the giant old kid surrounded by the tots? See? All these things that are meant to be happy and peaceful. There's always a sinister way, just like E.T. Just remember, guys, E.T. didn't have any private parts showing, but he always had an erect finger up against a child's mouth. Just wanted to point that out to you, just in case you ever want to watch E.T. ever again. Sacrifices to the Slender Man. Look at this. Look at this award-winning Midsummer celebration. Look at this. Can it be any more miserable looking? Anoraks around a fucking whatever you call that kind of thing. This dude with an umbrella and everyone. That's English summer for you. It'd probably actually be more Scottish that way. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, that's where it came up with maple stuff. When you want a maple but too pasty for the sun? True. True. That's why you would never see Scottish doing it, because we're all pasty white and ginger. In Scotland, we throw fucking logs. Exactly, the caber. We throw big box. What do you think CIG is going to do, chap? Do you think they're going to revert these numbers? Or do you think they'll just end up changing the armor penetrations? I'm very curious to see what they're going to do in the next, week. Lasers versus ballistics. Just seen the patch notes for 4.5, and it's explicit where it says lasers now do 1.4 damage versus armor. This is a little confusing to me. Yeah, this also confuses the shit out of me as well. I always understood, perhaps wrongly, that in Star Citizen it's best to use lasers to pull down shields and ballistics to kill. Exactly! Exactly! That's what I always assumed CIG was going to do, because it makes sense. You bring lasers to bring down shields, and then if you want to kill ships, you've got to bring ballistics. But right now, it's ballistics kill shields and lasers kill the armor. I don't get that. I generally don't understand why it's backwards. What sci-fi movie have you watched where lasers don't do stuff to shields? Uno reversal, yeah. Apparently it's our mistake. It seems that way. Chat, apparently it's my mistake for watching sci-fi movies as a kid to now, where shields were always brought down by lasers. I don't like the laser pen either. Username is unavailable. Best username is unavailable, actually. Let's make sure it's the best. I always assumed, and again, my bad for assuming, that CIG were always going to make it where lasers bring down the shields and then ballistics do armor penetration and disable modules. And once that's through, lasers would then burn the hull or something like that, right? I just don't understand why lasers are doing armor damage and ballistics are doing overkill shield damage. Instead of fine-tuning, again, I want to make this clear. When CIG did master modes, I love the idea of master modes, but one of the biggest problems with master mode is I don't understand why CIG changed all the flight characteristics of the ships, all the weapons that we were using, all the modules we were using, instead of just simply adding an SCM to nav toggle to see what it was like beforehand. And this is what CIG have done again. The past week and past Evocati, CIG have thrown out some stats, and instead of just rolling with it and tweaking it, fine-tuning it like you say, they sledgehammer it out the fucking playing field and bring Granny Chris Roberts in again to code. And I just don't get that. I really don't understand CIG's mentality. Shield equals energy, therefore stops lasers, and armor equals physical, therefore stops ballistics. I mean, that is a good way of looking at it, I suppose. It kind of defeats everything that I know about sci-fi, which is kind of sad. I could accept it after reading that comment. Shield equals energy, therefore can stop lasers. Fair enough. And armor is physical, therefore can stop bullets. It does make sense. Yeah, when you write out that way, it makes sense. Is that good for a game, though? Is that where we're going with it? It just doesn't feel... Like, again, it's my opinion. It just doesn't feel very sci-fi. It doesn't feel very, you know, Star Wars, Star Trek. You know, every time Star Trek were like, oh, their shields are up, Captain. Set phasers to Malky. You know? You never go, all right, Jimmy. They've got their fucking shields up. Bring out the fucking miniguns, you cunt. Splatter them with bullets. They'll never expect that, the fucking twats. It just doesn't seem very sci-fi, you know? Maybe very Scottish. Star Trek would be better with miniguns. It's also the same with Star Wars, right? They were always using laser guns, but could you imagine, like, you know, Luke Skywalker flying through the Death Star and fucking Pikachu in this black outfit was like, oh, I said so, I think with the Force, laser guns are coming away, and then he gets fucking riddled with rounds? Didn't see that one, jackass. Nobody ever used ballistics. It was always lasers. Darth Vader using ancient two-handed iron sword? Wasn't that a thing, though, if you actually look into the lore of Star Wars? Like, the full nitty-gritty. Wasn't the Jedi and the Sith using, like, two-handed swords before lightsabers came into the thing? That just sounds so much cooler to me than lightsabers. However, I will say, the only thing I do like about Star Wars is when they did those short movies and they did the Japanese black and white lightsaber cartoon. That shit was amazing. So much better than any of the movies. But again, that's just my take. Ice Pirates. That was a great outburst. What outburst? The Scottish stuff or the rant? Sometimes I don't know when people are like that. What was the outburst? Jimmy gonna have a Nam flashback. Yeah. I mean, we've got fires inside our ships now. Wouldn't it be more logical to have flamethrowers on spaceships? And just forget about the stuff? But anyway, the way Pagan said it makes sense, actually. Ballistics aren't nullified by shields, and armor and laser isn't nullified by armor. Kind of, but yeah. I mean, if CIG changed it from laser guns to maybe more like plasma, I would understand. But how does light do damage to, like, physical armor without burning? And you would have to have a huge focal point. You know what I mean? A huge focal point to burn through the side of a fucking armored ship that flies around in space. All of it, the mainly Scottish stuff. Ah, thank you, Marauder. Hey, we did go a little Scottish there. Energy weapons have infinite ammo and shields can be replenished. Ballistics have limited ammo and armor has limited durability. Yeah, that's another way of looking at it, I suppose, yeah. Thank you, Riggs! I appreciate that. If you guys are on Discord, post your pictures. I want to see who has the highest Twitch recap. Just purely for ego. Because obviously anybody that spends even a minute in the channel and enjoys the content is a win in my opinion. But I'd be very interested to see who is my biggest simp. Who out there is jacking off to my face? Who is wanting to put an electric collar on me? Hmm? Are missiles ballistic or energy? Ballistic. They don't actually do component damage anymore. They only do armor and hull. Back in a sec, chat. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. We can put the camera back on and get snacks for doggos. On a related note, ballistics shouldn't really be able to do anything to hull related to interstellar travel. Oh no, don't get super technical. What is the fin underneath the L-21 Wolf? Some days I question the same thing. What the fuck is that fin underneath the L-21 Wolf? Rage, wait, no. I'm not gonna get raged into that one. I got the L-22. I don't give a shit about people who own the L-21 or the way it looks. Somebody at CIG got the right design in the end. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. I personally wish CIG would release a ship for purchasing, and the next patch it's available in the game. But sometimes they miss it, and it goes like 1 or 2 patches. And we're talking about major patches, not the 0.1s. But with the L-22, I think it should be available by 4.6. That's just my take. I know CIG won't do it that way, but I think it should always be where you can have the sales so CIG can make their money and it's in the game straight away after that. L-21 is already in. Yeah, but it isn't the L-21 came out in 4.3, did it not? When did the L-21? It didn't come out in 4.4. It came out in 23 or 4.2 or something like that. Here we go. What's this? You could use a file similar to this one attached, subject to change where capable of every projectile. Wait before this person makes too much sense. Ballistic repeater HE, ballistic repeater, ballistic cannon HE, ballistic repeater AP. Oh god, can they please just make 2 weapons work before we start going into the fucking crazy AP rounds and all this shit? CIG struggled to make 1 gun work in this game. Don't bring in all these ballistic choices. Laser beam, laser cannon, ballistic AP cannon, laser repeater, ballistic repeater HE. This is the time to bring new ship guns? Not really. Not really. I think CIG should get rid of every other gun and just have a ballistic repeater and a laser repeater and balance it. That's it. And never add another gun until you've balanced those 2 correctly. Then you go up the scale. Ballistic repeater goes to more of a cannon. So slower rate of fire and more damage. You could even keep the same speed, right? So you're either riddled with rounds or you're shot. Like 1 shot, basically. That's what I would like to see. And then once you've got that balanced out, you can go crazier, right? You can then start adding in a spin-off of a weapon. So you have your ballistic repeater, you could then go to AP ballistic repeater or HE ballistic repeater. And you always have the fallback standard. Right now we don't have a standard 90s, right? I would completely agree with you if CIG had a standard, but they don't. They don't know what to do they don't know what to do with a ballistic weapon or a laser weapon, it seems. Just default it down. Remove all the other guns. Make every single ship in the game just have laser repeaters as a standard fit, and then balance it around that one weapon. Then bring in a ballistic and allow people to swap to the ballistic and balance it around that one weapon. Then bring in a laser cannon and balance it. And still people are given just a stock weapon to begin with. Did you do the post there, Rix? Ah, thank you so much, dude. Oh, you watch Ziz as well? Nice, nice. Yeah, he's a cool dude. I watch him for like Diablo and Perfect Sound stuff. He's a cool dude. Working. Wear and tear is good. See, the thing is though, is like, I think we've got like a sort of like maybe more like 80% towards wear and tear being a good idea. The real word would be blueprints. Yeah. Yeah. We need a total wipe now. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, totally. My customer paid me 1 billion for the armor. There we go. Yeah. And then there's some faces, picards, and downvotes. 1 billion for an armor that you can obtain by your own. What a greedy community. True. But then blame the website for allowing people to sell things, you know? It's crazy though. But again, as I've said, there needs to be a wipe, but there is no point wiping until you fix the money exploits and the dupes in the game. There's no point. Because again, you wipe everyone down, it'll take a week till somebody has like 10, 20 million again, right? And then you start having item sale, you know? Wiping, that's not good. No. There's a reason Tarkov has seasons, and they wipe every season 90, right? Not every patch. If you wipe continuously, nobody will come to test the game, dude. You have to fix things, then wipe. And when people see that there's no exploits, or then if people find the exploits, is then when you start fixing things again, you know? Yeah, duping is still a massive thing, John, yeah. Tarkov is in 1.0 right now. I'm pretty sure they'll wipe on their next season, Greg. Regardless of it 1.0. Again, what do you do when you don't get wiped in Tarkov? Well, finally escape it like that one person and that's it? GG? End of game? Even our creators will fail if people don't get forced to be wiped. Haven't played since Free 8? Ah, the good times. The very good times. Free 4, Free 5. No, the problem with duping right now is an issue that CIG has caused. So what you can do now, John, is obviously round about the time you were playing, when you died, you lost all your stuff, right? Now, when you die in Reclaim, you get all your items back because CIG thinks that's a good idea to cover people in bubble wrap instead of making them have a harsh reality of you have to actually do stuff with your ship. The problem is, though, is when you remove a gun and repair, or you lose a gun and repair, you buy the gun that's missing back automatically. So what people do is remove the guns in their hangar and then repair, and it dupes all the guns that you previously had because the game thinks that you're just trying to repair the lost weapons. So you can take a gun that you find that's, you know, quite rare to find, strap it to your ship, save it, bring the ship up, pull the gun off, press repair, and the game goes, oh, you need your gun back. Now you've got 2. You put both guns on the ship, respawn it, remove the 2 guns, fix the ship. Now you got fucking 4 guns, right? And that's the issue we have, is that people are then selling the rare guns at ridiculous prices, and all they're doing is duping them. And whenever we get a major patch that goes from like 4.4 to 4.5, and we don't get a wipe, but we get a reset, everyone loses all their weapons again, apart from the people that found them legit. But guess what the people that found them legit do right at the start? Start to dupe the guns, and here we go in the same fucking stuff. Same with the pods and ships, exactly. And now, obviously, there's money-making exploits in the game where you can go and do a certain thing that's only meant to pay you a certain amount, but guess what? CIG have got it fucked up where you can do it, and it makes it where you make millions. Millions and millions and millions, to the point where you're making billions per second. And now we have a market where everyone is buying items for $1 billion because of CIG's incompetent of keeping economy stuff locked down, right? So there's no point wiping until you fix the ways people are exploiting. Or you wipe, and anytime somebody does this, you ban them. Like in any other video game. If somebody is cheating the system, not only do you take the money from their account, but you ban them. Or make them have minus 1 billion instead as a troll so they can't do anything in the game. If they buy real-time trading with money, right? You go to eBay and you buy $1 billion. The moment that you see $1 billion spike from a fucking account that looks off, like they do in other games, ban the person or remove the $1 billion. Simple as that. That's all CIG had to do, but guess what? They don't have anybody at the company that can do that job yet. There's no GMs. There's no people monitoring people. It can only happen if you report the people. There's literally people on YouTube making guides how to fucking exploit, and CIG go, look at these guides how to make money on YouTube from their fucking community team. You've got what's her name retweeting these videos out how to make money, and it's a fucking exploit. But they're all like, promotion. It's like, fuck me, like, what can you do? What's the point? There are cheaters in SC? Well, there's cheaters in every video game. CIG doesn't have, like, cheaters as what you're thinking, like, with lots of engines and making them invulnerable and flying around. That's a very rare occasion of cheat. What I'm talking about in cheating is an exploit is a form of cheat. You are doing something that you're not meant to do, unintended by the company, and therefore cheating the system to get an advantage over other people who are not doing it that way. But the thing is, though, in any other video game, you get punished for doing something like that, be it that your account gets adjusted or banned. CIG promotes you on their fucking Twitter account. So what's the point caring about people with exploited money or exploited items? There's no point. Just wait until somebody at CIG actually does their job correctly and fixes it. Then wipe it. And then wait for the next mistake to happen because somebody can't cross off the fucking ticks. Tick off the ticks, cross off the ticks, whatever the saying is. You know? Because that's what we live in with Star Citizen. The game is good, but there's always somebody at the company that just seems to fuck it up for jokes. And then it takes CIG months to fix exploits. And you have people like Cutlet who will go to CIG directly and show them the exploit, and they'll still take months to get fixed. Because they just don't care. I remember when video games would put purpose cheats in with codes to access them. Yeah. But that's old like console gaming though. We're talking about a multiplayer online game. You can't allow cheating, you know? There is a problem, you have to care about it, or this game will go off a cliff. I don't think they cared it. I generally don't think. I think they'll release Squadron 42, make some money off it, right? And then, again, in the TOS 90s, CIG can release Squadron 42 and release 1.0 Star Citizen and literally, by law, the next day turn it offline. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it, if they so wish. Do you think Chris Roberts gives a shit? You know, just fucking pull the money out, liquidize the account, you know, give everyone their fucking 2 weeks notice, done. That's it. GG at that point. You would hope that they're not going to do that, but in a sinister way, they can technically do it. So, again, why would you care about Broken Star Citizen, where people keep buying new things, like yourself, 90s, who buys the armor every time it comes out? Why would they ever give a shit about the game, dude? To the extent of fixing these things. Because they just make money constantly. And they don't have to push things down. Obviously, when Squadron 42 is out, and there's no more excuses, they will eventually have to dial in Star Citizen. But at that point, like I said, they can just go, right, next patch is 1.0, guys. 2 weeks after, they've already said to everyone that that's the end of their contracts. Or they time it correctly. Squadron 42 releases, they cancel everyone's contract. So within 6 months, they go, we're working on 1.0. They get it up, they've got 6 months to do that job. They're under NDA, so they can't tell you that the company's going to close down. Everyone is removed from a job in a fair way because their contracts have been terminated. And then the game shuts down as soon as 1.0 comes out. And there is not a fucking thing you can do in law to stop that. Because it's in the TOS that they only have to release Squadron 42 and 1.0 Star Citizen. And that's the thing with the engine as well, when they had the issues with CryEngine. And Cry were getting upset that they were making 2 games when they only bought 1 game. And then they had to quickly change over to Lumberyard to get around that lawsuit and stuff like that. That every single company, including Cloud Imperium Games, that makes mega millions, there's only a reason that you make mega millions in real life, and that's being a cunt. There is no good-hearted person that makes millions, unless it's from a lottery. But anyone that successfully makes a huge amount of money is always a cunt, because you have to be ruthless to make money in this world. You have to sacrifice things. You think Chris ain't gonna sacrifice you for the millions? I would. I'd sacrifice everyone. I know a friend, close friend, that said he won't give another penny to Chris Roberts back in patch 3.8. And a few days ago, he gave me a screenshot that he made concierge. Yeah, because Chris Roberts is like, you know. All right, guys. Thank you very much, guys, for buying my product. It was really great of you to fucking build me another yacht, you stupid cunts. Yeah. You think 1.0 is coming out? You not got a fucking hope in hell. Buy some more ships, guys. Please, love you. Kisses. Yep. There you go. That's exactly how it goes down in real life. Before Chris Roberts builds himself an actual, in real life, 890 jump. He gets one of those Asian guys. Do you see the guys that built the Hornet for CitizenCon 24? Absolutely fucking crazy. I bet you he's hired that team to make a real life scale 890 jump. It's all in like mahogany wood or something like that, right? The finest oak. And they'll wheel it into CitizenCon saying, look at our 890. And it's actually his fucking boat in real life. We never saw his office. I have photos of Chris Roberts' office, but I'm not allowed to show them because I signed an NDA waiver. But if you went on the CitizenCon tour around the CIG studio, you would have seen Chris Roberts' office beside the other dude's office. They're right beside each other with a sliding door in between. I can't show you the office, but I can describe it to you. They actually have a sliding door between their offices because Chris Roberts and quote can't be fucked to walk around the outside and into the other office. He wants to just walk through the fucking door or get the guy to come through the door without spending 30 seconds going round the outside. That, no joke, is real, by the way. That's how fucking crazy this dude is. That he can't wait for you to spend 20 seconds coming out of your office, be like, yo, such and such, can you come out of your office and come into mine? Yeah, sure. 20 seconds later, oh yeah, hi, how you doing? No, you got a fucking slide a door to walk through your office into Chris Roberts' door to save time. 20 seconds of your time. It's literally out one door, along in another door. It's just a wall separating you, but they built an office that allows you to have sliding doors. Just so you can get to Chris Roberts faster. Fucking nuts. Absolutely nuts. You know what's cheaper? A fucking walkie-talkie. A kid's walkie-talkie. Put it in your top pocket of the other one. How's the work going, Barry? Yeah, Chris, great. Really great. I'll be through after lunch to show you, like in normal work purposes, right? Thanks, Barry. You know what I mean? Fucking nuts, man. Time is money? Time is not money when we're only talking about a 20-second walk. If it was across a fucking football pitch, I'd understand. But the dude is literally, this is it, chat, right? Here's this dude's office. It's into Chris's office and you're done. But no, they are like, like that to each other. It's fucking crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. Has anyone else noticed that CR's accent and voice has changed since 2012? Are you talking about that he sounds a little bit South Parky? Yeah, I've noticed that as well. He sounds very much like a South Park character. If he is calling many dudes? Yeah, but again, all the other dudes have to slide in for the normal door though, Hampus. We're only talking about one guy. One guy, the guy that's working, I can't remember his name. He's literally working on, he's like the big guy underneath Chris Roberts. He only has to walk 20 seconds to get into Chris Roberts' office. But they built a fucking sliding door between the offices. A soundproof fucking door. Like, think of the expense just for 20 seconds of time. It's probably the same amount of time to slide the door open than it is to go around. I kid you not, the doors are right beside each other. The offices are right beside. I can't show you the photo, but if you ever get to go and see Manchester, I kid you not, it would take me no more than 5-10 seconds to swap office. Not Aaron, no. Not Aaron, no. It's the other guy. Like the son of Chris Roberts that Chris never had. I don't know his name. Richard, that's it. Yeah, Richard. No, not Benmore. No, Benmore. Mini Chris Richard. That's it. Yeah. Richard Roberts. We'll call him that. Maybe that one guy is the only guy he trusts to have an unlocked door access to him, to build a separate door and a main door stay locked. I think it's just extreme for a 10 to 20 second walk around, you know what I mean? Plus, it gives Richard more exercise, that's it, you know? But also Chris Roberts had like... Yeah. It's fully sound insulated. Those rooms are sound insulated. You don't hear shit. I didn't actually ask if they could frost up the glass so people couldn't see in, because then there would be some really like came into Chris Roberts' office and the door shuts and it frosts up. It's like, what the fuck's going on in there? I'm surprised Chris Roberts doesn't have a frosting up glass thing. I forget what you call it. It's when you put the electric current through like glass and it fucking you can't see through it. I'm surprised that's not installed. I'd die if I could hear him through the door constantly. Is it just called frosted glass? No, but what's it's the actual term of like how you make it go from see-through to thing with the electric current. I can't remember what it's called. That is that it there? Yeah, electric chromatic film. Yeah, cool stuff. Like I've seen it in this one place. I went into this room and there was this chick, and then it all frosted up the glass, and I was like, all right, cool. That's pretty sweet. We had to install private entrance for a freaking R&D manager to enter his office from his personal parking spot. This man wouldn't even let his employees use the door because he wanted to feel special. Like, no joke. If it was me, and I think it's because of watching that Tom Hanks movie of was it Grown Up or Up or something like that, when he goes from a kid to the grown up. If I was like a boss of any place, I'd come in an electric scooty with like a little fucking clown horn and just fucking ride through the office going ee-ah, ee-ah. You know, big that's it, thank you. I couldn't remember what the name of the movie was. I'd have that. I wouldn't try and hide from my employees. I'd come in a style that makes them jealous. And not because they've got like a special entrance or anything like that, or a lift that comes up into their office so they can't be seen, but doing something that they're not allowed to do in their contract. That's how I would roll as a big chief. Hi, what is it? You've had dinner, you've had snacks, you've had water. What could possible would Nixie want? Are you wanting attention? Can we please get patch notes? Come on, CIG. I want to believe there was a mistake. I want to know the reason why you fucked it up. I think that's where a post where, like, again, under announcements, it should be, we're reverting the changes on certain things. You know what I mean? Like, the developer could have posted it and been like, we're reverting it because of this reason. And I'd be like, all right, cool. Done. You know? But it's the fact that nobody knows. Nobody knows why CIG pulled a Yui. Only Gillian Anderson can save the verse now. Very true. Very true. Isn't that right, Mr. Nixie? He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah. Yeah. Did you get chicken nuggets? Lots of chicken nuggets. Hold still. Let me get that hair out your eye. There we go. There you go. We don't want that going under your eyelid. I had a co-worker who used a scooter in the office for like 2 years. After he broke his ankle, he asked him why. His response was, everyone moves out of my way so I get to lunch faster. That's really fucking good, actually, yeah. The new dogfighter meta. Idris with Ballistic PDC. The game has become a total pay-to-one meme. Simulation, Polaris, Idris, and Perseus, all solo captains. Great job swiping the card, boys. Gonna go play DayZ. And the dude is in an arrow. Chat. The dude is in an arrow. And you know the best part? He's shooting NDBs at 1.3 kilometers on an Idris. NDB shots. 20 in the mag there, right? There's the purple shots. The dude is at the Idris is at 1.3 kilometers. Literally can see it here. Like, why? Why is this paid to win to somebody? I'm gonna go and play DayZ now. It's like, what were you expecting to fucking do in an arrow? Wait till this dude plays 4.5. And he gets shut off, you know? Imagine this dude in his arrow. He's gonna get turned. Wait till he finds out the NDBs are fucking garbage. Oh man. We're gonna see many posts. Tonight's patch, the Exodus will have 5k DPS. Where did you find out about that? Or is that just a meme? 1 minute, let me actually see the Exodus. What's the Exodus at? Well, I mean, technically it's got, what, 9k DPS already? 9.6? So 5k would be actually pretty good. I'll take that. Oh, you're talking about the laser? At 5k? Well, again, it is 15k DPS, so. Also, let me change here. Oh, thank you for all the follows, guys. I'm new to SC, only played since August. I'm having a blast still with everything so far. Oh, your honeymoon period. I'm so jealous. I have noticed a lot of light fighter players have an exception of soloing capital big shit. Yeah, dude. I know. It's so weird. It feels weird to me. I come from Eve Online. I'm ex-Eve. So having a small ship take out a big ship in mind is wrong. It's like, so, you know, like, let's use Eve terminology. Let's go in a frigate. Like a Tristan, right? Or something like that. Or like an Ares. Little interceptor. Imagine like one of them taking out like a Phoenix. Super easy. It can be done. You can take a frigate, tackle a big ship. It can't really track you, but you're going to take hours and a huge amount of ammo and time to get through that ship's shields eventually, if you can, depending on the fit, or if they went into siege, for example. But there's more chance that somebody will come and save that ship before you ever get through it. It's the same as like a frigate taking out a battleship in Eve. It can be done, but it's going to take some time to do it. See, Star Citizen, for some reason, up until recently, arrows, for example, light fighters, light frigates, could take out a battleship, aka like an Idris capital. So for me, in a scale of Eve, it's like a frigate taking out a Titan. It just shouldn't, it shouldn't be even a question. But then the Titan should require a massive amount of people to run it, like what's happening in 4.5 in the next patch, and people are freaking out because of it. Because we're finally moving away from light fighters. So in Star Citizen right now, it's always been for the past 13 years or 12 years since like the game was actually playable. It's always been, I have 10 people, I bring 10 Gladius light fighters, and I win every fight. Because I do too much damage to bigger ships. CIG wants to make it where you take those 10 people, you maybe take 4 of them for fighters, and the rest go in one big ship as a crew. And everyone is losing their mind because this makes more sense than everyone just flying around. Like 100 fighters or maybe like 10 big ships on the scene would be more cinematic, in my opinion. Plus, it doesn't make the game lag out as much. Because ships make the game lag, the people inside the ship don't make the game lag. So it's just a really good choice for CIG. But yeah, they're freaking out about it. The Exodus laser beam doesn't have any armor penetration data, which makes me suspect, based on direct observations, that it has unlimited penetration on armor. If it reacts across the components, they are dead. Yeah, because again, in lasers can't do any damage to components, for example. Acel, how you doing? They can't do any damage to components or any major damage. But if you continuously fire lasers on a target, eventually the power plant explodes. So the laser on the Idris is really bad because it just chews through shield, it chews through armor, it chews through the hull, and then you can't repair because it's continuously firing laser damage until you actually just explode. And I just don't think this is the right way for CIG to go with that choice. Unless they make it where ships are not exploding off power plant being destroyed. For example, I think fire on the power plant should be, or fire in the ship should make the ship explode. So if you want to make somebody explode, you can disable them, but to make them fully explode, you should have to cause so much fire inside that ship that it overwhelms the players inside. That's my take on exploding ships. Because having a down ship, right? Having a down ship allows for a story to be boarded, for a ship to be repaired, for people to be rescued. If a ship is just exploding, there's no story to it. And the story is more important. If you really want to explode somebody's ship, I think you should have to kill it so hard that the fire consumes it, and fire is the only thing that makes it explode. Not the power plant turning off. I just don't like the idea. That's why my title on all platforms is like this just now. Because I think it's very goofy. Like jump ship, fire does hull damage. Yeah, exactly. It would just be the catalyst that does it. If the team on board can stop the fire, they don't lose their ship, and maybe down the line their friends can rescue them and repair the ship and get it going again. Right? Amazing. Down the line, the Vulcan and Crucible can come along and repair the engines that are missing on the ship, giving an actual gameplay loop. But then it allows people to be boarding, people to be stealing the ship, people to be counterboarding and getting their ship back. And if you truly, truly want to see an explosion, you have to cause so much fire to make it go pop. You know? Well, the thing is, though, is yes, Sleepy Legion, but let's look at it from a video game point of view, right? Instead of realistic. But I have shown once on stream, there's a video that shows fire inside a vacuum of space. So technically, certain fires can produce or maintain in the vacuum of space. But it's a certain reason. So you could just change it in lore that there's no really oxygen fires. It's whatever I can't remember what it's called that makes a fire in the vacuum of space. That is what is used as the fuel source or something like that in ships, right? And that's why you're constantly burning up with the doors open. To make a gameplay loop. Again, that's another way you could do it. You can make it where the power plant starts to produce high levels of radiation. And that's what kills the team and eventually burns the ship up. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Again, CIG have so many options. We're not going to get them in 4.5, but being able to put some options down on the table, like fire should be the only thing that makes the ship explode, or radiation makes it an uninhabitable thing and it finally explodes after time. Like 10 minutes, if you don't contain the radiation, it explodes, right? All of these would be cool. It's just stupid when a light fighter can sit at a ship and just keep shooting at it and eventually explodes. Just because the people in the ship can't repair the power plant because of the constant abuse. That's all I want changed from it. I just want the story of, for example, I caused somebody's ship to go on fire, but my team want to retrieve that ship, so we go in, kill everyone on the ship, and put out the fires because we're better at it than anybody else. And we get to steal that ship and repair it and take it away again. I just love that idea. But if everything is going... What story do you have after it? What reason do you have to bring a repair ship if it's just easier to die and respawn? It's not very good. So you have to take away logic Well, no, you keep logic, but you have to take away realism. And I think that's what a lot of people will be like. It's like, well, if I vent the doors open, there should never be a fire. Okay, so in every single fight, I'll just keep the doors of my ship open and never have an internal fire. So how do you stop me from dying then? Oh, you have to kill the power plant. Oh yeah, but that's what's happening right now. Oh, you have to create radiation. Well, how is radiation in a vacuum of space? You know? The same way as it has right now, where, for example, solar flares and all these other things that CIG magically took out the game. So we go from trying to create realism with logic to just making a gameplay with logic. That's the best way at looking at it. And it makes it fair for everyone. Not just somebody that's into PvP, but PvE. Somebody that doesn't have a big crew, or somebody that does have a big crew. You have to make it fair for every player, but with a nice logic that makes it everyone understand. This is a video game. There is a reason why not all of us are military pilots, or NASA fucking engineers, or X-Space fucking professionals. There is a reason. And if you bring realism into a video game, then I'm sorry, there's, I would say 95% of our backers are not smart enough to play the game then. Because if they're not smart enough to do it in real life, how the fuck are they going to do it in a realistic video game? CIG wants to have a very realistic game, but they have to sacrifice realism to implement realism everywhere. Yeah, because that's unfortunately the problem is our physics model is not realistic. It's a fake. I mean, the model itself is realistic, but physics are like when people are like, oh, the physics in Star Citizen are wrong. It's like, no, the physics in Star Citizen are right. It's just they're not the physics that we have in real life. That's the issue. Because people can't separate real life to the video game. And I think if you try to make a realism game, you have to either go full sim or you have to make it space magic. You can't do the two together. You can't have realistic with a little bit of space magic. And for me, if CIG went full realism, I would love it. Because again, I like games like Tarkov. Not that I play it, but I like the idea of Tarkov. I like DayZ. I like Arma. I like DCS World. You know, all these games from the past. They're really good. Arcade, not arcade, but full sim. The thing is, though, is I don't think many people bought Star Citizen for a, like, mil sim video game. They bought it for a simulation that they can have a second life in a video game because of bad advertisement with Star Citizen. Because you can either have sim, as in simulation, but also if you make it in capitals SIM, it's like the Sims, as in Second Life, right? I do not want more realistic, but where I go is drag jank ass hose to ship my refuel, I might bend. And no, right now, what do you mean? I don't want a second life? That's the thing. If people don't want a second life, you have to make it a non-realistic game. So this is why, again, when you open the doors, CIG have to make it where fire is not vented out the door because everyone just opens their doors and never goes on fire. Because everyone currently walks around in a flight suit or an EVA suit with heavy armor and a railgun strapped to their back, even though they're sitting down in a chair, and they've got oxygen pens, so why the fuck would I keep my doors closed to keep air inside when I can just have the vacuum of space turning everything off? Yeah, well, I think we're talking more about like space realism to like atmospheric. Cause again, right now, if you think about it, if you open your doors in atmosphere, for example, at certain heights you're going to vent the fire out, but if you're lower than, was it 30,000 feet, your ship's going to stay on fire. Because the wind won't turn it off. It has to be an actual like vacuum to draw the air out. What was it again? I think it's under 30,000, or is it under 15,000 or 15,000? Something like that. I can't remember where air stops being breathable in Earth. And you have to, it's when they do the halo jump. I forget the height of the halo jump. Just above radar, but you're just out of oxygen as well. I feel if you fly with life support off, it should limit the spread of fires. In my mind, it's like venting. But then how'd you make a cause and effect at that point? If you can turn off life support and never have fires, is it 60k feet? Okay. I always thought it was 30,000. Like we're just in the line of where commercial is, which is like, something like that. Yeah, so anyway, 60,000 feet, right? So anything under, your plane and doors open don't vent fire out. It has to be in where it draws out, like an oxygen. Because if you open the pilot's front window and then you open the ass of the plane, you would create a stream of air through that would eventually overwhelm the fire. But if you're above that space, not only do you get pulled out of the fucking ship, right? So if CIG wants to have it where opening the doors vents fire, in my opinion, for a game mechanic, it also has to pull your crew out the door as well. That's what I think. And then I'd be completely fine with that. So if you're going to vent fire, everyone has to sit down. Cargo needs to be held down. Anything loose goes out the fucking window. If you want to put fire out that way. There has to be a gameplay mechanic based around preventing people to always fly around with doors open. Because that's what will happen, guys. Everyone will fly around with doors open in combat and never go on fire if CIG make it where it constantly vents the stuff out. Or you turn off the air condition, the life support. There has to always be a punishing mechanic involved. Because everyone will change the meta to just having doors open. Yeah, but again, though 90s, in combat, right? How much of the heat, how fast is it going to get hot, right? So look at it this way. We're in a Cutlass versus Cutlass, 90s. You turn off your life support and open your doors so that you never go on fire. How long is it going to take for your crew to not die of heat compared to the fire, for example? That's what you would have to weigh up. The heat, in my opinion, would have to be where you open the doors just to vent the fire, and then you close it, right? What stopped? Again, I'm totally cool for doors to be open to vent heat. But there either has to be a mechanic where you get pulled out if you're not strapped down, or the overheating of the system needs to be so drastic that you have to close the doors to control the heat. But that's what I'm saying. It needs, because what we're trying to do is prevent it where you're always being PvP with life support on and doors open, right? Because if you open your doors and you keep life support, you won't get hot and you won't ever have fire in people's mentality, especially on the Cutlass. So you have to make it where if you do open doors but turn off the life support, the ship gets really hot to justify closing the doors, or you make it where when you open the doors, you get pulled out if you're not anchored down. Yeah, but again, they turn the life support off so the ship gets really hot, countering that one, Yulefest. That's what I'm saying. Because right now, you fly with your doors open, and you put your life support on, you stay cool and no fire. If you make it where you if you open the doors permanently and then get it cold, they turn the life support off, so it's always hot inside, balancing it out. Or you do my way, if you open the doors for a certain period of time, if you're not anchored down, you get pulled out the ship. Max open doors at 75 ms. I would be fine with that as well. That would also be another way of balancing it. There has to be a reason to stop players having the doors permanently open and never going on fire. But again, you're trying to then add realism. You know what I mean? Like if you're like space isn't that type of cold because of how the vacuum actually works. Yeah, but the thing is, look at ships that have lots of doors, right? Like Idris, for example. I open all the internal doors and then I open up the bay in the flight deck. Technically, all the oxygen is pulled out of the ship at that point. Or on the Idris, you just have the side doors open and all the internal doors open, and those two small doors are nowhere near anything of value, but they keep the fire out. CIG have a huge amount of mechanics that they have to do to make any of those systems like viable, basically. Right now, obviously, it doesn't matter for 4.5. But in the future, they'll have to look into why am I doing this versus, you know, for other reasons. Would just look silly. But again, if it was meta to stop going on fire, best username, people are going to use it, right? You always have to do it. If you're ever building mechanics like this in a video game, how do you prevent people from cheesing it because they can't be bothered to do the mechanic? And CIG made it where you can vent fire out. So now how do you prevent people constantly having the doors open? Where's the punishment in that? Do you make it cold? I turn the life support off. Then the cold balances the heat and the ship is warm inside. I think, and most people will hate this, I think you have to turn your shields off if you want to open the doors. Or go down to a slow speed to open the doors. Just like it is for climbing out of our ships just now. Do you guys know that you have to be a certain speed in a fighter to actually be able to climb out the ship? If it's too fast, you can't climb out. It won't allow you. You have to eject. So there's two ways of doing it. One, you have to go down to a speed to open the doors so that you don't get pulled out. And the second mechanic is if you're at speed, you get pulled out. If you're not sat down. Forcing you to sit down, unable to do engineering, but you don't get fire. But the sacrifice is if you want to actually do the work to repair the ship, you have to come down to a slow speed, which means that people can get around you very easily. Yeah, players will always do the optimal to cheese the game. Unfortunately, that's just gamers' mentality. You see it in every video game. Some really good fucking conversations today, guys. Really good stuff. Well, there is a cost of turning life support off right now, Gallifear. If you turn life support out in 4.5, you will cook to death in the ship within, like, maybe 5 minutes. It's worse than trying to walk across Aberdeen. So if anybody doesn't know that, if your life support goes down, not even a fucking Pembroke is going to help you from the heat. It goes up to like 400 fucking Celsius or something like that. It's crazy. You pass out and then die if life support turns off. Does it impact the coolers? No. No, doesn't do anything to the modules. It only does it for you as inside. It shouldn't heat up that fast. Well, again, guys, you got to look at it from a game mechanic, right? If you can't be put on fire with doors open and you don't cook to death with life support, what are you going to do to stop people from flying around with all these things disabled and just air penning themselves to survive? Because again, you do one air pen, it's like fucking nearly 5 minutes of no oxygen, by the way. How many times have you guys been floating out in space recently where you've had to use an air pen? The only time I've ever had to use an air pen is on Aberdeen when I'm trying to fucking do the mining stuff in prison. That's the only time I've ever had to oxygenate myself in this game in the past like 10 years. Because oxygen pen is just non-existent gameplay. But that's on Aberdeen though. That's on Aberdeen. You wouldn't have to do it on the Daymar one because it's already in fucking outer orbit. And you just need to walk inside and have unlimited air. So again, you have ships where you turn off life support, and if it doesn't cook you to death inside and it just turns off the air so you don't get fires, people will just spam air pens as gameplay loop. It is, yeah, caveman. It pretty much is, yeah. I personally, and this is just my take, I think CIG should remove oxygen pens and go with what 90s is saying. That you are dependent on turning that life support on or being rescued by somebody else. I don't like the idea that you can just float around in space continuously without any effect. All you have to do is jab yourself with an air pen. You start to get hungry, you just jab yourself with... You have like 200 air pens, 200 med pens on you, and you can never die in space. If you get stranded. You'll just go back to menu and respawn at your local fucking station. Well, if you turn off the coolers, your ship will eventually overheat anyway and turn off. Rex. We're only talking about the cheesy mechanic. There's no way to cheese like cooling down of the ship, by the way. If coolers go down and stuff like that. You will go supernova inside that thing. What we're looking at is the fact that right now you can open your doors and never go on fire if you vent the air. So CIG have to develop a mechanic that prevents people from just flying around with doors open all the time in combat. Because right now turning off life support isn't even a consideration to make no air. You just literally you just open the doors and that's it. You only need to worry about life support if, for example, the filters go or it gets killed itself. Again, they'll need to bring something out. Definitely something out in the near future. Next year at some point. Because again, I predict everyone flying around in cheese mode, doors open. Yeah, but if they're moving at 200 meters a second, how are you going to land on it, though? And again, landing on an Idris requires somebody to go straight. If they just keep fucking rolling, you'll never land on an Idris. There's no way. Tested it so many times. The only time that you don't desync into an Idris is when it's flying perfectly straight. Should make flight unstable if all doors open. That's a good way. That's another way of balancing it out. There has to be something. I know, like, people will be like, oh, that's, you know, whatever. But as a video game, again, if fire is meant to be something of danger inside the ship, and you can just leave your doors open in all scenarios, and the only time it closes is when you're warping, there has to be a reason to prevent people from doing that abusive stuff. So, I think the cool thing is, if you're not strapped down and the door's open, you go fucking flying out the ship because of vacuum of space. You're pulled out. Because in atmosphere, if you're under 60,000 feet, you don't get pulled out of the plane. You just have to control the fires. And if you're above it, you get pulled out the plane if you're not strapped in. But I generally think probably the easiest one is like, whoever said it, you go down to 75 ms if you have your doors open. There's something like a safety procedure in all built ships or something like that to prevent people getting pulled out. Yeah, there's something they can do about it. Again, I'm fine for opening doors and depressurizing to put out fires and stuff, but there has to be some kind of risk as well involved to prevent. I just boot up my ship, I sit in the chair, turn off life support, open the doors or whatever the mechanic is, and I never go on fire because of it. So, something like that. Like, maybe you can only do it for a period of time before safety systems turn it back on. Maybe if you do it, for example, it depressurizes the hull and, you know, you could end up ripping things off for whatever reason. There's many, many, many mechanics that CIG can add in. It doesn't need to be realistic either, because again, like I said, there is fire that can actually work in the vacuum of space. So CIG can make it just simply that certain fires will go on in your ship, and if it's a certain fire that can't be put out with vacuum, there's another way, you know? Doors opening. No, you don't need to go to that, Chris. Because again, like, when you're in atmosphere, you want to be able to open the doors for, like, a cutlass and start, you know, shooting and stuff like that. There's many mechanics that would be required for having that, you know? Picking up people whilst you're in space, stuff like that. All I'm saying is CIG will definitely have to think about how are people going to cheese, and they'll get this from the data, by the way. How are people going to cheese it so where they never go on fire and have as minimalistic crew as possible, preventing actual gameplay in a video game. Not realism, but a gameplay. Not bother with this. Well, this might be my first under 10-hour stream in a long time, chat. I just don't feel like playing until we see the changes. Only 2 shield generators active at a time. What is the design point of 6 shield generators if only 2 can be on at a time and the others aren't even active standby? Yeah. I would like to know this as well. Because again, like, I don't understand why CIG to begin with had multiple shield gens. I really don't. I don't know why CIG just didn't make it where you had 1 shield gen and you had to just replace that module on all ships. I don't understand the design brief of 6 on like a Retaliator, 4 on other ships like the Redeemer and stuff. I just don't get it. Even 2 shield gens just feels weird. They should have had like a primary shield gen and every ship got a backup size 1 shield gen just to, you know, allow you to go through in and out of atmosphere or something like that. How many people do you think will stop playing because of single space dads? Oh, a lot. A lot. But again, we've got their money. Who fucking cares? Who cares? Because the thing is though, right? And this is the nitty gritty of it. with the amount of people that actually play Star Citizen right now, kidding man, 10 times the amount of people will be playing when the game is released who don't play right now. So they will know what the game is about when they actually play it. And for the people who don't like the game right now, fuck off. Who cares? We don't care about them. You know? Don't care. Because everything has to be set up for when the game actually releases. That massive injection of new players is always going to outweigh what we have right now as players. You'll be playing with people right now, and by the time 1.0 comes out, they will have quit the game. Regardless if they're single space dads or anything. They'll quit the game because they've had enough, right? And you'll, no joke, just like it is in friends in real life, you start off, you go to school, you have a collection of friends, and sometimes you have a couple of those friends that carry on until university. Sometimes. But more or less, you drift away in life. And then you start meeting people at college who will eventually be, some of them will be your friends that you know for the rest of your life. Because I only look at somebody as a friend. It's not somebody that you fucking know by name. It's somebody that you actually interact with in your life. And the average human only has about 4 to 5 real life friends that they actually do with past the age of 50. Most of the people that they know are either fucking dead or gone to different locations. And you occasionally talk to each other through email, text mess, SMS, Discord, all these things. But a friend is really somebody that you are there for. You're constantly talking to each other, right? Somebody that you cannot see for a couple of weeks, and then the moment you see them again, you're like straight into blown conversations, right? So those are like what I see with video games. You are going to play with people now, and I guarantee you by the time 1.0, you'll be playing with a whole lot of different people. Or you'll still be playing with the people that are in the same minded as you. So if somebody quits the game, who fucking cares? Make new friends. If you're still enjoying the game, make new friends. It's that simple. And for all the people that leave, have a great life. Hope you find a game that you enjoy. Because I'm only ever thinking about all the new people that comes in to the game. And they will be the people that we're interacting with in 1.0. The gloomy doomy people that quit every fucking second week and then magically come back to Star Citizen channels and content creators and talk about the game like they've got an opinion. Don't understand that personally. Either quit or stay passionate about the game, and that's it. But the moment that you say I'm quitting Star Citizen and then fucking 2 months later you're back in Star Citizen channels, it's weird. Really weird to me. The single space dad needs to find an org to play with or not think about flying around in solo Idrises. I look at it this way. I have been part of this game since 2012. I created an organization in the first month of when this game launched. Right? When you could actually create an organization. So I've got one of the oldest orgs in the game. I used to have 30, 40 people in my organization, and now I have maybe 10, 15 at best. I don't do any recruitment because there's no fucking game to recruit for. And all the people that used to be in my organization, some of them have gone to other organizations like Fresh into Shadow Moses because they were just doing more things at the time, right? But literally 80% of the people in my organization have quit the game. And they might come back to 1.0. And they might call up on me and be like, you know, have you still got space in the org for me? And they might rejoin. But I don't give a shit about these individuals. I hope they're all right in life and I hope they're happy. But I don't give a fuck if they're alive or dead. I generally don't. Because I don't have time for these type of people. So it's the same thing with people that want to say they're going to quit Star Citizen. You know, fine, that's cool, that's respectable. But don't say you're going to quit Star Citizen, try and get a refund, and then you'll possibly play it on live like Captain Richards. Because guaranteed, that's what you'll do. If you guys don't know Captain Richard, literally got a refund, quit the game as a content creator, and I guarantee when the money's good, he'll be back playing Star Citizen again. Because that's what people are like, right? You don't truly quit something unless you actually have the balls to quit it for good. Our org is small, but a tight group of friends. Yeah, but how many people have you lost on the way, though? Or are you that new of an organization that you haven't had a loss yet? There's a good chance with the age group that I play with, a lot of you guys, and obviously, hopefully this is not the case, but there's a lot of you guys who will be starting to verge into that worry age period that won't be here when the game is live. That's just reality. So again, like, I don't care about the people that I currently play the game with just now. I'll see them at 1.0. If they're still there, awesome. If they've left and quit the game, wish them all the best. You just broke off from a larger org? See, there we go. Like, it's already where you're in a larger org. Your little group that you're playing with just now was playing together in a different channel on Discord. Nobody else was getting involved because they don't want to fucking socialize for some reason in today's day. So you go, you know what? We make a new org by ourselves, and there we go. That's the same thing with QQOP. It used to be called Cool Guys Don't Look at Explosions. And I did this in EVE Online. I broke off from a big group because it was literally where it was like 50 of us playing by ourselves, right? Didn't Richard have way more for viewers when he streamed SE? So I can't... Yeah, but he got everything from SE, dude. Like his car, his home, and all these things, right? But it's the same thing. I'm using him as an example, right? Because there's multiple content creators I can bring up. And I've got nothing against Richard. But if Richard started off as a content creator at Star Citizen, spent Legatus money in Star Citizen, got a full refund, and quit Star Citizen altogether. If he turns back up at 1.0 Star Citizen release, I will call him a two-faced cunt to his face. But if he actually stays away, I will have huge respect for him because he made a choice and stuck to it. That I was using him as an example, basically, of two-faced people that say they'll quit now and then they always come fucking sliding back for some reason. How I feel in the org. It's the same thing as like I've had loads of people ask to join QQOP, and I've kept our doors closed because as much as we're communicating daily via typing and stuff, and hopefully engineering will make it where there's more things for us to do as a group, like I don't bring new people in because I can't offer you any gameplay in Star Citizen that doesn't exist. And this org only gets together in Star Citizen when there is something to actually do. Be it that it's play the game for a couple of weeks, have some fun, and then play all the video games. Like right now, I'm pretty much soloing in Where Winds Meet. Because it's nice and relaxing to not have to worry about Star Citizen all the time. But I generally, and this is honest truth, if I was in an organization that had 100 members and there's nobody in Discord talking to each other, be it in a vocal channel or very little texting and stuff like that, I would be leaving that group regardless of the status of the organization right now. Because most likely that org will be dead by the time 1.0 comes out. Because if you don't have team play, you don't have camaraderie and like talking to each other regardless of what the topic is, you might as well be in a different group making bonds now. I always look at it, if I'm ever going to be in a big group of people, I don't want to be a number of the cog. I want to be the cog. Goes for all guild channels. Yeah, exactly. My organization has a public channel where some people out of the org can see. We don't have anything typing in it just now because there's nothing going on. We're not in the game doing stuff. We then have an org channel where we type shit and post fucking motorbike videos. That's what Puppeteer is doing these days. Posting his motorbike videos. This is our org chat here, chat, right? This is it. A fucking daily video of Puppeteer driving his motorbike. His pride and joy. We get to see this on a daily basis. This is org chat for us right now. That's it. But at least it's honest org chat. Where we can all say none of us gives a shit about Star Citizen until there's actually a reason to give about Star Citizen. But I don't like to have ghosts in my org, and I don't like to have people who are numbers. I would rather have cogs, and all the cogs make the wheel turn, not the individual digit on a cog. And that's what I always look like with big organizations. If you're not the cog, get the fuck out of that organization. If you're a number in the digit of a cog, take the whole cog and leave that organization. Like what obviously Tikke's done, right? New video coming soon. See, look, chat. There's our org chat. Or for example, this is my contribution to org chat recently. My hot fucking female character in outfit that I made it look like a Bleach captain from the anime series. That's it. Now, obviously, 4.5 might reunite the kindling of play together and do stuff, but until there's actually a reason to play Star Citizen, it's very difficult to recruit and get people involved in the game. Because funny enough, more people would rather just talk and type on a fucking spectrum about the game than actually play the game. And this is for content creators as well. How many people do you actually watch that actually know about the game and play the game, or are they just literally fucking drunk rolling across the fucking floor? And I could open up right now and see that, you know? Like, how many content creators have done... I can only name 2 or 3 content creators, or 4 actually, that I would know. Salty Mike, Burks, PC, 101, Space Cullet, myself, Noodle, people like that will actually go through everything and test it to its like highest degree and give people information. Or you watching a content creator that literally rolls around on their face and hopes for the fucking best. Because that's the same thing as an organization as far as I'm concerned. I can't be around those people that are just out of control rolling on the face. Like, I will only watch and respect people if they can actually talk about things, right? I'm going to deny that one, Sleeper Legion, just because Twitch just does not like that word, right? Change the way of saying it, right? You don't need to go that dark. Well, again, AV1, right? Regardless of what your take is on AV1, the dude has been around from the very beginning. You don't need to agree with his opinion. You don't need to be negative towards his opinion. You don't need to hate on him or simp, depending on how you want to do these things. But at the end of the day, he has an opinion. He is somebody that has a lot of hours in the game. And regardless if it's right or wrong, it's still good information to listen to. Because it's somebody that is passionate about the game, just comes off a little bit different. Again, chat, I literally started my stream today. I said that God doesn't exist in one of my rants and I lost 6 followers. Alright? I'm not here for fucking favorism either. And I don't think Avenger 1 is here for favorism either. It's just, who do you prefer to watch, right? But I would rather watch Avenger 1 or Virgil or something like that over a lot of these bullshit fucking content creators that are drinking through a fucking straw when they play this game. And that's the same thing when it comes to organizations that I respect. You don't have to like them, right? You don't have to be pally with them, but you can respect them because they know what the fuck they're talking about compared to the driveling mess in this game, in this community. Everyone is passionate about the game and stuff. Yeah, I think just obviously like the way I look at Avenger 1 is that he has some good takes, he has some bad takes, he has some crazy takes, you know? He's passionate. He can get ranty just the same as me. He's logical thinking at times, but I generally think he gets steered away by the rage of it all instead of other ways of looking at it, right? For me, I will get ragey, like a lot of people always think that I'm, you know, angry and stuff, and at the end of the day, I'm just Scottish, right? You know? The thing is, though, is I don't lie to people. I don't bullshit to their face because I'm not here for a popularity contest. And I never will be. I'm always here to just say my opinion. You either like my opinion or you don't like my opinion. You can go away. You can do other things. That's your choice to close the channel down. I'm not here to hate on people or, like, you know, start that hate campaign towards people. But I'm also not going to say that I fucking think they're amazing folk as well. You know? You live a little bit longer if you don't care what people say. Exactly, yeah. I think, again, like, Avenger 1 has some good takes, has some bad takes. He's just passionate about the game. You know? I think the funniest thing that I've ever heard Avenger 1 says is when he said, "I'm a professional pilot." And he just plays video games. That was the funniest thing I've ever heard him say. It's like, "Oh yeah, I know what I'm talking about. I'm a professional pilot." It's like, in a video game. In a video game, Avenger 1. In a video game, you know? No, he's not a fighter pilot, no. He was in the military, but he's not fighter piloted. No. We have, what's his name? Aviator, right? Aviator is a Black Hawk pilot in the army. We have, trying to think of any of the other content creator. I mean, he could fly a plane. You know? But he's not a fucking combat pilot. Also, you've got to look at it. Yeah. Avenger 1 is too big to be a pilot, guys. He's like fucking 6'7" or something. 69 confirmed kills in the Korean War, from what I heard. On the side of Korea, right? You see the fucking flight squadron photo, and it's all these Asian guys, and then it's just this fucking monstrous, because Avenger 1 is massive, guys. Like, he is, like, look at the video of him standing on stage with, what's his puss? They're fucking giants. Absolutely giants. He's like 5 inches, or was it not 5 inches, but what is it? He's like 6'5", 6'6", or something like that. Yeah, and he's not a skinny malink that you get when you get bigger. Avenger 1 is a big dude. Like, literally big. And I'm not talking about fat, chunk, or anything like that. You know, he's got good density of muscle, but he's big, and that's a very rare thing to get. Because most tall people are normally really fucking skinny. So yeah, I don't think Avenger 1 could actually be a fighter pilot, because I don't think he would fit in a fucking chair. Again, fighter pilots have a regulation of certain height that you can go into, but he's in the, you would have to rip out the ejection seat to fit him in. Or he's up at the glass like this. Fucking extension joystick up in the chairs like, I'm in the Canadian Air Force. Because he loves his Star Wars, right? Fucking... I think he probably can fly a plane, but I don't think he's a combat pilot. I could be wrong, but again, I think he's too big to be a combat pilot. A segment of the SE community, I don't care about his PU content, he's focused on dogfighting. Exactly right. Again, I think a lot of people hate on Avenger 1 because of his goofiness and stuff like that, right? But at the end of the day, just like anybody that's passionate about Star Citizen, it's a good thing. You can be negative about the game, you can be super positive about the game, but if you're unhealthy good, it's not good for the game when you're like that. You have to be able to go, this game is fucking sick, and at the same time go, this game sucks, right? Oh, it's that clip. Don't worry about it. That's cool, dude. We'll see you afterwards. Yeah, he's a good dude. Again, I have had disagreements with Avenger 1. I make meme videos of the guy. I watch his videos and I react with honesty. And we had a falling out because he said on his stream that I am fake and what you see on stream is not who I am. But I literally had people coming up to me at CitizenCon saying, I'm one of your viewers, by the way, and I said, I don't care. To their face. The same as I would say it to anybody here, you know, if you're like somebody I don't recognize the name. I will break hearts because I'm burn bridges before I ever lie to you guys to your face. The same as I don't lie to my mother. Right? But again, he was like, oh, what he's saying on stream and stuff, because he's like, oh, he's taking the piss out of me, but also in the same sentence, he would go for a beer with me. It's the same thing. I don't speak to Virgil anymore because of what he did in my channel, but I would still happily go for a fucking McDonald's with the dude and have a drink and have a laugh because it's only to do with a game. And that's the same thing with anyone, right? Now, there are some cunts. There's some people that fucking farm their viewers and shit like that. These 24/7 fucking channels. I think it's fucking disgusting. I'll name every single one of them if I have to. Because I genuinely believe your viewers are the most important thing for your channel. And the idea of farming them for income is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The same as using bots to produce your numbers so that some fucking poor sod comes into your channel and thinks that you're doing good, but you're just cheating the systems, right? Those are the people I will never ever be friendly with. And I can watch Ollie43 and be like, this dude's a goofball, he doesn't know what he's talking, but in the same sentence, watch his video from like Tuesday and say he's got a good reaction on his take on engineering and stuff like that. It doesn't mean I hate the person or want ill wishes on them, but I'm not going to be like, oh my god, you're my favorite streamer. And on the same side, as soon as I turn the fucking camera off, they're a fucking cunt. I'll just say they're a cunt to their face, and if they don't like it, tough shit. I don't care. I don't care about being famous, and I don't care about being the top streamer of this stuff. And I certainly won't be bullshitting people just to be in that spot. That's why I like Salty Mike so much. I like Salty Mike because, again, he is popular because he is a cunt. Yes, he does a lot of React videos, but it's a great way to make money. You can't fault it. Salty Mike owns his personal. Exactly. The dude is nice as pie. He gets over excited and passionate about things, especially in tournaments. And he knows to do smart things online to make a lot of money that people don't like. End of the day, you gotta respect it, regardless of what you think of the dude. It's the same with Avenger 1, same with Virgil, same with Greasy Khaleesi. At least they're fucking honest. But the snaky cunts, oof, nah. No time for those people. If I don't follow you, there's a fucking reason in the Star Citizen category. Well, actually, there's two reasons. One, I think you're a cunt. Two, it's because I don't get time to watch your stream. Or three, I haven't even seen your stream yet. That's the three reasons. You know when people come into the a channel and they're like, oh my god, I thought I was following your channel. I totally didn't fucking unfollow you. Must have been Twitch. I've been on Twitch for 11, 12 years and I've never unfollowed somebody by accident, even on the app. I've only unfollowed you because I don't fucking like your content. It's that simple. You're typing in other channels, why do I never see you in my channel? Because I don't fucking like you. Simple as that. I don't have to like you. It is that simple. And people get really upset about that. Mainly it's number two. I don't follow people unless I actually get to watch your content on a regular basis. So it's either I massively respect you, I can't watch your content, massively respect you, or I don't have time to watch your content, but I like your content, so I don't follow you, or I think you're a cunt, and why the fuck would I watch somebody that's a cunt? That's it. That's it. It's just that simple. And you don't need to take it to heart, because it's just me. It's just my opinion on people. And DarkLaw's opinion is DarkLaw's opinion. It should never influence anything else. You should always make up your own decision regardless of what I say. And if you don't, well, then you're a fucking sheep. And bah, over the fucking cliff. Enjoy, Master Roll! Real life, real life. Hopefully we will try and find out. Again, I just don't think I'm going to be able to do my 10-hour stream today because I don't know what the hell's going on with this patch. I was massively dialed in before on Tuesday. Now I'm like, I'm going to need to see what tonight's patch is and tomorrow's patch is to sort of figure out where SC is going with anything. But yeah, going back to this one, because we kind of went off topic. Only 2 shield generators at the time. What's the point? I agree with this. Just, I don't know. Make it where you can only have like 1 shield and spare bay or something like that. I don't know. So silly. I hope all waves today actually Fallout Zone. And hear me out on this. I personally think it should be Evil Catty and then all waves, regardless of the state of the game. And I personally think they should close down live when they're doing PTU. I know that's a bad take, and people are not going to be happy with it, but hear me out, hear me out. Live and Evil Catty, right? Because it only needs 1 server with Evil Catty. When you close down Evil Catty, you close down live, and for the remaining of the month, you only put out open PTU, so people can still play, but we get their analytics on the things that are more important than the things of the analytics that we're not doing just now. Like fixing engineering, which I think is more important than somebody doing some mining right now. That's just my take. Only because we're in development. I think that always the focus should be the new patch and stuff like that. And resources freed. Exactly, yeah. Because the more people you get in 4.5 testing, the more data CIG gets to fix it before it goes to live. But a lot of people, you know that we have like, what, 3,000, 4,000 in Evil Catty? You know that they only need to run 1 Evil server now. It used to be where there was multiple Evil servers, but they only need to run it because only at one time there's under 600 people on the server in Evil Catty. So why fucking bother having 4,000 people in Evil Catty? Why not find more people who are actively going to help and test? I literally stay up until fucking stupid o'clock to test Evil Catty because it's in a US nighttime that it comes out in. And I'm only on for a couple of hours or half an hour, but still, you know? Evil and live only? The problem is how do you you would have to get more people into Evil Catty to do it that way, Marauder. And then I would completely agree with you, right? But how do we get more people into Evil Catty who will actually do the testing? And we're going to need about 10,000 people, right? We would need 10,000 people in Evil Catty, and we don't bother with PTU, but you're going to have to reward those 10,000 with like something, be it that you get like a discount code for Star Citizen, or like occasionally they give us free ships. I remember one patch, myself and 90s, who were doing a shit ton of medical gameplay. I got an ES and he got a fucking, was that a Terrapin you got for free, right? For helping out. That would be cool. But the thing is, they don't do that all the time. So, in my opinion, it's better to close live down and just have open PTU. And if you're that desperate to play Star Citizen within that period of time, you'll play it. I think so as well, Spatter. I hate, and this includes me, I hate that content creators are in Evil Catty just to talk about Evil Catty. And 90% of the content creators don't know what the fuck they're doing or test in Evil Catty. And it pisses me off. Because they do the same thing that they do. They just fucking roll their faces over the keyboard, don't understand what's going on with the game, and then make videos where the moment that it goes first wave, they magically have a video on first wave ready to go. Oh my god, I wonder why. Because they're spending all of Evil Catty building up a fucking video to release, instead of actually doing what Evil Catty was designed to do, and that's test. And report. And fill in forms. Like on the council report and stuff like that. But nobody does it, dude. They should just get rid of Evil Catty and just go straight to open wave the moment they've got a new patch ready to go. And if you spend a certain amount of hours, you get like, a free Dragonfly, LTI or something like that. Very small to receive. An armor set or something like that. Then the next armor set is like, say you did 300 hours in PTU. You get the next armor set that's going to come out in that patch for free. There's so many things CIG could do to get people to come in and actually do some testing. Who understand, when they look at this, they understand what this all means. And it's not just numbers. You're going, right, I get this, I need to test this, I need to look into this. This is going to be overpowered for this reason. Why is this ship getting nerfed in this reason? Looking at these going, yep, I understand all this data. But I guarantee you, most of people in Evil Catty are just drinking through a straw. And they don't know what the hell they're doing. 600 die Mark II. Here we go. It's funny. It's funny how long ago was it that we had the 600i rework?
The 600i rework is yet
1 year, right?
To be completed. I thought I removed it into distinct. This separate ship, this is where need to traverse.
You know, the sad thing is we won't see this ship until CIG moves on to Origin. They're getting all the RSI out of the way, and then they'll move on to another. They're doing RSI, Drake, and I think it's Anvil right now. And they're moving on to Aegis, Origin, and somebody else in like the next couple of years. Yeah. Man, 600i is one of my favorite ships. I have some of the highest kills in the 600i in the community. In free 4, even if you were a top dogfighter, you would get fucking nailed by my 600i. And I've stopped using it, not because it got slowed down and requires crew. It's because the interior sucks. You can't carry cargo. You can't remove modules. And it has 90% of space that's not required. It's literally just a bridge. That's it. That's why you never see me in the 600i. It's horrible. It's had no love. And it looks so good. It flies so well. But if you don't have a working interior, why the fuck are you flying it? It's not good enough for a combat ship for that alone. Never has been. Yeah, used to gank lots of people in Jumptown with it. Again, I would be using it on a daily basis. Not because it's underpowered compared to a Corsair, or underpowered to a Constellation, because it can out-tank both of them anyway. It's the fact that the new design brief, right? And if we actually bring up the details, right? 600i rework, Star Citizen. The interior layout was just so fucking good, right? Like here.
Currently the 600i is concept complete. There's a couple of rooms which haven't had full concept work done on them, such as the crew quarters, but for the most part, every room has had a complete and utter rework. The big
Look at it! It's so good!
Change for the module section is its placement. So rather than being the sort of central core of the ship that you have.
So that's the Explorer, or so the sort of like mini 890 version, right? So you've got your bridge, you've got an EVA side, you've got staircase and rooms going up, rooms at the back, pool on the top, bar underneath, right? Or no, that's on the top, that's on the bottom deck, pool. So it's like a mini 890.
Through to get to the back
and
half
then
of the
you've
ship,
got the more
is now in the rear
combat
section of the ship.
version, which has your captain's quarter, your crew engineering, crew quarter above, off the deck, EVA. Then up here is where you had like cargo armory being on the top, and you got rid of all that fluff and you had a huge cargo room underneath that can actually carry a fucking tank. That's how good it was.
Which allowed us to move the common shared areas to the central.
This is like 2 years ago, right? When did this come out? 3 years ago. That's even worse.
We did that change because it just makes the flow of the interior better. When you have a 600i, regardless of which module you have, you know the front half of the ship is a consistent experience, and then the gameplay alterations with that module is constrained to a very specific area at the back.
So
I generally got excited this time because I thought, finally, I'll be able to use my ship that I really enjoy. And we're still waiting.
The best way to think of the 600i layout is between 3 parts. You have the very...
Yeah, because this is the reworked version Fallout that they're talking about, which is 3 years ago. The one you're still flying, I've been flying for... When was 3-4? Nearly 6 years ago? 7? I've been streaming for what, 7 years now? So yeah, I started showcasing 600i combat when I first started streaming.
Front of the ship, which is the bridge and the
So at
captain's
least 6
quarters.
years it's been
For the
like
most
that.
part, they've remained mostly the same. There's been a few tweaks to the layout of the chairs on the bridge, but generally that hasn't changed very much. The captain's quarters is almost the same as it was before, except it's flipped around. The bathroom moved from one side to the other. The reason for that is directly behind that, the lobby area. On the top deck, we now have a small docking collar with space for a few suits, and the opposite side of that is now a lift to take you between 2 floors into the rear, the exterior of the ship. Directly behind that, which used to be the modular section, we now have on the top deck the crew habitation area. So it starts off with a large open shared communal space where there's places to eat,
This is
make
the
food,
890 version.
and then to the side of that there's 4 private crew bedrooms. The floor beneath that now is where engineering and all the components that allow the ship to function have been moved
See? Look how just good it is, right?
to.
Because that's the old cargo room, by the way, where they're at just now. This is where the stupid little cargo room is right now.
Think very similar to what we've done on the 400i, where you have the separate engineering section beneath. Directly behind that, we then have the ship modular section. We'll start with the expedition version. So on the top deck, at the very, very top, we have the armory. There's a huge armory with plenty of extra suit lockers for you and your friends to take extra equipment depending on what you might encounter. Behind that, we then have the hologlow that allow you to do the exploration. On the middle deck, we then have the medical bay, which will have a medical suite similar to that as the Carrack. It'll have a tier 2 med bed. Beside that, we then have the secondary cargo hold. So this cargo hold, it's more readily accessible for the crew. So it's more for your day-to-day supply. So if you want to have a box full of your food or your snacks, that's where you put it instead of down in your main cargo hold, because you don't want to go rooting through your garage just to find that random pen that you've left. On the bottom deck of the expedition version, we then have the main cargo hold and garage. So obviously, as you've seen from the pictures from the recent Inside Star Citizen, it is much, much larger than it was before.
See? Taking away all the 80-90% of worthless space and actually using it correctly.
With a much, much larger lift to fit much larger vehicles in it. In there, there's also 2 small lifts, one to allow you to bring cargo up to the main cargo area, and then there's the smaller one that goes through the 3 decks. Moving on to the touring variant, we get a completely different experience. The
Pliable and a concept at the same time.
touring's primarily split between 2 main decks, though one of the decks is across 2 floors. So the upper deck brings you out into the large lobby area. From the lobby area, you can choose to go up the side staircases to the main meeting area / eating room, as well as a bar. And if you go left and right from there, you can get to the private guest suites. Private guest
This is on the 890 version, by the way.
suites are very large and luxurious. They also come with their own skate pods.
It will end up
The
like
lower
another
deck
character, yeah.
is a spa. So the spa has a pool, a sauna, bar, as well as a kitchen for the crew to actually be able to make food for the guests.
So whilst we're kind of doing a complete or almost a complete rework of the interior, on the exterior of the ship, we're trying to keep it as true to how it is now as we possibly can. There will be some slight changes. We'll need to move the hangar bay doors a little bit. There'll be some additional kind of cutouts for escape pods, and we need to fit the airlock in properly. So there will be some minor changes, but overall we're trying to keep it as close to what you see now as a 600 as we can.
So next step is essentially just finding a slot in the production schedule for it.
It's about finding the space where
The big slot after 3 years, right? I mean, it's only like a 78, 80 fucking meter ship, you know? When are we finding that space and time? Again, unfortunately, the way it works with CIG is right now, when you're working on RSI, there's no point taking a team that are working on the RSI and not just make them do the Zeus, the Meteor, the Polaris, the Perseus, the Galaxy, and just get it all fucking done, right? And then eventually you move that team onto working on Origin. So you'll start redoing the Origin or bringing new Origin ships in. So it'll just be, again, we won't see any of this until, I would say 600i maybe 2027, 2028, but I wouldn't expect it until 1.0 personally. 27, yeah. Again, we already know what's coming out the next year. And the Galaxy is like the big one for IE and stuff, so yeah. I don't see it happening anytime soon, which sucks because again, it is one of the most beautiful ships in the game, but it's also one of the worthless ones at the time because you can't do anything with it. There's no cargo, there's no medical, there's no bar, there's no storage of anything. It's just literally a combat ship, and why would you take a 600i into combat when there's so many better choices? Like a Connie, you know? A pipeline? Yeah. I definitely wish there was more of a pipeline for certain things. So on the roadmap, I'm confused. It doesn't seem like a true roadmap. It goes from 4.5 to 1.0. So that's actually a really good question. The roadmap for Star System is CIG's way of conning more money out of people by showing you what they want to achieve by 1.0, but also not telling you when 1.0 is coming out. So when we close these off, these ones that we've had all this year, and we look at the end of the year and what we're actually achieving, when you look at all this stuff, this is stuff that's not even starting being built yet. Because it's CIG going, right, we've got to a point where money's lowering down. We need to make it where the whales keep paying and idiots keep buying more stuff. Right? So they're like, guess what? You're going to have Starware, where you can look like a plonker with your flappy, glowing cloth armor, which is in every generic video game right now. But we're doing something different. We're calling it Starware. Right. Core tech, constant content instancing. Because instancing is not in any other video game, but we're just wanting to make sure you understand that we're bringing out instances. Star Sim, because every other video game has a working map, and ours doesn't, right? So simulating the start of the universe, the economy, and all these other things, right? That we were talking about from the past that was by Tony Zervik, but because Tony Zervik no longer works at the company, we had to call it Star Sim, because we're really fucking original with our word star here, apparently. Realistic audio mode. Right now, we couldn't be bothered to hire an actual real audio artist to be able to do a good job. We got a guy that sits in the basement fucking banging on drums like Oscar from fucking Sesame Street. But eventually we might hire somebody that can actually do the job correctly. Dynamic server meshing. We're very close to getting server meshing to work, and just before we decide to copy it up even more, we're going to introduce dynamic server meshing. So for another 1 or 2 years, we'll need to hire that same team, which have already left the company, to fix the fucking issues that we're causing. Downwards we go to Star Audio. The same dude that's just magically been hired to do this job is back to do Star Audio. A new suite of tools and tech aimed at improving the quality and fidelity of sound in Star Citizen, because our garage no longer fucking works. So we actually had to create an actual audio studio, right? Heaven forbid, right? Global illumination, because we really want you to be blinded even more in this video game. Because when you go for a wormhole, and if you've got epilepsy or suffer from it, there's a good chance you might spasm out and foam out the fucking mouth when you're on the ground. But don't worry, we're going to brighten everything up with even more further visuals, improvement to lighting on both interior and exterior, so that you really fucking have to go to hospital, okay? Now we have Genesis Starchitect, because obviously fucking, you know, we need to make even more crazier, right? We need to make a system that will make fake stuff in the game, because we can't be bothered to actually make stuff in the game. So we're going to use an algorithm to make stuff in the game, because it's a lot easier that the algorithm makes the stuff in the game, but we need to make the tools so the algorithm doesn't spasm out and cause the fucking game to collapse, right? That's your next thing there. Genesis Planet Tech 5. Because after 5 versions of creating the planets on this game, we thought, you know what? We need to bring out something that makes it even better. But the good thing is, though, even with the memes, this moves the Planet Tech over from CPU to GPU, which means everyone should have better FPS. So it's a win-win regardless of what fucking meme you want to look at it. They make bigger, brighter worlds. Genesis Dynamic Weather, because we already released Dynamic Rain, but what we don't tell you, it's not really Dynamic Rain, and it's a filter on your screen, because you're too fucking stupid, Ollie 43, to understand this, and you make a video talking about Dynamic Weathering when we don't actually have it in the fucking game. So, we then move on to the next thing, and that's your fucking roadmap for core tech. We have gameplay, guilds. Oh yeah, because when we were promised this in 2014, we thought it would be really funny to fucking wait another 10, 15 years to bring it out. Insurance, tax, and warranty. Yeah, because we're getting sick and tired of everyone getting freeloaded. We're going to build an actual mechanic. So, memes aside, right? Memes aside, this is all the stuff that CIG wants to eventually add to the game for their 1.0 dream. But the problem is, to add all this stuff, we're talking about 2030, 2035 for them to actually do it effectively and make it work. Anything before 2030, I would be generally worried about the state of it and so forth. So when the company starts to work on any one of these core memes, it moves into something like 4.5 or 4.6. And that way, this total pool of dreams and copium memes will eventually be in a patch, right? But right now, it's just an easy way to say, hope you're fucking alive by 1.0, ladies and gentlemen, because we've already got your money. But if you want to invest some more money into the company, hoping that you'll still be alive by this time, this is what you might achieve one day. So for me, as somebody who's realistic and logically looking, anytime I look at 4.5 and I test BTU, this is Star Citizen for me. This is the dream that we might not see because of our ages or health or anything like that, like the world collapsing, or you just go, this is your game, accept it, and move on. They shouldn't call it a roadmap. Not one bit should they call it a roadmap. At all. Because it is literally you buying into an idea and a dream. Now, obviously, they made some really good videos for CitizenCon. I was there live and watched it. And everyone in the front queue, like mythologists, were clapping their golf hands and woo-wee! It was a party! But at the same time, you have to understand that this is the dream. it's going to take a very, very long time to add in the council, utility tunnels, mercenary guild, academy of sciences, united resource workers, building interiors, the Castra system, the Terra system. Oh my god, interstellar, trade sport, all this stuff, mechanics, reputation, AI blades, depth of a spaceman, in item misfire and wear, charge and drain. But the cool thing is, regardless of memes, there is a lot of that stuff that's also been built for Squadron 42. And the cool thing about Squadron 42 and Star Citizen is that when you build it for either game, because it's the same game really, just one's single player, one's multiplayer, you can actually use the assets. So if you build weapons for Squadron 42, you can add those weapons to Star Citizen, and vice versa. You build a ship for either one of the games, and they can be used in either one of the games, designing it for single player or for multiplayer. So not all of it is wasted talk and development time. Most of it is, but not all of it. So again, a lot of the core things in 1.0's idea can be moved into, like, for example, core tech, content instancing. We know this is coming out in 2026 as the basic of the first instance is going to be Siege of Orison, right? Which nobody fucking does these days because it doesn't run. Siege of Orison is coming back as an event, revamped and whatever, but it's going to be the first instance in the game. Now, that's meant to be next year. If, say, for example, this was going to be 2030, then 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, however many 4 points they have next year, could technically have that instancing in. So once it's built, it can go into one of the 4.5s, 4.6s, 4.7 patches. I was in my 30s when Star Citizen was announced. I'm in my 40s. I was 29 when I backed in 2012. I'm 43 this month. I backed when I had a full head of hair, and now look at me. I have a ginger beard and no hair. See how time fucking affects us all? I was actually thinking about that one live Star Citizen show with the old guy that did the cosplay from the plastic bag on his head. Dude, there's so many people. I see tweets with hashtag, "We've lost another one, guys." And I'm like, what have we lost? And it's like, oh yeah, this backer that nobody knows apart from this small group has died. And I'm like, yeah, well, guess what? A lot of people die every fucking day, second, month of a year, right? Like, I'm sorry, like, am I meant to fucking pull out the violin and start doing a fucking jig or something? Like, what am I meant to do? People die. People are born, you know? We have births every day. We have deaths every day. Can I have his stuff? No, I just literally move on from it. But, like, for example, that you had Gabbies who wanted a space station named after the fucking dude that committed suicide. And it's like, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of backers that have committed suicide, you know? Why does that one individual person get a fucking station named after them? It's the same as one of the places are already named, right? Area 18 station or port is named after a backer that died. If we had every location named after backers have died, we would have fucking millions of space stations over the space of the years. You know one game, and I'll bring it up again. Where Winds Meet. Where Winds Meet, by the way, has it where everyone that was alpha testing and beta testing is a slate on top of a building. So when you're on top of this one particular building, it has a slate, and when you walk over them, you can see the profile of that person that was a backer at the time. Which I think is really, really, really fucking cool. Really, really fucking cool. But they don't make space stations for dead people. For passed away, yeah. Again, it's interesting. It is really, really interesting. Like how people need that justified. I guarantee you there are so many backers who have not been in an organization, who have spent thousands of dollars in the game, who have died and nobody even knows about it. I was single and had a life when I backed Star Citizen. I'm still single. 18 years later. Happily single as well. Alright, well, I don't think we're getting any patch, chat. I don't think we're getting a patch. I think we're going to have to probably wait till tomorrow. Now, my choices are either we end on this really good day of discussion and memes, or I'll play some Where Winds Meet. But there's no point me hanging around anymore for Star Citizen, because until that patch comes out and we actually see if these are going to be the continuous of stats or it was all just a dream, there's not much point. I can't test anything until I know where CIG are going with these stats. Or if something is added that makes these stats work. You know what I mean? There has to be something. Something we're missing. Maybe they'll increase armor. Maybe they'll increase shields. I think that would be a good... I think if anything, bring back the shields and the armor values of what we used to have and just leave it as these stats and see how it goes for a few patches. That I could accept, but bringing weapons back to 4.4, adding the penetration of 4.5, making it where you have 40% less shields in 4.5, and then you reduce everyone's armor values, just really is the craziest stats. But I. Isn't that right, Nixie? Isn't that right? But I think we'll just leave on a good note. I think that's the play, chat. Because then I can go and do stuff with the doggos. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Let's see if the Mr. Cutlet's on. I think he's actually gone though. Mr. Cutlet. Ah, Spinner's still on. I'll send you the Spinner. Wait, is he not even there? He's a chair, chat. God damn it. God damn it. Right, we're gonna raid a chair. Let's get raid 1, raid 2 in the channel. Hopefully he's back in time. I'm also gonna raid him on Kick as well, guys. Or host him on Kick. Appreciate yous. I will see you tomorrow with hopefully some good news, more rants, more good discussions, all that stuff. Thank you so much for all the follows today. If you did enjoy the stream, you like my Scottish witty banter, drop us a follow, sub on all platforms, socials, join us on Discord, all that good stuff. And I will see you tomorrow, guys. Hopefully for a little bit longer, because this is the first time I've done an under 10-hour stream in like 2 weeks now. Which is crazy. Crazy. Thank you, guys. Right, let's go. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here, Rix, Zeman, Gray, Ulifest, Mr. B, Sleepy Legion. Will win. Best username available. Have a good night, guys. Mr. List, take care. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for everyone lurking on YouTube, on Kick. And I will see you tomorrow. Good night.